Hey, happy birthday, Chris. And Chris,
Thank you.
I brought you a little present.
Oh yeah?
I did buy you a present. Chris is the biggest Madden fan I know, so he's got a copy of Madden 17. It's a birthday gift from me to him. So, football
Yay!
fans. And that's just kind of a taste of the kinds of things that we do in our community. We're very community driven. We actually had a community member donate a copy of like Far Cry 4, Far Cry 4.
Yeah, 4. Mm-hmm.
Just gave it away. Brand new member and came in and said, "Who wants this?" and did a little game and gave it away. We've got the greatest community. If you check out our Facebook group, we've got a really awesome group over there, and everyone gets along great. So thanks again, Chris, for being here. Happy birthday, man. I love you.
This is great. Thank you. I love you, too.
Well, before we get into the games that Chris and I have been playing, we want to talk just one brief news topic. We learned this week that 2 video game franchises are actually going to be getting movie adaptations. The first is an indie title called Firewatch. And this one might not be known by a whole lot of people. It's an indie-developed game. It was originally released on PS4 and PC back in February, but it also got an Xbox One release this past week. Chris, did you ever get a chance to play Firewatch?
I did not, unfortunately. I'm an Xbox One gamer, so PS4 and PC kind of escaped my, gaming lexicon. I know it just got released a couple of weeks ago, so I looked into it a little bit. It does look interesting. It's more like a roamer type, game.
Yeah, it falls under what Zach from our show hates when I say this phrase, but we call it a walking simulator. Where you're not shooting anybody. It's basically a story-driven game. And in the game, you play a guy out in either the Colorado or Wyoming forest, and you are a fire watcher. You go out in a tower, and you sit and watch for fires. And while that sounds boring on the surface, there's a really cool story that goes with it. And the really interesting dynamic is that you really have very little interaction with anybody. Your only real communication with any person is a girl named Delilah, who you only talk to over the radio.
Yeah.
And it's just very, very interesting. There's a mystery going on. And in fact, we actually got a chance to interview Sissy Jones. You can see her picture up on the monitors here. She's one of the voice actors from the game. She plays Delilah. On our last episode, we got a chance to talk to her. It was a very, very cool experience for us. So if you haven't heard of the game, I highly recommend checking it out. I think you'll actually dig it.
I'm actually looking forward to it.
But we learned that they're going to be making a movie of this, which is really interesting to me because the game is you only have interaction with one person. I'm trying to figure out how that would work in a movie. Because
they did it in Castaway.
That's true. It worked in Castaway. There's some other movies that did that where you have very little interaction. But a lot of people are saying that this could be the one video game that gets translated to a movie that might actually work. I know we got Assassin's Creed coming.
Yes.
But I'm still not hopeful for that. I was, but the more I see it, I'm not too hopeful. But what do you think?
I think this falls into the untouchable that you don't turn a video game into a movie. There have been so many disappointments.
Really?
Oh God, are you kidding?
No,
Super Mario Brothers, Mortal Kombat. They're either really bad or they kind of go off into our own tangent, like Resident Evil.
You don't throw it out the baby with the bathwater just because a bunch of people made a bunch of mistakes.
But there were a lot of mistakes.
There were a lot of
mistakes. I can't think of one that was like stand out. Oh my God, I got to see it again.
Right, but there was also a lot of mistakes in comic book movies. And look where those are now.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
So, and that's kind of my dream is I want video game stories to be that mainstream in the future that comic book movies are now. Multi-billion dollars.
So. I agree. I'd love to see that too. It just we're waiting for somebody to get it right.
Exactly. There's one other game that we found out is still in production to be made into a movie, and that is Portal. Which, if you guys are familiar with the Portal series, it's one of my all-time favorite series. That game is just ridiculously fun. It's about a girl named Shell. You play Shell, and she's trapped in a series of puzzles, basically, like test chambers. And there's this villain that's like this artificial intelligence. What's her name? GLaDOS, and she's like taunting you the whole time. And it's got a really interesting story. That one I'm actually even more excited for than Firewatch. What do you think?
Well, it actually makes a lot of references when you think of HAL and like a Space Odyssey and how that was able to be like projected into such like an eerie, evil character.
Right.
And we already know this is going to be one, and they can kind of compound that onto the 21st century. In this kind of genre, it could be very interesting.
Absolutely. And you got the same component we had with Firewatch in that Shell never speaks, first off, in that game. Your only dialogue you have is from GLaDOS that talks to you, and she's talking at you, but you don't interact with her.
Right.
You come across some audio recordings and that kind of thing, and I don't know how that would play into the game, but J.J. Abrams is supposed to be on board with it. That's what's really interesting to me. J.J. Abrams, Star
Trek series,
Boss.
yes. Oh, he's all over those epic adventures, and to have a character like that has so minimal verbal dialogue and try to express themselves, in pure emotion, I think that's one of the great tricks in movie making. Now, not to plug the Hollywood Outsider, but I mean,
hey, dude, I'm on that show. It's okay. Plug all you want.
I'll plug that all the way. So it'd be an interesting development.
Definitely. All right, well, that's all we're going to touch on for news now. I want to talk about the games we've been playing. And Chris, You finished the game this week, and you started a new one as well, correct?
You weren't floored when that happened?
I know.
The first time ever Scott Clark is floored on this show that I finished a game.
Yeah, Chris kind of has a reputation of never finishing games. He's got a stack about as tall from the floor to here. Yeah, exactly, right?
It goes about 7 platforms, so it's up to my ceiling now. My wife's ready to kill me.
I used to work at a small mom-and-pop game shop up in Rockford, and Chris decided to sell off a bunch of his games. It took me about a half an hour to process all those, because he doesn't sell them ever, and he just finally is like, screw it, I'm bringing this in, and he
Who do
did.
you think initialized the sale?
What's that?
Who do you think initialized the sale?
I did.
Wrong.
I'm kind of good at sales.
No, my wife did.
Your wife did? Well,
yeah.
Go figure. Go figure. Your wife wanted you to get rid of some video games.
It's the games or the couch. As strong as I am. Anyways.
Well, what game did you finish?
I finished Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
Okay, I have not got a chance to play that one yet. Is it good?
Very. And I'll tell you what, I loved Human Revolution. I got a lot of sneers in the gaming community for that because it kind of gets a bad rap. And this is exactly what it is. And I think Mankind Divided, for those hardcore lovers of the series, took it to another level.
Okay.
So anybody new coming in could just really get into this, and I did not stop playing this.
So
game.
I don't have to play the last one to really know what's going on.
It'll give you a recap.
Okay.
That's one great thing about it. It gives you a brief recap of the important stuff, so it carries you right into the story. You can just go. I'm not going to put any spoilers out there. I thought the ending was a little bit weak.
Okay.
But the only thing I'll say is watch the credits.
Oh, okay. Watch the credits.
All the way to the end, because this guy is a gamer score whore when it comes to Xbox.
That's true. That's true.
You actually get gamer points for watching.
Oh, really?
But there's something in there, and that's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Just check it out. You won't be disappointed.
Well, talk to me about Recore, because I know you've been playing that one, which is an Xbox and PC exclusive.
Yep, that's right. It's developed by Microsoft Studios, by Kenji Infunani, who is... Did I say that right?
Kenji Inufune.
My apologies, son, for that, who is the brainchild behind the Mega Man series, my favorite gaming series of all time, so that it instantly got me excited about Recore, and then I started playing it. Because it's a nice open world exploration game, bringing back some of the elements of Metroid. There's dungeons in the game which bring back elements of Legend of Zelda.
Which I thought was Super Mario 64 in it a little bit with the prism cubes that you got to collect. You have so many to open another door.
I was wondering, we were talking about that, and it's like how you made that connection, but that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
You mentioned it like that. That's absolutely true. It's clunky though. The combat's kind of repetitive. It's kind of like going towards a beacon versus actually exploring. It's got a lot of potential, but it's just falling short in a lot of areas. I'm only on the second dungeon,
Okay.
so I haven't gotten really deep into it. But I'm struggling to keep going. But I'll go as far as I can because I got to floor you again. It's like I finished one. I'm on a trend here. I got to keep going.
Well, I'm struggling to play it too, but not so much because the quality of the game. I like it a little bit more than you do. I think it really scratches that old school gaming itch. It feels like a PS2 game, but with current graphics.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
But the biggest reason I've been struggling is because I keep we're in the fall season where the new games are coming out, and there's so much new stuff coming out right now.
Yes.
And a game that I've been playing is Forza Horizon 3, which I'm going to have you navigate that for me real quick to get me back there. Forza Horizon 3 just came out on Tuesday, and first off, I got a fantastic deal on it.
Oh my God! Yes, you did.
Target done messed up last night. This game is a $60 game, and they accidentally sold it for $20 last night for about 20 minutes. And I was lucky enough to snag one, so I got the game for $20. And it's crazy how into this game I am because I'm not a car game guy except for Burnout. Burnout's pretty much one of the only games I play.
I am pining for another one of those.
And Forza Horizon, the series, is kind of meshes the world between Burnout and something like a sim racer, like original Forza or Gran Turismo. And I've actually got some pictures up on the screen here. I know a lot of you guys aren't into games here, but look at that screenshot. That is an actual shot from the game during gameplay. I know our YouTube viewers can't see this, but that sky looks outstanding. It looks like you're standing outside.
The textures are amazing. Unbelievable.
And it's an open world game, so you get to kind of drive from place to place a little bit too, which is amazing. And I've never liked that in open world games. I love it in Forza. I just want to, and it takes place in Australia, which is kind of like on my bucket list of places I want to visit.
Right.
So I feel like I'm living that dream a little bit, even though it's in the digital world. But I absolutely love this game. There is so much to do.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
All right, because my order got canceled.
Yes, it did.
Because they fumbled on this thing, and I was angry. I'm still angry, and
kind
I
of hate me a little bit
with
right
this
now.
Microphone. Yes. But no, it's from what it looks gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Fantastic. So those are the games we've been playing. We're going to go right to our community topic, as we mentioned at the top of the show. But before I do, I want to give a quick shout-out. Our listeners know this. Chris knows this, but those of you out in here in the audience don't know this. I'm also an elementary teacher, back at home for my big boy job. But also I also coach cross country at a high school in Rockford. And we had a meet today out in Freeport, which I came straight from there to here. And everybody is right now on the bus on the way back to the high school.
Right.
And they're all watching it on their phones while we do this. So I got to give a shout out to my cross country team. Where's the camera? Is it over here? Over here. Hey, guys. Hope you guys did well. All right.
They're like, thanks, coach.
So as we mentioned, Chris and I are both huge Nintendo fans. We're both excited about the upcoming release of the NES Classic Edition, which just came in. Is going to be out here in time for Christmas. I'm going to let you do that. It's going to be here in time for Christmas. And Chris, for those that might not have heard about this quote-unquote new console, can you kind of explain exactly what this is and why people should be excited about it?
Well, if anybody knows the history of Nintendo, and any gamer out there knows what a Nintendo is, what it looks like, what it does, and this unit that they're coming out with is absolutely fantastic. It literally fits in the palm of your hand.
Yep.
Which is a nice little addition there.
And you guys can see the picture there. They've got the original system right next to the new one.
That's
look how smaller that is.
That's the other. Well, if you look at that picture too in the console, but the controller is a 1-to-1 replica, which I love. So it just go right back into your childhood, right there with the controlling.
Will it hold up as well when I throw it against the wall when I get frustrated with playing one of those old school games, though?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm worried about that myself. I'm not going to lie. But even though it keeps the old school generation with the hardware, the video connections keep current with the HDMI connection, and it has a USB mini for a power connection, which tells me it does not eat a lot of juice, which means there's going to be longevity in the unit, which is very nice. I saw some leaked photos of the menu design when it comes to the games, and it's actually very, very simple as far as resolution you can watch, games you can play, saves you can feature, and it even has an 8-bit backdrop on it, which was
that's really cool.
So it really throws you back, though, so it really goes back to the old days.
Man, the resolution looks a lot better, too. I saw some side-by-side comparisons of it yesterday. It looks much crisper and clearer and brighter.
But if you don't want that crisper, it has a CRT option.
Oh,
you
really?
can actually go in and actually look at it like you were looking at your old, Zenith or Curtis Mathis TV, which I have.
Kind of like you could with the Halo Master Chief Edition, where you can switch back to the old school graphics and the current graphics.
Exactly. It's really cool. It's really cool.
Very cool.
And like I said, for a game like Metroid, that's part of this Connect collection. It has a game save feature, so I don't have to worry about having to backtrack or write down passwords or anything like that.
You don't remember Justin Bailey anymore?
No, thank God for that.
Well, our community is also very excited about this release, in particular the game lineup. One of our listeners, Brandon Linker, said it's worth it for Zelda alone. Mario Reyes from the community says that Super Mario Bros. 3 is his favorite game ever, and Ty Nelson is excited about Tecmo Bowl. Now, all three of these games are included in the package. I've actually brought copies of them here. So you guys remember these old school cartridges? There's Zelda, there's Super Mario Bros. 3, there's Tecmo Bowl, and I've also got Excite Bike, which is also included. But what else is on this package?
It's funny. Somebody here just mentioned they each had to blow in them, which is like the nice little feature there. I read a blog about the QA blog about this new system, and one of the funniest things I read was to talk about blowing in the cartridges is that some things are better left in the 80s.
Yes.
And that was one of them. So I'm very glad for that. But the game lineup is absolutely fantastic. It has the entire Super Mario Brothers series, sans the Lost Levels, a.k.a. non-Doki Doki Panic.
Yes.
My favorite game of all time, which is Mega Man 2.
Yes, you got some speed runs on that game, don't you?
4305.
4305
from start to Wily Kill. So I'm holding on to that one. We talked about Metroid before. It has Final Fantasy, which is one of the stellar RPG launches of all time. It has Punch Out, Dr. Mario, Castlevania. There's 30 games in total. It's really fantastic. It's a great lineup.
Yeah, so definitely check that out. And the price point, it's only $60.
That's insane.
$60 gets you the console, gets you all 30 games, and you get to play them whenever you want to. And you don't have to worry about it's just HDMI, right?
When you consider that when the NES market on your Wii and Wii U, that these are $5 each.
Exactly.
And this console is $60 hardware and games. That's less than $2 a game. That's not. And I mean, I'm not a sell boy for Nintendo. I mean, like it's some royalties. We're plugging that for them, but no, that's really an incredible value.
Absolutely. Well, before we wrap up, we got some community responses. We actually each week post a question on our Facebook page, which you can find at facebook.com, search for The Gaming Outsider. And each week we post a question and have our community respond to it. And we read those responses on the show. And our first one comes from Brandon Linker, who I mentioned earlier. He says, it's smaller. I don't know why, but I'm a little disappointed. The game experience will be the same, but I kind of feel like this is a situation where it hasn't gotten small, you've gotten bigger isn't quite appropriate. Since they went to the trouble to make it look almost identical to the original, I figured it would be the same size. I gotta say, I actually disagree with this.
I do too.
Because I feel like I have enough game stuff on my shelf and then I'm running out of shelf space. I like the idea that it's compact. I like that if I want to take it to my buddy's house, I can stick it in a laptop bag instead of lugging out around like a big Xbox One or a PS4 or something like that. I like the smaller size.
Well, you mentioned the Xbox One is that one of the big knocks on it is that it was such a huge console, the original when it came out.
Right.
So to see this so compact and so easy to transport, you know, I could imagine, you know, Christmas and New Year's, there's going to be some gaming if somebody got one on their shelf, you know, to get
Absolutely.
that, to transport that and connect that, and being so easy to do that, I think it's a great idea because, you know, share with the gaming world.
Absolutely. Why don't you go ahead and read the next comment for us?
Well, this comes from John Sislow from the
Josh Sislow.
What did I say, John?
You said John.
Josh, my bad. He says that he is super excited about them releasing this console, that he never owned an NES since they were a Sega family, but his best friend at the time had an NES. He is excited to play games that I never got to play and play those again that he did play. He did have a question, though, and he wasn't able to find out, but will it read cartridges? Because if it could, that would be cool. Or will there be another way to go beyond the 30 games included? Scouring the archives of, you know, everything having to do with this console, unfortunately, there are no abilities to read the cartridges. Everything is built in, and the 30 means 30, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the one downside about this. Well, there's a second one we'll talk about in just a second. But yeah, you get your 30 games. You can't plug in any old cartridges. You can't download any others. That's all you get. Yep. But still, it's $60. It's hard to argue that and complain about it. So. Exactly. There's over 600 of them. Actually, Rob, you'll appreciate this. I collect these. I've got over 600 of them at home right now. I still have the original console, so I can still play them. It's not like you don't have the option to play those old ones. You just can't play it on the new one. So, and even if you want one of the originals, they're like $50. So they're getting up there though. They're getting harder and harder to find. So, another community member, Andrew Jack, says, "I'm excited for it to come out. I plan on buying 2. The only concern I have is the 4-foot length of wire for the controller. I think we're kind of spoiled nowadays with the wireless technology that we got with our controllers.
Yes.
We're not used to being tethered to the console like we were when we were kids.
Right.
But yeah, 4 feet seems really small. I'm a good 6 or 8 feet from my TV. You know, I got a big 52-inch screen, so I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to have to like rig the console so it's right next to my couch or something.
Well, I think the beauty of that is what the HDMI connection is. Like those come in all sizes, 10 feet, 50 feet, whatever. So you can compensate for that. So that shouldn't be a big deal.
Absolutely.
Mike Miller has talked about that the NES is the greatest console ever made in the history of gaming, and that he absolutely cannot wait for this to drop. He predicts a day one sellout and a frenzy like we haven't seen since old ladies were boxing over the last Cabbage Patch Kid at Children's Palace. Okay. The bigger question is, will the NES Classic Controller Series include the Max and Advantage at some point? The Nintendo website hints there may be more than just the regular controller. Now, all I've seen for sure is that the Wii Pro controllers will be compatible with this unit. So you have the current gen type controller styles, analogs. You will be able to play with these games. I haven't seen anything about the Max and Advantage, and I had an Advantage. I had the big joint. Oh,
I've got one I actually bought like in the past couple of years, but I have one in my collection.
That is my go-to. So if they did, that'd be great.
But speaking of it being a frenzy, have you pre-ordered one yet?
No.
I pre-ordered one. Apparently Target is my friend recently because I got one on reserve at Target right now. I'm kind of like him, or excuse me, like Andrew, who's talking about buying 2. The idea of having one wrapped and keeping, I'm that guy that does those.
You are that guy. That is true.
But speaking of controllers, Ethan Langford also wrote in and asked a question. Will there be wireless controllers via Bluetooth, plug-in receiver, etc.? And if not, is it possible for third-party support, or is that blocked? Now, knowing Nintendo, it's probably blocked. Let's be honest.
Probably,
right? But as of right now, there's no word on any of that. Like he said, Ethan, Nintendo was hinting at it, but with as tight-lipped as they've been about things, especially with the NX lately, we're kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now.
I would like to think that they would address that once the games get played and people get familiar with, like, hey, why don't you do this? That they would do that, but time will tell.
Absolutely.
All right. Lastly, Jonathan Spears says that he's excited for it. It will be a great starter console for the kids. He started with the SNES, and then it was perfect, and not too many buttons, not super graphic content. He sees them selling like hotcakes. A great price point, too, for people to get back into games.
I couldn't agree more. My only issue with the console itself is I wish it had a RCA. What do you call those cables? I wish it had that option. And I'll tell you why. Because I actually have video game consoles in my classroom, in my first grade classroom. They use it for indoor recess and stuff. This would be an awesome thing to show my kids These are the games that Mr. Clark played when he was a kid. You know
It's the public school system. They don't have anything beyond RCA TVs.
Well, I have a smart board in my classroom, which is like a giant touchscreen, and it doesn't take HDMI.
Oh.
So I don't have anything HDMI. If this only takes HDMI, I can't do that.
Too bad you don't know a tech guy that can hook you up.
Oh, yeah, like a little converter adapter or something? Man, that'd be awesome. So what about you? You're obviously excited, but...
Yes, very much.
He started with the SNES. I'm excited for someone that hasn't played these to go back and see how they hold up as someone that's playing them for the first time.
And you know, as mentioned, it's interesting that you mentioned as a great starter console for the kids, because when we were kids, this was it. This was our Xbox One. You know, this was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you know, anybody gamers that have kids now that you want to start them on the system, I think it's a great starting point to kind of get them to the concept of video games and how they work before blasting them with such graphic content, violent content that could be in these games that everybody worries about, that these games had never ever crossed that threshold. So I think that's a great starter point for them.
Totally. I think the difficulty spike might be something though, because I feel like modern games really do kind of hold your hand a little bit more than they did back in the day. And so they're not going to have to worry about the password systems. They can do a safe whenever they want to. So they have that. But
they've got it too good now. We didn't have any of this. It's too good for them.
Right. We had to figure it out. If you didn't get the instruction manual in the rental from the video store, you had no idea how to play the game. You just had to figure it out.
And if you did, it was a treasure trove. Yeah. Oh my God, it was the best thing ever.
Thankfully, there were only 2 buttons to have to figure out.
Oh, thank God for that.
I actually read an interesting story a few months ago about a guy that decided to raise his kid, introducing them to video games the same way that he was introduced to them. So he actually started them on the Atari 2600 and then the NES and SNES and worked his way up into modern consoles. And there were people that wrote in and were complaining and calling it like child abuse or something like that. Like he wouldn't allow them to play current games. He made them play the original old school games. What do you think about that?
My eyes are rolling over and over again. I'm getting dizzy. But to mention what you're talking about with the Atari, when you talk about the Atari, because this isn't something new that's in the video game community. There have been other systems like the Atari 2600 that had the classic controller that in itself had, 50 games built into it. I think Sega did one of those too.
They've got another one coming out too as well.
So but I've never seen one just explode like this one, I think, is going to. And the marketing behind it, it's been more like internet-based than anything else, but it's out there.
I mean, I've seen people post this on Facebook that I didn't even know played video games today, much less back in the day, and they're excited about it. This is going to be huge. This is going to be the toy item for Christmas this year. And
can you imagine that something that's over 30 years old is going to be the hot item for Christmas? That's great. That's great.
Good. Well, thank you to everybody who wrote in. We had Ethan, Andrew, Brandon, Mike, Jonathan, and Josh. Thanks so much for the comments. We do appreciate it. But that is going to do it for this episode of The Gaming Outsider. I'd like to thank my special guest, Chris, for being here.
Absolutely fantastic.
Let me give Chris a round of applause. He came all the way down here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And until next time, I'm Scott Clark. I'm with The Gaming Outsider, and I'd like to remind you one more time, there's no such thing as a bad game, just games that aren't for you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Great job. Thank you. Wow, that's loud. Okay, we're going to shift gears here. Who do we have next? Is it Blacklist? Is it Westworld? Is it Hollywood? All right, all the above. So we've got Troy's World. A lot more coming up in a moment. Thank you, guys. That was awesome. Let's see. On the tables are the email sign-up. If you want to sign up for our email list, sign up. I said it 3 times in that sentence, so it should count for something. We have a donation box if you want to support Southgate Media Group. It's right there next to Jacob. He doesn't bite, so feel free to donate there. That'll help us get a GoPro so we don't have to junk around with all this electronics that we're messing around with. And grab one of our programs too. It lists all the shows that we're on today. We have a lot more coming up. We're going till 9:30 tonight. Jump on social media, share it with your friends, and if you want to hashtag it, if you want to be on Twitter and you want to use the hashtag, we're using SMG Podathon 2016. All right, I'm going to step out so you guys can jump in.
That's awfully close. Hi, I'm Aaron Peterson. This is Troy Heinrichs.
Hello.
There you go. And we are waiting for Troy. We're playing a game called Waiting for Troy. And if you look at the screen, we can get Troy's iTunes password. That's fine. I don't need to see your picture, but that's cool.
That's just because I'm sexier. Yeah. Like that. Oh my gosh, we got one here. We got 4 over there.
We have our faces on the screen. I just wanted logos, but Troy apparently thought you needed to see us twice, or 6 times, as it were.
That's because we're famous.
We're not famous.
Or at least I am.
Now let's talk about the blacklist first. So why don't you start it and explain why you're being braggadocious?
Why braggadocious?
Braggadocious.
I still can't even say that word. I know how Trump
What
said
is
it.
the blacklist exposed? Hi. Again, hi, Mom.
Yes, the Blacklist Exposed is a fan podcast.
It's an after show.
That comes on after the Blacklist. This week was a big episode on Thursday night for those that saw it. We are still anxiously waiting to put out our actual podcast for today, which we'll be editing after we're done here. But we have some exciting stuff on that show. We actually have talked to the creator, John Bokenkamp, a few times. We've actually been out to LA and sat in his office and chatted with him.
We haven't. Troy has.
Troy has. I have. They actually,
Yeah. There is we.
He yells at me all the time for not including him and stuff.
Yeah. We, as in Troy Heinrichs.
Yeah. We, because our show is so awesome, got invited to go out to LA to talk to Sony.
You go.
So I went out to represent us.
Honesty is important.
To go out and actually do a behind-the-scenes Season 4 preview show that they actually distributed internationally on YouTube for everybody that's a fan of the Blacklist. So you can check that out on YouTube. It's called Behind the Blacklist Season 4. And with that, we're in Season 4.
Because we're basically, we're not going to do a whole lot of in-depth talking of the show like we normally would. We don't really need to do that while we're here because honestly, we don't have enough time. That's right. We're going to do about 15 minutes of each one.
We already talked about it for 2 hours this morning already.
Yeah, we have done that. It's way too much Blacklist for any human being to consume. So tell when you're invited over to Sony to discuss the Blacklist, what exactly were they looking for specifically from us, from going outside and actually bringing in fans, super fans like Troy Heinrichs?
Exactly.
Not we.
Not we.
They didn't bring we in.
Me.
Yeah.
It's a W turned upside down.
There you go.
What they wanted for this concept was they wanted to hear, because the Blacklist is in its 4th season, and at this point, the people that are watching the Blacklist are watching the Blacklist. There's not picking up any brand new, I'm sitting down for Season 4, Episode 1 at that moment. Right? There might be people.
Although we should. First 3 seasons are
really
Netflix.
Freaking good this
Netflix
season.
kids.
Yeah, absolutely. So they wanted us to come out and say, okay, if we want to entice the people that are going to watch Season 4, who are those people? Well, that's the current fan base. And who better to know the current fan base than the people that talk to the fans on a regular basis every single week.
Yeah.
Well, you do that part.
Yeah.
So they called us up and said, hey, come on out here, interview the two guys, John Bokenkamp, John Eisendrath, try to get something out of them, try to rip out a nugget that we can use for this promotional video. And we actually talked about what's called the theory camps, which was actually something that Sony really, really liked because we shared one of our crazy theories with them, my crazy theory.
Yeah, because it's stupid.
And that's what got us on TV.
I mean, it's insightful and interesting. What is your crazy theory?
My crazy theory, for those that have seen the Blacklist, that Reddington is the main character. He wants to work with Elizabeth Keene, the special agent, and people have thought over the time that maybe Red might be Liz's father. I said the reason why he's not the father is because he's potentially the mother incognito.
Yeah, he said sex change. That's what he's saying.
That's what I said.
Yeah. See, Chris is like, yeah, that's nuts.
It's a theory.
That's what a theory is. Yeah.
That's an interesting theory.
What just happened? Did you just?
That's my Fight Club. That was my Edward Norton.
Oh, okay.
That's an interesting theory.
Well, so what exactly happened when you actually sat down in a room with John Eisendrath and John Bokenkamp?
That experience was actually really, really crazy because you sit down and you're in the writer's room. There's all of this information around you that, one, you're kind of like, I'm going to look at all that. Oh my gosh, I want to look at all that. That's all the answers I've been looking for as a fan. And then you're like, well, no, I don't want to see it. I want to experience the show. I want to be able to enjoy it as it happens. And when we actually went through that experience, it's kind of visceral in that because then you realize I'm here in this room and we have this great responsibility now because I might have seen some things that I probably shouldn't have seen. And I can't talk about
Did
those
you actually
things.
see anything you shouldn't have seen?
I saw maybe two
You can't
things.
say what they are because
No,
you'll be killed or
no,
something.
but I can tell you there is a board and there is a plan and there is a map.
Did you see anything cool?
I didn't see anything cool. It's written in such small print that even if I wanted to, I'd have to get a magnifying glass to read it.
It's really too bad.
Yes, but there was,
Really, your trip
there
is
was a-
worthless for
I'm
me.
saying there was a plan, there was a map, and they have thought it out ahead. So
Okay.
trust the writers. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Now, from there, we also were treated to an interview with one of the stars. So why don't you talk about
Oh no,
that?
you talk. That was all you. So I'm gonna ask you, Aaron. So last season there was this
This
interesting.
big Hollywood shooter. I think the interviewer is never the big Hollywood shooter.
But the reason we got the interview was specifically because of Aaron's words, and we had a chance to interview John Bokenkamp midway through season 3, right about the time one of the stars on the show, Megan Boone, got pregnant, and the fans had this visceral reaction. They wanted to know, is the baby going to be part of the show? Is the baby going to be part of the show? Aaron, being as all modest as he is, said that we're not going to talk about the baby at all when we talked to John Bokenkamp. We didn't. And then people started yelling us and sending us hate mail because we didn't do that.
Yes, they did. They were very, very mad about this. What's that? Yeah. Oh, we got a lot of
We
mail.
got a lot of mail
A lot of
about it.
mail.
And so we opened up.
Why don't you guys talk about the baby?
That's what they all read. And that's how I read it. In that voice, that's how I heard
That's
it.
exactly how it sounded.
Why
on
don't you
Facebook.
talk
It
about the
sounds
baby?
just like that on Facebook.
Yeah, Lily Anderson did write. He wrote every letter. Yeah.
On the very next episode, we interview Amir Arison, who plays Aram on the show, and Aaron opened up the podcast, and we completely forgot about this. Aaron opened
I
up.
didn't even know what she was talking about when she told me.
I know.
She apparently, Megan Boone listened to literally one episode of the Blacklist Exposed, and that was Amir Arison's interview, who plays Aram, and heard that we discussed that we weren't going to talk about her being pregnant. That's literally all we said in the episode.
We said congratulations.
We said congratulations,
it.
and that was it. But we weren't going to talk about it until it's actually part of the show. We're not going to discuss it on the podcast because I
Megan
I think
Boone's
it's-
pregnancy is Megan Boone's pregnancy.
Yeah.
It's not Liz's pregnancy.
don't even know why I'm talking. Why don't you just finish?
Keep going.
Anyway, so yeah, her pregnancy. I'm a big believer in celebrities' personal lives are their personal lives. I don't need to know about them. I don't really care, honestly. But I also know I'm a dad. I wouldn't want my business all over the place. So apparently, she listened to that. She was very appreciative of that, and she made a note, right? A note to contact us when season 4 started because she felt that that was such a nice gesture and gentlemanly in this culture of talk about everybody's private business that she wanted to come on the show and help promote the Blacklist through us.
Now, mind you, that was 9 months ago that she made that
Roughly
note.
the equation of a baby.
Yeah, literally the equation of a baby. But to remember that was super, super cool, especially for two guys from Chicago sitting in a basement. Or greater Chicago, greater Chicago. in
Roughly
your
Chicago
case.
area
Yeah.
vicinity.
Northeast
More
Illinois.
like Rockford I'm from, and that's apparently top 10 most dangerous city in the world or something right now. So, or country, not world.
Yeah, so we had
I'm sure
Megan.
Beirut still wins.
Exactly. Megan Boone was on the podcast. Amir's been on the podcast. Dembe, Hisham Tafweek has been on the podcast. So if
You said
you're
his name way better than I ever have.
Hisham Tafweek. That's
Yeah.
because he actually did a liner for us, and that's how I know how to say it.
This is Hisham Tawfiq. That's what he sounds like.
Yeah.
He's a very cool dude
Very basic too. Very basic.
and dangerous.
And the ladies on Facebook
hero.
sounded like when they heard his voice, they just kind of fainted.
I did the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Your camera's not on. I don't know if that matters. Do you guys need?
Well, okay.
Good.
Yeah, then we can look over here now.
I don't know where we're supposed to look. Where are we supposed to look?
Sweet. As long as I don't have to look at you, I'm good.
We're not used to doing this in together.
Person, yeah.
Which I really prefer than the wall. Can we get a wall? Just like some kind of barrier would be fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna put my tab
Yeah,
on.
there you go.
We'll do that. Okay, so we had an interview, but we ended up having that interview with Megan Boone, and she came on. She was going to talk for 30 minutes. She ended up on an hour and 15, I think.
Yes, she did.
She actually, we gave her plenty of opportunity. Almost pushed her out the door because we didn't want to. We wanted her to come back someday.
Yes, yes.
And but she insisted on staying through and talking a lot more in depth and probably a lot more, I think, than even she had planned. So
yeah, and because of that, the fans reacted.
They loved it.
Very positive.
Loved it.
Very positive.
Which is, on the visceral world of Twitter and the internet, kind words don't usually happen consistently. And people, I haven't seen a bad statement about it.
Not a single one.
All positive stuff.
And I think that translates into season 4 and the things we're seeing from Megan in her acting. And she's channeling all that.
Yes, and she's really become the ass kicker. She's not really. She's very self-reliant. She's getting away from the whole save me thing and becoming the character I think a lot of people wanted to see her become.
Which is great.
Now, I think that's a good transition into Beyond Westworld.
Oh my gosh! Tomorrow night,
which is our other after show fan podcast.
Yeah, your after show fan podcast.
It's ours.
No,
it's ours because you're going to do some work.
It was just like, I'm swamped. Can you help me?
Pretty much, but you're going to do it too.
You make me do all this Blacklist work. Now you got to get this other show that I want to do.
Pretty much. So who here is going to watch Westworld when it comes on HBO tomorrow? So just the back room.
How about you guys on the internet? Raise your hands. Okay,
No?
can't see you, but yeah, I know your hands are up.
The kids in the back, you should not ever watch it.
Yeah.
From what I've understood.
Ooh.
Yeah. It sounds
Maybe when you're 30, it sounds like. Not even 21.
So why don't you tell people what the original movie was about? Because you love to talk about androids.
I love to talk about androids. I am part android. I actually have a plate in my brain.
Everyone knows, Troy. You don't have to
Yes.
tell them.
1973, Michael Crichton, and this is the greatest story in the world. This guy writes one book and creates. He wrote 2 books.
Maybe not best story in the whole wide world. I mean, there's got to be at least 3 better.
For me going to LA, best story in the world. Michael Crichton, this is his best story in the
You're
world.
humble bragging.
Right?
That's,
But Michael Crichton writes 2 books, one of which becomes a made-for-TV movie. His only directorial effort is on the small screen, and a major motion picture studio in MGM gives him the kingdom to create a film that is literally going to save the studio called Westworld in 1973. 1973 movie is basically humans can purchase for the mere price of $1,000 a day the ability to do whatever they want inside of a theme park. And that theme park consists of Roman world, medieval world, and Westworld, a Western town concept. And so James Brolin, father of one Josh Brolin,
correct.
is acting in this film and brings in his friend, I can't remember the actor's name, but the character's name is Peter, and they come to the park to have a go at it and see what happens. Well, they happen to be at the park.
It was Richard Benjamin.
Richard Benjamin, yes, correct. And they're in the park, and things go bad, and the computers, for the first time in the world, about that time in the real world, experience the first ever computer virus. So they work that into the show, and they have the androids go haywire, the safeties all fail, and now the androids are basically attacking the humans. It is literally the precursor to Terminator.
Yeah, it really is. Has anybody even seen this movie?
Oh,
sweet. Wow,
Even
we're in
better.
a community of people that appreciate.
Okay, so now
see Future World?
Who's seen Future World?
I actually liked Future World. All right, so tell me what Future World is. We actually had a sequel, and Yul Brynner
Yes.
made a cameo, which is,
It's not even close to a
I think he
cameo.
got a check and he left. That was it.
Yes, Future World is The follow-up, the bad stuff happens, of course, at the park in the first movie. So there's a PR campaign to get all these reporters and world leaders to come to the park the second time. Westworld is now closed. They open up Future World, which is an expansion to the park. And as they go through their time there, we find out that there's a nefarious thing that's going on. The creator, the scientist of the park, is stealing humans as they come into the park and downloading their consciousness into the androids and putting them back in the real world so that they can take over. And I thought, well, that's an interesting concept. That's actually more concept that was in the first movie.
Well, I think the first movie was trying to be a pretty straightforward thriller. Do you think that, which concept did you end up liking better?
I kind of like the second movie concept better. I like the acting better in the first one, even though it was Peter Fonda, which is okay, but
Peter Fonda. Oh, in the sequel.
In the sequel,
yeah.
In Future World.
I like the concept of the second one a lot better. And that led us to a fantastic television series called Beyond Westworld, hark the name.
5 episodes, only
5
3
episodes.
aired on television, and of course it was on CBS
None
network.
of them should have ever aired.
Never.
It was
ever.
an awful TV
Horrible.
show. I think, it's a product of its time, so, yes, even back then, it was awful. I don't think it was a very well done product. I don't think they had an idea what they wanted to do, but we, of course, lovingly took the name.
We did. And it actually,
I don't know why we did that.
It did introduce a new concept, though, because the thing that was behind the theme park was a company by the name of Delos, D-E-L-O-S. And in the TV show, Delos became a full-fledged corporation. And so
it was a corporation in the original movie.
Yeah, I guess I suppose it was. But it was more about the theme park. It wasn't this true evil menace.
It was Disney World in the original movie.
Exactly. So now we have this corporation behind it. We now have experienced some viral marketing from HBO on this Delos Corporation off of the discoverwestworld.com website. And I think tying those things together, they're actually taking the entire franchise, weaving that into this new narrative, but they're telling it from a completely different perspective.
Okay. So that brings us finally to the Westworld TV series.
Which starts tomorrow night at
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock for
Eastern,
those Eastern,
8
Pacific,
o'clock
8 o'clock
Central.
for all of you in the room.
8 o'clock Central on HBO. And they're really kind of combining a few elements. What it seems like is we're going to get a story told from the host point of view, which are the androids. They're called hosts now. And we're also going to get the humans point of view, the tourists. But we also get a third story where we're going to get some behind-the-scene players. And Anthony Hopkins actually stars as the creator.
Dr. Robert Ford.
Yes, Dr. Robert Ford, the creator of this park and this world. And Jeffrey Wright stars as, I believe, he's the inventor.
Yeah, he's like the guy that created the process.
Right. So we're going to follow them. We're going to follow the androids as they develop their own consciousness. And whether it's going to be a glitch in the system, so to speak, or is it going to be
purposeful programming?
Purposeful programming, yeah. So what are you expecting to see? I know we've only got a few minutes here, and then we're going to go into a remake, but what do you expect to see tomorrow on the season premiere? When you get that first episode of a series, I think Game of Thrones is the one people are comparing it to quite a bit because it's on HBO and it's going to have an adult
content.
narrative, yeah. Content, yeah.
Very adult content.
Very
because
adult
remember,
content.
The premise of the show is that you're a human that can go to this park and do whatever you want.
Yeah, and there are no repercussions. So it's basically a free-for-all.
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 Yes.
So when you have an initial episode to a series like this, what do you need to get out of it?
The number one thing you have to get when you start off a brand new TV series is character development. We have to come in right away and know who are all the players, why are they there, and what's the purpose for them to continue existing into the second episode. That's really the key to get this story moving. And then, of course, great scenery, great perspective, great open wide shots to establish the content and the area. I think those are really the two big things, establishing shots and character development.
And all the reviews I've read of the premiere are fantastic.
Except for the one.
Except for one. So it's like that Toy Story 3 thing where there's that one guy who's like, I didn't like it. And that same voice that wrote us about.
That's apparently how Facebook sounds for everybody.
That's basically when people whine, that's how I hear them. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious for you. I know how I see it. All I want is something deeper and a little darker than the movie was. Because as Troy alluded to, the original movie was a great movie. It's a classic, and I love it to death. But
and there's a lot of other things that owe their legacies to
Absolutely.
it.
I mean, it's really a precursor for Terminator and a lot of other science fiction films. But in terms of a series, I don't think that concept can sustain itself that way, because it's really it boils down to a chase movie. It's a chase movie. It's the android loses it, chases everybody else. That's really what it is.
With no dialogue for almost a half an hour.
It's Yul Brynner. He doesn't need dialogue. He just needs a gorgeous
That's
bald
true.
head.
He didn't have any in Magnificent Seven either.
No, he doesn't need
Couple
hair,
words
man.
and that's
Some
it.
people don't need hair. I'm not one of them. I need hair. So for the television series, I need more. I need something that's going to drive me forward. I can't have just rampaging androids. So what do you want to get out of it?
I really want to see, because the concept was humans can do whatever they want to these robots, and it's the age
You
of...
want to see them do some despicable things?
I personally do not want to see the humans do despicable things to the robots.
I do. Who wants to see despicable?
This is where my delicate frailties of actually doing this podcast come into play.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that necessarily. What I want to see is the exploration of the concept of when does life or consciousness happen. So because humans are doing this, and we talked about this in our 4th episode of the podcast, is that...
we had 4 episodes and the show isn't even on yet.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Kids are raised by their parents, and the experiences children have from their parents literally determine how their existence is going to be as they go forward. So if I'm a robot who has no existence until that moment, and now these humans are doing these things to these robots, does the robot not rise up or become damaged or whatever because of those experiences? And does that not then create life in a way? And I think that's the exploration of the show that Nolan and Lisa Joy and J.J. Abrams are trying to evolve onto us.
Somebody's got a really cool ringtone. What was that?
I was like so deep, and then it was like...
What's that? A Kahoot?
Gotcha.
I don't know what that means.
I would say we're in cahoots, but you want a wall between us.
I really do. Yeah, I do want a wall. So it's tomorrow. It's coming up pretty quick. I'm pretty excited. And I'm kind of curious, we're live at an event. What is the most deplorable thing you guys would want to do if you went to a theme park like this? Anybody want to fess up? Nothing too naughty. No, I mean, I'm just...
No, confession comes after you tell us what you want to do. Yeah, anything.
Yeah, if you could do anything you want.
No.
You would put bubbles in the fountain? You can go crazier than that at this one.
You're the reason why Westworld has cholera, because now everybody's drinking out of the well.
Maybe a heist, rob a bank?
Well, she likes medieval things.
She likes medieval things?
Sword fighting and all of that.
A joust? Would you joust somebody? You could guarantee kill them?
Eat a giant turkey leg? Yeah.
You
Oh,
get
sword
into
fight
a
with the
sword
king.
fight with a king.
Take over the kingdom is what I heard.
Young lady, you probably can't go to this park. Because they,
There'd be a great post you could have like really lofty, high-brow politicians. They're so out of touch with their people that they have to live in their neighborhood.
oh, nice. I like
The
it.
streets aren't paved with gold down here, apparently.
Make the politicians live with the people. That'll never happen. That's an imaginary park.
With their insurance.
with their
Exactly.
insurance and this conversation's taking a turn. It's going somewhere.
Debate 2, 2016.
Exactly. Wow. So we've got to wrap up this version because we're going to move into our next podcast. So what do you want to say in closing? Like what are you most excited about for tomorrow? Is it tomorrow night? Tomorrow night. I don't know what day it is anymore.
Yeah, no. I am really excited to see if J.J. Abrams can pull off another miracle, because for some reason
Yes,
he's like
he is an executive producer.
he's like Midas, right? Anything he touches for some reason turns to gold. Like, even though Force Awakens, and I know we'll probably get castrated for this one, where
Don't say we. This is your opinion.
The Force Awakens was basically the 4th movie retold a different way.
No, it wasn't. It's still awesome.
It was still awesome,
but it was totally a remake. Yeah.
It was totally a remake. So I think that's it. I just want to see if J.J. Abrams can strike gold once again. If he can do that with what the Nolans are bringing forth to the screen. Nolan said in that Rolling Stone interview, if you saw, losing my train of thought now, my Matthew McConaughey movie,
Dog? I don't know.
Interstellar.
Oh, Interstellar.
Yes. If Interstellar is on this end of the spectrum, on Aaron's left, then
Then I want to go on the right.
And those that have not seen Interstellar, it's about life and family and love of your daughter, and it's very uplifting.
And
at
it's
the
very
end.
all right.
Yeah. Those high school girls. So if Interstellar is on Aaron's far, 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 far left, Westworld is my far, 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 far right. That's the difference we're talking about. Hope is on that side. Not so much hope over here.
And you think J.J. Abrams is going to lift it because he's involved? It'll go to a different degree.
It definitely will not be beyond Westworld from CBS in 1980. That's for sure.
This is true. At the very, very end of the show, do you think everybody will be dead?
I think there'll be one.
They'll be dead and they'll be going to an imaginary cloud.
There'll be one human standing.
Interesting.
I'm avoiding your question.
Good call. Good call. I think it's going to do it. Make sure if you are a fan of Blacklist, you can listen to the Blacklist Exposed. Go to theblacklistexposed.com. If you're looking forward to Westworld and you're looking for a podcast to listen to an after show, then beyondwestworldpodcast.com or just find Beyond Westworld on your, hi mom, podcast app of choice. I'm just going to keep saying hi mom. And dad, because he feels left out if I don't. So
That's right. It was his birthday.
it was his birthday, and happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday. Hey. So now we're going to take a minute to get set up.
Rearrange.
And then we are going to remake this movie right. And that's basically where we take a movie that is being remade currently or being spun off, however you look at it. And we look at what we loved or didn't love about the original. And then we also go into how we would remake it. So if we could do whatever we wanted with it, how would we remake it? And we'll probably have some audience participation at some point in that. Okay?
All right.
To do that, are you ready to
Is there
go?
anything you need to say while Amanda comes up here? All right. We're going to put her
I'm
in
going
the
to move
middle.
this camera because we're having our co-host, Amanda Sink, come up here. Give a nice applause for Amanda. She looks lovely.
Yes.
Oh, you just kicked the chair and it sounded.
I didn't kick the can.
Grab a microphone. This one, whichever one has a cord. There you go. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
I am
Good.
way too close to this camera. So, do you want to snuggle?
See, that's why I sat down here, because he says my head is really that big. That's why I make it look smaller on the camera.
No, we're good. We're fine. Hi, Mom. Again.
All right, I'll snuggle with you.
Boom in the shot. Boom in the shot. Perfect.
I think it's great. I'm not even looking at it. Whoa, no, because now I'm not part of it. Hi.
Which is exactly what I like to do to Aaron every time we talk about stuff. Cut him out.
Okay. I don't have to keep looking at it, though, right? Which
Yeah,
one goes on YouTube? Which
yeah.
one goes on YouTube?
I'll look at this one. You look at that one.
That one goes on
That
YouTube.
one's on it.
Periscope, YouTube. Facebook.
Oh,
my
Facebook
God, we're
Live.
everywhere.
Oh, hey.
Wow.
Here.
Hello.
Wait, does that mean I got to share it, right? Before we
You're gonna
start?
do that right now?
Sure, why not? Where's it at? Is that on the
What are you doing?
marathon page there, Rob? Is that where you're sharing it from, or are you sharing it from yours? The Facebook, where's that sharing from?
Troy loves to watch himself.
The main Southgate Media Group page.
I'll find it eventually.
Secret group, that one?
Well, he's being an idiot.
I don't see it.
What we're going to do is we're going to remake this movie right, and we're
I'll share it
going
and
to,
I'll share
if
yours.
there's any time left, we'll do a little Hollywood Outsider at the end. Both can be found at thehollywoodoutsiders.com
Or at remakethismovie.com.
or at remakethismovie.com. Either one will take it to the same place. But thehollywoodoutsiders.com and remakethismovie.com are the main websites. Remake This Movie Right is a podcast where we kind of, well, I'll talk about that in a second. Are you ready to go?
I'm
Or are you
ready.
still looking for yourself?
No, I'm getting my notes.
Okay.
I guess I'm more old school than you. I wrote it down.
What's that?
I said I guess I'm more old school than him. I
I'm
wrote
an
it down.
environmentalist. I like
Okay.
trees.
So here's what it is. Remake This Movie Right is a show that takes an original film that has an actual remake in the works, figure out what still clicks and what doesn't. We try to throw a little bit of humor at it, and then we determine exactly how Hollywood should remake it. So by the end of each
or
episode,
they get to choose how to remake it today. You're live.
to a degree,
To a degree.
yeah. But by the end of each episode, we will have the remake ready to roll for Hollywood execs and presented to you in movie trailer form. We are here to tell Hollywood how to remake this movie right. The best way to look at the show is it's basically while you and your friends are sitting around complaining about how the latest remake got everything wrong.
Like Ghostbusters.
I like
Whoa.
Ghostbusters was really good. So
I
did you
liked
actually
it.
see
You
it?
said you said it was good. Everybody else that paid
Hold
for
on.
it said no.
Did you
Let's
see it?
push you.
I didn't say I didn't like it or like it. I just said it was bad because nobody paid for it.
Well, that doesn't make it bad.
tanked.
Lots of
It
movies.
tanked.
Lots of movies don't do well that are very good.
It tanked.
Big Trouble in Little China, Escape from New York, anything with Kurt Russell.
China didn't even see it. It was that bad.
Okay. Well, you might remember him from our Magnificent Seven, Logan's Run and Independence Day episodes. He's the guy who thinks Ocean's 11 can only be improved by adding androids, Troy Heinrichs.
Hey, how are you doing, Sir Aaron?
And for those that don't remember her or aren't familiar, Amanda Sink was on our Blade, Charlie's Angels, and Pet Sematary episodes, and she honestly thinks Nathan Fillion is better than George Clooney.
He
Amanda
is.
Sink, he's not.
It's true.
Who said it's true?
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Look, we got hands. It wasn't even just
That
one
is not
person.
correct.
I agree with Amanda.
You think Nathan Fillion is better than George Clooney?
I do.
He's a stud.
George Clooney is dreamy.
He's old.
So, Patrick Dempsey.
Everybody gets old.
Patrick Dempsey
Troy.
is dreamy.
You're old.
He literally is dreamy.
Okay, so how's everybody doing? Excited? We are live at the Blue Box in Elgin, Illinois. And for this episode, we are remaking Ocean's 11, which itself was a remake.
Just because you love George Clooney, that's why.
Because I what?
Because you love George Clooney.
No, that's not why.
So what if
That's
the
being
audience
mean.
decides that they want Nathan?
Yeah, what if
Fillion?
Nathan Fillion actually gets in there?
What if the audience decides they want Nathan Fillion?
Yeah.
We'll take a revote. It's just like a real election.
I think we'll just kick you out.
We'll just keep going until they get the people they want.
How does the show
Yes, we
work?
have an electoral college here at the Blue Box Cafe. So absolutely. Basically, here's what Ocean's 11, and we're looking at it more from the modern version, not the Frank Sinatra version from the 60s. We're talking about the George Clooney version. What are you doing?
Turn it on.
Yeah, turn it on.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. All right.
Speak into it.
I'm speaking into it. I already spoke.
Can you guys hear?
Is this better?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, fresh out of prison, Danny Ocean has his sights set on the biggest heist Las Vegas has ever seen. So he gathers 11 thieves to steal $150 million from 3 casinos on one night, all as part of his essential revenge on Terry Benedict, the man who is now dating Danny's ex-wife. It was directed by Steven Soderbergh. It was Ocean's 11 had one of the strongest casts, I think, in film history. Honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely.
It had Clooney, it had Brad Pitt, it had Matt, who's single, ladies, if you guys are looking. Matt Damon, Julia Roberts, Affleck, Khan, Gould, Reiner, it just keeps going. There's a lot of
Cheadle?
names. What's that?
Don Cheadle?
Cheadle.
I thought you said Cheetos at first. I was like, I don't
Yes,
think that's part of the
it had
cast.
I haven't
Cheetos.
eaten lunch yet. I'm hungry.
It had Cheetos. Initial thoughts. Who saw this movie when it came out in the theater? Oh,
2001,
thank God.
correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're old. It was 15 years ago. So this is its basically 15th year anniversary. So what were your initial thoughts when you first saw the movie? Is it something you were excited about? Is it something you really didn't know anything about? What?
I thought it was great. I mean, like we've just previously discussed, the casting is perfect. There's
Fuck
not
into it.
there's not much better casting with a group of folks that are going to pull something off. They all work really well. They all bounce off each other pretty good, and the whole setup worked. The idea of how they were going to pull this off, a con within a con, I think all of it kind of worked really well. So
Did you see it in the theater or did you see it on
I
video?
believe I did, but I mean, I've seen it multiple times outside of the theater, but I do believe I saw that and the two follow in theater as well.
The 2 follow-ups? We don't count
We don't count
Ocean's
those.
12 at all.
12 didn't exist.
13 was good.
13 was
13
okay.
was
Yeah.
good,
Ocean's 12
Yeah.
was
but 11
different.
was the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you think, Troy?
I actually love the fact that in order to pull off a job like this, you need the team. And even though the team is cast really well, the team itself was actually made up of people that they already knew, and they had to find people that they didn't know in order to actually make this work. So to put your trust in somebody you didn't know for a job this big, I thought was a really interesting message that the movie was sending when they actually find the greaser, right? The acrobatic guy.
The acrobat guy.
Yep. I can't remember his character's name, but he's the greaser.
He's the greaser.
I know
That's
that
the way to look
much.
at it. I remember seeing it when it came out because I had a huge man crush on George Clooney.
Still do.
Still do.
No, he's getting old. That's what you guys keep telling me.
He still looks good. He's just not Nathan Fillion.
He's about 100 pounds less than Nathan Fillion. But,
He definitely is.
Nathan Fillion ate the castle. I'm a big fan of the original. I actually like the original film with Sinatra. I know most people haven't even seen it, but I really did like it. It was kind of a cool concept at that time. to have, Frank and Dean and Sammy Davis Jr. and have them all together in a heist movie. And then they have George Clooney put together basically a new Rat Pack by having Brad Pitt and Matt Damon and having everybody involved and having that cast. Usually when you get that huge ensemble, I don't think it works most of the time. Most of the time, I think it gets overwhelmed with star power. It gets overwhelmed with machismo.
Too clustered.
Yeah, it's too clustered and too many egos, honestly, to be perfectly honest. Everybody wants their screen time. I think they really did a great job, a masterful job of making a film that blended everything seamlessly and made the story the focus as opposed to the stars. That's what I liked about it. We always have a little bit of trivia before we get into what we love or didn't love about the original movie, kind of just for people that maybe didn't even know that this kind of thing happened. So here's a couple fun facts, I thought. Matt Damon's part as Linus Caldwell, the pickpocket, was actually meant for Mark Wahlberg. He turned it down in order to star in Planet of the Apes.
That worked out well.
Yeah, well, it was a good move for us, as far as I'm concerned. So
yeah,
I don't know if I would have enjoyed Wahlberg as much as I did Matt Damon.
Well, they're kind of like twins. People confuse them sometimes, don't they?
No,
Yeah.
no,
not
no one,
even remotely.
no one even ever confuses
The
them.
One
general
has great
audience,
abs,
Matt
one
Damon,
doesn't.
The general audience might confuse them if
maybe.
you saw them
Matt
very
Damon's,
quickly.
Matt Damon's an actor. Mark Wahlberg, he models underwear and he appears in some stuff.
Hey, man, it's happening. Oh, wait, no, it's not.
Well, he's getting better. He's getting better. Don Cheadle is uncredited despite having a major role because this is a dispute over his billing. He wanted above the title billing opposite George Clooney, Matt Damon, and Brad Pitt. They refused, so he refused to be credited at all.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But he received above the title billing in the sequels, 12 and 13. So he got his wish. I guess he earned the above the title. Now, there's one part, this is very long, but I thought it was kind of cool, that Rusty says to Danny off the top of my head, I'd say you're looking at a Boski, a Jim Brown, a Miss Daisy, 2 Jethros, a Leon Spinks, not to mention the biggest Ella Fitzgerald ever. And a lot of people don't know what they're referring to, right?
Correct.
Okay. So this is the list of cons was created by director Steven Soderbergh and the screenwriter to describe the type of people and cons needed to knock over the 3 casinos. Besky or Bosky?
Bosky.
Bosky. Saul played Lyman Zerga. This is a reference to Ivan Bosky, a big-time trader on Wall Street who got caught committing securities fraud. The con is about a wealthy bankroller who has insider information. Jim Brown's a confrontation between Frank Catton and Linus Caldwell, staged to distract Terry Benedict so that Linus can lift the security codes of the vault. Name for the football player, Jim Brown.
There you go.
Miss Daisy, the SWAT vehicle uses the getaway car from the movie title Driving Miss Daisy. 2 Jethros, the Beverly Hillbillies, the Malloy brothers.
Yep.
Hillbilly gearheads hired to take care of Miss Daisy, distraction purposes, and for general that's a two-man job.
Yes.
Leon Spinks is a disruption of the boxing match that refers to the surprise victory of Leon Spinks over Muhammad Ali. And Ella Fitzgerald, which was the one that was driving me nuts because I didn't know what any of that meant, is the loop tape of the robbery that is played over Benedict's security system. It's a reference to a 1970s commercial for Memorex in which a recording of Ella Fitzgerald's voice breaks the glass and the question is posed to the viewer, is it live or is it Memorex?
Oh.
Do you care? Does anybody care? I don't think they
So I
do.
knew most of those. I didn't know the last one because it bothered me too. Because I'm like, who's Ella Fitzgerald in the movie? I don't get it. I never see Ella Fitzgerald again. And now it makes sense because it's not a person. It's the videotape.
How about this? The wig used by, Amanda, why don't you read that? There you go.
All right. So the wig used by Rusty, obviously Brad Pitt, in his disguise as a doctor was Mike Myers' rehearsal wig for Austin Powers' International Man of Mystery.
Wow.
And I want that wig.
Cooties.
Yeah. And the Bellagio actually let the crew tap into their security system to get real surveillance footage
That's
of the
kind of
casino.
Terrifying. I don't think I would
That's
do that
how
if I was a
awesome
business
George
owner.
Clooney is. Exactly. George
Exactly
Clooney
right.
can do it.
Yeah.
See, he gets it. Why
I mean,
can't
I
you
get
do
it. I
No,
just, I
don't
feel
think
like
you get
Nathan Fillion could probably pull it off too.
it. Did you know that they lived at the Bellagio the whole time they filmed that?
Wow.
7,000 square foot villas.
Want to see that bill?
Huh?
I want to see that bill.
I don't think they saw that bill. That's where the studio comes in, my friend. All right, so what makes the movie so notable? That's what we talk about. We're still talking about the original. What makes it so notable? Favorite moments, casting. What about it do you love the most?
I absolutely love the fact that when we see Brad Pitt's character for the first time and he's like teaching the stars how to play, I never
TV
realized
stars?
it's not all TV stars. They're all WB television stars. It was Pacey. It was Charmed.
Topher Grace was on a Fox show.
Well, Topher Grace was the only oddball out when he came in, but everybody else around the table.
Too, right?
Yep, there was Charmed. There was Dawson's Creek. There was Seventh Heaven. It was literally the cast of the WB around that table. I watched it this morning. First time I ever picked it up was this morning. I fell out of bed.
He also screwed that up.
Yeah.
Why?
He didn't end up working it out.
Who didn't?
Brad Pitt
What do you mean he didn't end up working it out?
in that scenario. They all kind of like laughed at him for the tip.
No, that is true. That's a good point.
Plus, he ended up getting conned, sort of. I mean, he figured it out, but in a way, he did get conned as well. Because the initial purpose of this was to go and get money. But it was actually more of a revenge type thing. Like, I want to get my girl back, in Danny's perspective. Danny really just wanted to get back and say, hey, you took my girl while I was in jail.
What does this have to do with WB stars? I'm lost.
No, I'm just switching.
Oh, that's where I was like lost too. I'm like, what is it? Like, no, he's like,
J.J. Abrams did show up.
at the WB. It's like he's in on the con. He's actually getting the WB stars to give their money so that they could fund the operation.
Like, that was
Wait,
interesting.
was the WB behind the casino theft?
Maybe they
That
made
makes
the
more
bill.
sense, actually.
That's why they're out of business and it's now the CW.
That's why it's the CW now. Good job, guys. Because now we got Flash, and that's good. What else is what other favorite moments?
Well, that's where I was kind of leading into. That was one of my favorite moments.
Well, you should have made it less confusing. Don't blame us.
The fact that he ends up getting conned in a way during the movie, because Danny, like I was saying, Danny's initial premise to everyone was that we're gonna rob these casinos, but he didn't just want the money. He wanted to get back at the person who stole the love of his life, essentially. Hey, man, I'm better than you.
And of course, the ending. Like when you get the reveal of how it was done, you're just kind of like,
oh, wasn't that
damn, and it's any of that coming.
Yeah,
that's
that
awesome.
was brilliant. That's one of the few heist movies where it all works for me.
It totally does.
Especially because usually you get one heist that just doesn't work. It's like you couldn't have pulled that off in a million years, but they did a really good job of making this equal.
Yes.
And
explaining things.
And then they ruined it by doing a second movie.
Absolutely. And I love the camaraderie. I don't know how much time these guys spent, off-site gambling.
They lived together.
Yeah, well, they had separate 7,000-foot villas. They
Oh,
didn't
wow,
have to stay
okay.
in the same one.
They weren't all in the same one.
No, they each needed 7,000 feet of
I mean,
of
I need
space.
it. So if somebody wants to pay that tab, I'll take it.
Go hang out with George Clooney. And that'll happen. No,
Nathan
the
Fillion will be jealous
camaraderie-
then.
The camaraderie I absolutely love. It's one of those things where when you watch it, they instantly seem like friends.
Totally.
It doesn't feel like they're acting. It doesn't feel like they're stretching. They feel like they're friends. They're pals.
Except for Damon, who's like literally the kid in the group, and
Yeah, but by the end, he feels like he's one of the gang.
At the
you
end,
know? Yeah,
yeah.
by the end, yeah.
at the
Really
beginning, it's like, put your food down and get in the damn house.
Really shows the versatility of him as an actor too, because he transitions so well throughout the movie, starting off as somebody you're just kind of like, why is this kid here?
Right.
And then at the end, you're like, wow, I'm glad he came along.
So what subconsciously you're saying is Mark Wahlberg couldn't have done that.
I think everybody would have just been staring at his abs the whole time, so they would have been distracted.
Because he'd be conning with his shirt off?
I'm sure they've seen that.
I'd watch
already.
that. Sure, why not? What didn't you like?
No, let's take that back for a second.
Okay.
So
You want to talk about his abs some
No,
more?
no. But if Mark Wahlberg would have taken this movie instead of Planet of the Apes, then Planet of the Apes wouldn't have tanked so badly to get us the real good Planet of the Apes that came after it.
This
So
is
you're
true. It's all
thankful?
connected.
It's all connected.
It's all connected. So you're right. It was worth it. I guess. Did you see the Planet of the Apes that he was in?
The Wahlberg one?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it was worth it.
It wasn't that worth it, but it was worth it to get it so bad to make the next two movies, which are really good.
Which are great. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh.
Caesar!
All right. So what doesn't work for you when you watch that movie now? Is there anything that doesn't work for you?
There's not a thing for me. I rewatched it. I've rewatched it multiple times throughout the years, and it's always been a good movie. It's always held up really well, and you get their vibes. And from the very first time they start to get around each other, you can sense that the history that they have together, and it just works on screen really, really well.
What are you, Trey?
I'm going to get stoned.
You're gonna get stoned.
I'm gonna push you out of your chair.
Like, you're gonna go. It's not Colorado.
And maybe
man.
it's just
We can't-
because it's 15 years later,
Oh, I misunderstood.
and I watched it, and I reviewed it, and I've seen it so many times. But I'm actually going to say Julia Roberts.
You didn't like Julia Roberts?
I think watching it now, anybody could have played that character just as well as she did. So I don't think Julia Roberts was necessary for the movie in particular.
I think her
So I
role
don't say,
was.
I don't say that. The role itself, the character is definitely 100% needs to be there. But if what doesn't work would be maybe Julia Roberts. Like anybody else could
So
have
you're
done that
saying
role.
that she's just easily replaceable.
I think so. In this
I
movie,
still
in
think
this
she
movie.
did a good job, though. Do you still think
Oh
she
yeah,
did a good
absolutely,
job?
100%.
She's meh.
Yeah, like I don't think anybody else could play Basher. Like Basher is Don Cheadle. I don't see anybody else playing Basher, and I don't see anybody else playing Brad Pitt's character.
Rusty
or
Ryan.
Oceans. Yeah,
Rusty.
I could literally plug in like 4 or 5 different female actors of that age at that time in that role, and it probably would be just as good.
She had an awkward walk. When she comes down the steps and they're all in awe of her,
Yes.
all I kept thinking was, she doesn't look like she's ever walked in heels before.
It's exactly.
I don't think she's exceptionally pretty, but she was a great
she's
actress.
Very pretty.
I said I don't think she's exceptionally pretty. They were like,
What's exceptionally pretty?
well, not Jennifer Lawrence.
This is
Sorry.
That's true. She was 10 at the time. Okay, so I don't have anything that doesn't work for me. Actually, everything
The
about
movie's
the movie
pretty
I
damn
think
perfect.
is pretty. It gels pretty perfect.
Including the ending when they stand in front of the Bellagio fountain and each go their
That's a
separate
beautiful
ways.
shot.
That's a
honestly
great
a
shot.
beautiful shot. Yeah. So should this movie even be remade, or should it be placed in don't touch status?
Don't touch status.
You know,
Danny-
it was already a remake. You
The
know.
Danny Ocean's 11 with George Clooney is a don't touch status movie. It is perfect in every way.
You just said you would change
Save
something.
maybe Julia Roberts.
Yeah. Call him out on it, people.
But I'm not.
He just
but
changed something.
I'm not going to risk remaking it and doing an Ocean's 12 failure by replacing one person.
But if you're doing it, shouldn't it not fail? Isn't that the purpose of you being here right
I'm
now?
just saying.
Yeah, I guess you.
Yeah,
I
ask the
hope you have
question.
the right person or something.
It,
All right.
It's perfect. It is.
I think it's a movie that, sure, why not? It's just one of those plots where I think if you give it enough time, it could still work. So give it another shot. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people felt that the Frank Sinatra version shouldn't be remade, and they did in my opinion, a better movie. So give it a shot. See what happens. Okay, now here's where we talk about the actual remake, like what we would do. Before they do that, let's talk about the actual remake or spin-off that is currently in the works. It's going to be called Ocean's 8. It'll be directed by Gary Ross from Pleasantville and Hunger Games. It was written by Olivia Milch. It's an interesting name. And it's going to be starring Sarah Paulson's in it, Anne Hathaway, Helena Bonham Carter, Kate Blanchett, Mindy Kaling, Rihanna. Oh, the whole room went, oh.
And
I'm
then,
not sure about that.
You be good so far.
Wait, it gets better. Aquafina.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Is it a drink?
That's a water, isn't it?
Aquafina actually was just pronounced today as it's not water. It's actually tap water, and PepsiCo's.
Well, apparently tap water's in Ocean's 8. And also it's going to be, I believe, led by Sandra Bullock. So that's your Ocean's 8.
Okay.
Anybody love that cast?
Ocean 6 sounds
No,
much
wow.
better.
Julia Roberts should definitely be a part of it. Yeah.
At this point, with all those females, absolutely.
Well, I mean, she'd be better than Aquafina.
I would agree with
We
you
don't
there.
even know who she is. We just know she's tap
She could
water.
stand there and do nothing.
You know
and
what?
It would still be better than
I
Aquafina.
can't get behind anyone named Aquafina.
No.
I just can't. I'm sure she's a lovely person, but
You're a Fiji kind of water drinker.
I am a
aren't you?
Fiji. If they have an actress named Fiji come in here, I would probably watch it. Is it a rapper?
Is she really?
Well, I'm sounding like an old guy right now, don't I? I don't know who it is.
I'm young.
Do
I don't know.
you
who she
want
is.
to maybe do her song for us? Oh, it's Aqua.
Aqua.
Yeah, this is awkward.
Yeah.
You know, we're spending way too much time on Aquafina.
And now you know exactly why I referenced Ghostbusters at the start of this podcast.
No one knows why you reference Ghostbusters.
Because it's an all-female Ocean's 8.
I like.
Oh, she's
Ghostbusters.
Asian. She's Asian. And she looks like a delightful person with a dumb name. So that's...
Her glasses
That
are
kind.
huge.
That's not her name. It's probably her stage name. Her
Yeah.
acting name.
That's still the name that she's going with. She's very pretty, with huge
Those
glasses.
are really large.
Yeah. She's channeling the 80s. I think she thinks it is the 80s. And she named her name, I don't know, after a toy from the 80s, is what it sounds like. Apparently, the film will see Bullock's character set out with a team of thieves to steal a valuable necklace from the Met Ball and frame the crooked gallery owner. This is allegedly. The connection to the Ocean's trilogy comes in when it's explained that Sandra Bullock's character is not only an ex-con, but also, do you guys want to know this?
The sister of Danny Ocean?
I guess you do. Yep, the sister of Danny Ocean.
I just guessed. You confirmed it. You ruined it for everybody.
That's what
Yeah,
The
blame
internets
him
are
for
saying.
it.
I guessed. I didn't know.
According to the playlist, the idea of a Danny Ocean cameo was floated. You don't know. I got a feeling George Clooney would pop up. He's a producer.
Yeah, he totally
So,
shows.
unless
face.
they don't want to distract from the
He
movie.
gets billed $1 million for every second his face is on something.
It's worth every penny. Since this movie's getting a remake and fans always think we know the best way to make it, we're going to decide how Hollywood should remake it. So what we're going to do is we're going to each have our own plot, and then we'll take a vote and see what you guys think, basically. Or we'll decide if nobody votes. We'll see how it goes.
This is like school. You're obligated to participate at this point.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to hear all three different ideas for how this movie should go. Normally we would take a vote between us, but since we're live, we'll do theirs.
Are there other rules that you haven't mentioned yet?
Well, everybody does get a cut at one point during the episode. Now, what that means is that if we decide on an idea and one of the hosts is against it, they can yell cut, and they can change it to whatever their idea is. So they can change it to what they think is a better idea, and it has to basically not be stupid.
So if we agree that Nathan Fillion should be in this episode,
And I would
We
cut.
do.
and Aaron says cut, George Clooney becomes part of the episode.
Well, it depends on what role.
Right.
I mean, if he happens to be captain of a ship going on some kind of cruise fighter, I don't know what I was saying. I lost my train of thought.
I mean, we all know what you're referencing.
Yeah.
If you don't, go home, go
Watch
watch Firefly.
And then Serenity, and then just keep doing that in a loop. All right, Troy, what's your idea for an Ocean's 11 remake? How would you do it?
Well, my Ocean's 11 remake is somewhat similar to that concept. I really enjoy archaeology and Indiana Jones and things of that nature. And so my concept was we have still a male Danny Ocean, but the twist came with a female bad guy. So in this case, it would be Danny Ocean assembling a team. Could be 4, could be 6, could be 8, could be 11, doesn't matter. And Danny Ocean will try to figure out a way to steal a artifact of some kind from a museum, knowing that inside the artifact is some jewels that the rest of his team does not know about. The twist in the movie is that we find out,
Androids.
no.
Okay.
We find out that the museum curator is none other than his ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
And so they've had some kind of play in there, like you're always gone, archaeology, finding all this crap, and you don't take care of me, so she divorces him. So the tables turn when he basically has to steal from his ex-wife in order to keep funding his concepts.
Okay. Amanda, what is yours?
So mine is a little bit of a different take. Mine would be, let's say there's 2 brothers. One of them frames the other brother for their mother's murder.
Whoa.
Yep.
Dark.
In the mom's
I like
will,
this.
she mentions that between the 2 of them, they can have the rest of her extensive and very expensive art collection. So obviously with one already being in jail for her murder, he's not going to be able to pick through and decide what art pieces he wants. And these are extremely, extremely valuable and rare art pieces that she's collected over the years. So after he gets out of jail, whether it's he finds a loophole or he escapes, I don't know if we want to do this prison break style or not.
Does that mean your character has a tattoo all over his body and he gets out of jail?
I mean,
with
we
his
can make it
bald-headed brother?
happen. I'm
Okay.
willing to listen. But basically, once he gets out, the concept is for him to try and gather his group of members and go after the pieces that he was wrongfully robbed of from his brother.
Okay.
Solid concept.
I don't want an all-female nor an all-male version. I kind of want a French con woman, Danielle Ocean, who goes by Danny, who becomes obsessed with recovering the French paintings from Al Thanai of Qatar. So she basically, because they do currently own in Qatar the two of the most expensive paintings in the world. Actually, 3, I think. They have Paul Cézanne's The Card Players, and they have Paul Gauguin's. I'm never going to say this right, but basically it means When Will You Marry? And together they're worth a combined $550 million. But they're also, and they're owned by Al Thanai of Qatar, which is basically a royal family in Saudi Arabia. So it's basically that this French woman, Danielle Ocean, wants to get these paintings back for her country. So she gathers a team to infiltrate the royal family, gets through security, and she garners the trust of a local con man, Spaniard, after he learns they also have Pablo Picasso's Les Femmes de la Gare. And that's kind of where my plot is. That's fine.
This is my knowledge bomb blowing up in my head. Like,
I Googled some stuff.
wow, you actually use the internets for once in your life.
A lot of Googling.
A lot of Googling.
The last one you just did was space. Now you're just like dropping all kinds of like education.
So now
People learn stuff on this podcast.
I don't know if they learned anything because
You pronounced it all wrong.
What's that? Hey, you learned something. So now you guys get to decide which way we go. So of the three, recap yours real quick.
Mine is a husband and ex-wife. He's a archaeologist, wants to steal stuff like a couture or something that has diamonds inside of it from his ex-wife from the museum.
And Amanda?
Mine is the two brothers. One sets the other up for murder of their mother. He gets out somehow, and he decides to go after the pieces from his brother. One thing I did forget to mention is
What are you trying to change it up?
one of my ideas with it is they actually, when they go in, they have the brother who was in jail. He's actually a forger. So he forges the pieces and replaces them. So the brother doesn't realize initially and finds out later when he tries to sell them off because he didn't care about Ma.
Okay. And mine is to have a female Danielle Ocean team up with a Spaniard and a bunch of other guys to go after some paintings that the royal family, Al Thaniya, Qatar, basically have.
Does it take place in Saudi Arabia at this palace?
I think so, yeah. It would be infiltrating a palace because it's actually a real thing, but you're obviously not going to take place there. Thankfully, we have special effects and we can make up a Saudi Arabia palace. So,
yes.
So this is where you guys get to vote. So we're going to name each person. You tell me which idea you're going to vote for. For Troy's idea, raise your hand.
Are you counting?
One. Yeah, I can count that.
One ping only.
One vote. All right, for Amanda's idea, raise your hands. All right,
1,
count
2,
them out.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Seven.
Seven.
Seven. Okay, and for my idea, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Amanda wins.
Oh.
Good job.
Woman power.
Don't make this a sex thing. All right, so
we got two brothers. The brother in jail. The brother in jail finds someone who can do forgeries. They forger the new stuff.
Well, the brother who's in jail, this is why it's so easy to get him set up for this murders, because in his past he's forged art before. So he's forged before, so that's why it's so easy for him to be.
It's not a separate forgery. It's the brother's the forger.
Yeah, he's actually the one who's going to do it.
Gotcha.
So he's going to forge the artwork that they're going to be stealing, and they're going to put it in there.
So we'll call it Brother A is free, Brother B is in jail.
Yeah.
Brother A got half of the stuff, Brother B got half of the stuff. Brother A sets up Brother B for murder of the mom, steals Brother B's pieces to have the whole collection.
Yes.
And now Brother B makes forgeries of the entire collection, gets out of jail somehow to actually swipe and swap the collection for himself as payback.
Brother A's entire thing the whole time was he wanted to steal these pieces because he was just going to sell them and make money from it.
Gotcha.
So he doesn't realize that
so
it's
there's
going to
a moral to the story then.
Yes. So it's
He frames the mother, so he basically tarnishes the mother's legacy. So now the old brother wants to memorialize the mother by having the paintings back where they belong and making sure they can't go to market.
He was just going to sell all of those paintings. I mean, if you want to have it so the mom is actually the one who did all of this artwork, it might not be as valuable.
So the Danny Ocean in this concept then isn't actually getting any financial reward from this. He's literally getting...
He's getting his pieces, but those are, I mean, they're worth millions of dollars.
Sure.
But he doesn't want to sell them off. He wants to keep them for himself.
Family.
And all of the people that end up helping him out, his group, they're all people that actually, they understand. They know that he didn't actually do it because he wasn't out for murder and he was a mama's boy.
Okay.
I like this.
I do.
And it doesn't matter if I like it because everybody else voted for it.
Yeah,
so.
You're out.
But I like this. But hey, Troy, you had one vote, so that's cool.
I did have one vote.
Does it make you feel bad?
No.
You should.
I'm good.
You should cry inside.
I just cut and my idea wins.
Nope. That's an audience vote. That's an audience vote,
so we can't cut the audience.
Can't cut the audience.
He would have, though. This is how valuable you all are.
He's really thinking it over still. Yeah. He's like, I wish Darren did make these rules up.
It's my diabolical idea. Aha.
Okay, so how many, would it still be 11?
Yeah, still want there to be 11. So that way there's still that relation to the original.
I think you kind of got the plot already figured out, right?
Plot is pretty much solid. There's things, if anybody has suggestions, you want to tweak it a little bit.
Is there anything that you guys would like to see in a heist movie that you haven't seen before?
Oh, good question.
Lots of responses.
All right. Well, then I guess we're just... okay.
So what are we thinking about options? Who's going to be our Optimus Prime, our Bumblebee, our Dumberjack, and...
What?
I can't remember the names that you read off before, so I made up my own team of Transformers.
Wow. So So he goes right to Transformers. That is the weirdest loop I've ever seen. But
It sounded like the names that you read
I
off
know what, I
earlier.
can't remember those guys in that heist movie. So you know what I'm going to go with? Bumblebee.
Yeah. My Wheeljack and my Ironside and my...
They're a turn of the century heist movie. And then they don't have to get cars because they
Right.
already have them.
The
You're
prime
thinking about it. You would actually watch that movie, wouldn't you? A heist movie with Transformers.
I would.
That's so sad. Okay.
It would have made Transformers 2 better. Because it was kind of a heist movie to find the Tomb of the Primes.
Anything would have made Transformers 2 better. Even Mark Wahlberg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have helped.
It could use the help.
It could have used the help. Okay, so based on this remake, you're going to cast 11. I don't think they necessarily have to be in the same role, but who do you recast? Who is your Danny Ocean, first of all? Does the audience have any suggestions? Who would you want to see as your Danny Ocean? Sam Rockwell. Sam Rockwell.
Okay.
You got any other ideas?
I had James Spader.
Oh, he could be the Saul character.
He's throwing James Spader out there or she's throwing James Spader out there to blacklist people. That's not good. That's unfair bias. I like both of those actually.
I had Reese Witherspoon for my female in my movie.
Well, this has to be two brothers, so we need
We're
two
just doing the
brothers.
brothers.
How
just the
about
brothers.
James Spader and
You-
Sam Rockwell? They could be brothers. One's younger. Sure.
Who's the bad guy then? Which one would you prefer to have?
Which one? You know what? I would actually go against type. I would say James Spader's the good guy, as opposed to he's always the bad guy.
But he's been the good guy too, so he's not really a...
Yeah, Sam Rockwell. Yeah. What's the vote? Sam Rockwell, good or bad? Or James Spader, good or bad? I should say.
They played both ways. So who do you guys want? Do you want Rockwell to be good or bad? Hands for good?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
What's? One should start out one way, and the other, and they should all start out on opposite sides. So basically, one starts out bad and becomes good, and then that's why they were in jail. Also, no, that's not part of your plot. That would be an interesting plot twist.
It would be a twist.
I like that.
But then the whole framing for killing the mother thing doesn't really work. So we'd have to switch that out. We'd have to take
Well,
that piece out and put that piece back in.
For Danny, the one who would be the one that was in jail, that was framed, part of his history is, he's illegally
He could-
forging artwork.
Yeah,
so
he
he's
could
not
have it.
really all a good guy.
True.
That
True.
helps.
So you could have him. Yeah, he's bad, and he sure.
And the other brother
But
was
he's
good
just
up until the
loves his
point that
mom.
he framed.
Right.
His brother.
He's bad, but he's not a killer.
Right.
Okay, that could work. I could see that.
So
I mean, it was your movie, so I don't
Hey,
want
whatever
to.
they feel
So are we
like
sticking
doing.
with Rockwell and
I say
Spader?
Spader starts bad and becomes good, and then, or no, I'm sorry.
So Spader's Ocean.
I think Spader would be the better Ocean.
I had him as
Or do you
my
guys think
Ocean.
Rockwell
No.
would be the better
You have a
Ocean?
si- you would rather have
Okay,
Rockwell?
Rockwell's the Ocean, and Spader's the other brother. He's already been decided. Where have you been? Oh, you mean? Do you think James Spader is prettier?
She's like,
Well, I
either
gotta
one of
tell
those
you,
guys.
there's some ladies that disagree with you.
Wait a second, I only voted for him because he was there too. Instead, you should go with Vin Diesel and Terry Crews.
What about Matt Bomer?
Terry Crews. I would
Love
love
it.
it. I would sadly watch the hell out of that movie. I would. Seriously, I'd watch it over and over.
We know you would.
But I don't. Yeah, I couldn't see Vin Diesel as. No,
Well, I had Chris Pine originally in my casting.
maybe you used him too much.
I know
mean,
that.
we kind of got the audience vote on that, so I think we're already at Spader and Rockwell. What's that?
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
He's pretty and he can also play good and bad.
For who's Billy Ocean? That's the singer.
That's Danny Ocean.
I would watch Billy Ocean make a comeback in the Ocean's 11 movie. It would be totally meta too. It would be just mean so many different things. This is Ocean's Ryan Gosling as Danny Ocean. I
Yeah.
think he's a sexy man. There's no doubt. Oh, did you guys ever see Nice Guys? I think he underestimates himself in that one quite a bit. That's a really good movie. No. Cut. Jonah Hill, no. Is Danny Ocean? I mean, which
The three
Jonah Hill?
together
Because
are
I mean, he's funny. He's not funny. I don't know which one he wants to be. So who do we want to go? Now I forgot who's our Danny Ocean now. We got Ryan Gosling out here.
We still have plenty of options.
I think Ryan Gosling's a great Danny Ocean.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so you know what? Now we've got 3. Yeah, we've got 11.
We got 11.
We could throw out. We just need to decide.
James Spader is Ryan Gosling's uncle or something.
Spader's a specialist. Hey, he's textured. He's textured. He's not old.
They'll shoot you in the head.
Rockwell and Gosling is brothers. You don't know who's doing what.
So Rockwell's the brother out of jail, and Gosling is the hero in jail. Okay. And Spader's like the Saul character.
Sure. I mean, he's not that old. My God. He's still got a couple tires still on the car. He's still running on the track.
I hope he's not tuning into this.
Saul's in a wagon.
Blacklist.
Oh, there you go. Morgan Freeman plays a Saul character.
Morgan Freeman. That's perfect.
Yep.
That's perfect.
I like
He's
it.
the same guy in every movie. Okay, so we've got, so Gosling and Rockwell, I can see that as brothers. That works. Spader's a specialist, so he's still in there. And you've got, who else do we have?
You said Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. I want Terry Crews, though. Terry Crews. You got to have Terry Crews.
Sure, David Tennant could be in there. Yeah.
David Tennant? Sure.
Yeah, David Tennant's the basher.
All right, so what number are we up to? Is that 5?
Write it down or type it in or something.
Is this your job? I don't know.
I'm out of room.
Hang on. Terry Crews is definitely...
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo.
I think we need a lady. I want a lady somewhere.
I have Kirsten Banksness from Criminal Minds as an IT. Kirsten
Nobody
Banksness.
knows who that is.
She's the IT chick from Criminal Minds. People know who she is.
Is she good?
As an IT chick?
She said, heck yeah.
Can she act in something other than an IT
What about
chick?
who?
Well, her role would still be.
Dana Scully? Gillian Anderson?
I'm down with
We
that.
put both of them in there. How's that? Now what are we up to?
I don't know.
That's 2 British people. They cancel each other out. And Evangeline Lilly?
Oh.
I think you're making a personal movie now.
Yeah.
Meryl Streep could be...
Great, now she's going to win an Oscar.
She could be the mother.
With all these people in there, we can't afford the 7,000 square feet villas.
It's okay. It's our movie. We can make it as expensive as we want. Absolutely. What's her name?
I don't know, but I can look it up.
Oh, Ming Na.
Ming Na,
Yeah.
yes. She's 50 or something? No, but she looks like she's 23. Does she drink the blood of the innocent?
No, Ming Na is definitely younger than Spader.
Who is that?
Ming Na.
Not much. She's
Not much.
actually only a couple years younger than him.
Really?
She drinks the blood of the innocent.
Wow.
Good for her.
Good for her.
I would too if I kept me looking like that. I mean, I would look different because I'm a dude. But
I also wanted Bridget Moynihan from Blue Bloods.
I think we're up to like 43 people now. Aquafina doesn't.
She's in the Hollywood version that nobody will see.
She can have a
coming to see
cameo.
ours.
She can have a cameo.
Aqua.
Haley Bennett, too.
Okay, I think.
Chick from Magnificent
Seriously, I think we're running out of room.
I'm just tossing ideas, okay?
I think everybody. Do we have 11 yet? We got to have 11 by now.
Somebody rattle them back off.
Rosario Dawson.
Yeah.
I met her actually, South by Southwest, and I didn't remember her name. That's the sad part. She's adorable.
Alec from Leverage.
Why are you just? We can't keep throwing people out. At some point, this movie's
I'm
gonna
saying
get
if you wanted to replace
closed
your
down
IT
for over
person,
budget.
he's great.
How about Ethan from White Collar, and we'll just go through the whole USA Network.
Can we just do Matt Bomer?
No more White Collar. You and your White Collar. You need to stop watching that show. It sounds bad for you. Okay, nostalgic moments. Now, when you have this remake, you always got to have some nods to the original. What would you guys say would be great nods to the original? I was thinking you have to have a character that chews constantly. It's eating something constantly. I always thought that was like one of the most memorable traits of the original.
The dynamic between Danny and Rusty, I feel that needs to be there.
I don't know if that's a memorable moment, though. That's just a character thing.
Well,
but you're right. It does need to be there.
It needs to be there.
But I just mean like a little callback to the original, like for the fans of the original to reflect upon, you know.
Do you got anything?
I do. I want to see the quick bomb-making explosion that Basher and Brad Pitt do at the beginning of the movie for the cop car.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
I thought that was kind of fun. And when they kind of run away like little schoolgirls.
Okay.
What was that again?
That was pretty awful. And
Make
amazing
your
at the
Facebook
I was
same
going to
time.
Aaron.
And amazing at the
Yeah.
same time. Okay, well, I think that does it. I think that is a movie. And if you listen to our episode when it finally airs, you will actually get a fan trailer from courtesy of Wayne Henderson via videovoiceovers.com. We'll basically take all of your ideas and put it into a fan parody trailer that you can listen to, which we do for every episode.
Wayne
It's
is
pretty
exceptional.
fantastic. It's pretty fantastic. Okay, well, that's going to do it for Remake. Now we're going to move on to the Hollywood Outsider, which is a podcast where every week we talk about movie and TV news, as well as review anything that's current, whether it be TV or film. And we have a topic that's on our listeners' minds each week. This is going to be a really, really brief episode. We're only going to talk about two big things. We're going to tie them in to the remake portion that we talked about just a second ago. Is when it comes to remakes, Trey, are you listening?
I am. I'm
You're
looking
looking
at my
at sheep.
notes.
You're looking at sheep on your phone.
I'm
It's not
looking
sheep.
no, they're potato chip sheep.
You're literally looking at sheep instead of.
I'm
Okay,
good.
well, that's okay. We have Amanda Sink here and Trey Heinrichs.
Who's kind of here.
I've never really been on your
And-
show.
What's that?
I've never really been on your host show except for once.
You have been on,
The TV episode.
but you've been on,
I filled in as a
But once.
mystery person.
Yeah.
Twice.
and that was more than enough.
Because like 3 times, it's a
Did
lady.
you look at sheep while you were on that time?
I
Because you
did.
won't be back if you're not paying
I did.
attention. Okay, so when it comes to remakes, where is the line for you guys? And I'm curious, like those of you that are listening, where is the line for you? In terms of what films or kinds of films are you just against any kind of reboot or remake of?
Anything that is in a particular, like it works in that time frame. So like war games, for example. Like even though we did it here on the podcast and there's talk about war games getting remade, I think War Games is a movie where it's a product of its time and the environment that was going on when it happened. So because of that, something like that where it fits for when the story happened for what was going on in the greater ecosystem. Otherwise, it just doesn't work anymore today. Unless you change it completely where it makes it fit into the system today. Like either it's, androids or automated or AI or something kind of war games, but then it's not war games to me. War games is truly the fear of computers taking over the world with nuclear weapons tied into it, which still exists, but don't really exist in the way they did in the 80s.
Okay, Amanda, what about you?
Classics that set the stage for cinema. So, for example, like Wizard of Oz. That's.
I'm glad you said
something-
Wizard of Oz. I was really afraid you were going to say something from like 1995.
No,
As a
no,
classic.
no. I was going to go back further, but I didn't know how young it was going to be.
Ageist.
Here, so. But yeah, movies like that where it changed how movies worked. It changed how we view movies. How there's certain things that happened in that particular movie that changed the course of cinema. So those types of movies should not be touched. And Hitchcock movies, in my opinion.
I'm with you on Hitchcock. Yeah, when it comes to remakes, I don't like anyone touching anything with Hitchcock, especially a shot-for-shot remake, which is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And it's one of those things where I think he is a filmmaker, for me, that has a very specific vision and a very specific practice. And all of his films feel like Hitchcock films. Very much like a Tim Burton movie feels like a Tim Burton movie. I just think people should leave those alone. Yes, they can be remade. Yes, they could probably do them completely differently. They could do The Birds. I think The Birds could actually be redone.
Well, Disturbia was kind of like
It
a
was
remake.
like Rear Window. Yeah, it was kind of like Rear Window, and they did a modern
and
version
it wasn't as good by any means.
I like Disturbia. That was Shia LaBeouf
But it's
before he
not
went
Rear
nuts.
Window.
No, there is no Rear Window. Like, there's only one Rear Window. So Hitchcock is big for me, and then Indiana Jones. I'm completely against the remake of Indiana Jones. I don't really care who they get, even if they got Bradley Cooper, which I think would be great at it. I just don't want them to touch it. It's a set of films, even the fourth one, that I think are timeless, priceless, works of art and just let them be. And I don't think you'll ever recapture that spirit. I just don't.
Gotcha.
Okay, so is there any movie for you that if it were remade, like it had, maybe it hasn't been, or maybe it already has, and it really angered you that they touched it, and it came out and proved that they should not make a remake? Is there anything where you think, no, this is a movie where you say absolutely not, I don't want anybody touching that movie, it's too precious to me? Amanda?
Well, I gave a couple of examples. It's not extremely old, but I think if anybody tried to remake Boondock Saints, I'd probably be out. The second one was hard enough to watch. And that was from the same
one.
No, it's
I
not
like
the
it.
same.
Not in a good way, but I like it.
You don't like it?
Yeah, I like it in like a broken,
I'm terrified
damaged
that they're doing
way.
a third. I'm terrified. If it even ever happens, because Troy Duffy just talks a lot.
Can I tell you a sad story about Boondock Saints?
Go right for it.
Anybody go to the Chicago Comic-Con just a few months ago? Like Chicago Comic-Con? Anybody go to that?
I know where he's going.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. Yeah,
Wizard World.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just very sad. But Sean Patrick Flannery and Norman Reedus both had tables here. And Norman Reedus' line was literally about 5 miles long. I mean, it was out the door. And Sean Patrick Flannery had like 3 people. And one of them, I'm pretty sure, was blind.
For anyone who doesn't know and just knows Boondock Saints, Sean Patrick Flannery hasn't done a whole lot except for like Saw, which nobody even remembers him in. And then you have Norman Reedus, who's doing Daryl
The
Walking Dead.
Yeah.
So,
But it was almost like it was a very, very sad moment because, I mean, I like both actors. And, I mean, they were right next to each other. And one has this really super long line. And the other one is almost forgotten. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
I think it's because that movie's kind of
But also kind of funny from a really mean, cynical point of view. I'm like, oh,
They just
you know that at some point, because like 10 years ago, Sean Patrick Flannery was that guy. You know, he was Norman Reedus.
He was.
So, I mean, it flipped. He was the up-and-comer, hot.
People just don't want to stand by him for fear of getting locked in a room with him and having him cut off their leg to get out.
It's possible. It's possible. Okay, and the other thing we're going to talk about, just real briefly, is that Daniel Craig he seems uninterested in playing Bond again.
Why would you play Bond when you're a stormtrooper?
When there's what?
When you're a stormtrooper, why would you play Bond ever again?
You're retarded. So he's been really hesitant to sign to play another Bond, even though he's done it 4 times. And the last time he was very, very adamant that he didn't want to do it again. But he was also just coming off a huge project. I mean, that was a huge project to take on.
Play a stormtrooper?
Inspector. Not to play a stormtrooper when he was Inspector. And so it doesn't seem like he wants to return to that. But my question would be, do you think he should return? Like, we're going to talk about who we could picture as Bond, but I'm kind of curious, do you want Daniel Craig to come back, or do you think he's done enough, let him move on?
How many films total has it been now? 3?
4.
4? How many did Pierce do?
Pierce
did 3,
Brosnan
right?
did 5 or 6? 5 or 6? How many Bond movies
I'll
did
say
Pierce
it's 4.
Brosnan go? Ty, do you know? 5? 5 sounds about right, before they just cruelly fired him.
How many did Clooney do? I'm just
Okay.
testing your Bond trivia right now. That's
What did you say?
I said, how many did Clooney do?
Not enough. He'd be a great Bond.
He could move on if he wanted to. I think the thing with Bond is that Bond is timeless, right? It's the
Right.
concepts of Bond, not the character that plays Bond himself. There have been some dog dirt crap Bonds over the years, and people still watch the Bond movie. So if he wants to move on, I would say let him move on and let someone else have the chair, because all we want is more Bond movies. I don't care if it's with Daniel Craig or not.
yeah, I was going to say it's definitely more generational. Like each generation has their own version of Bond. So you have that ability to be able to change it through each era, through each generation for what's going on in that environment and society at the time that they're being made. He's on those projects. I was actually just listening to him on an interview from last year. He's on those projects for 8 months. And when he's doing those projects, he said during the day he doesn't have time to even go to his trailer.
Or the bathroom.
Probably not. But I mean, he's really putting in a lot of hours, and so he's not able to enjoy his life and he's taken a lot of time away from his own personal life, which, you get paid a lot of money being Bond, I'm sure. But if somebody doesn't want to be that person anymore, take on that role anymore, I think that relays into the movie, and we feel that as an audience. So if an actor or an actress doesn't want to pursue that role anymore, I say let somebody else take it over, or just not make them. But Bond is a movie genre that you could. It's like its own genre.
It's like Dr. Who, where you have the different doctors and people just kind of adjust.
Right.
As
Yep.
the new doctor, you know, it's like
How the doctor gets replaced? Oh, oh yeah.
it's similar to that with Bond, where you just go, oh yeah, that Bond, oh and that doctor. And
Right.
Yeah, I don't think people associate that with one specific.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with that. No, does
I'm good
Bond
with
have to
that.
be a certain age? Like if they were to make a new
Well-
Bond, does Bond have to be like mid-40s?
Well, I want to kind of go back to Amanda to your point. You said every generation has a Slayer or something, and
I see what you did there.
I mean, I can go along with
reference.
that if
No.
you'd like.
So you're younger than we are, than Troy and I are. So when you look at Daniel
Speak for
Craig, do you
yourself.
see him as James Bond, or do you think he's worn?
I do not. No, because I feel like my age bracket probably does, but my age bracket also doesn't look back at movies like I do. I go back and I watch where they come from, and I'm interested in how cinema has developed. But most people in my age definitely do not. So I feel like they probably associate him as Bond. You know, just like people who are around for Brosnan associate him as Bond. So that's why I'm saying it's more generational, because each generation is going to have their own Bond type. But the characteristics for Bond don't change. You know, when you look at someone, you can look at them and see if they would even be Bond.
Because the minute it's stirred instead of shaken, like the whole world blows up, right?
Pretty much. World ends.
Yep.
Interesting. The
So back
one
to-
thing I will say is,
so back to my
did
question
you guys
then.
both say Spectre? Hang on a second. Did you both see Spectre?
Yes.
Yeah.
My opinion is that he's bored.
I think
He
is.
was.
He looked bored.
Yeah,
he
like
did not
Skyfall
look
was like-
interested, excited. I mean, he just looked like, I'm James Bond again. Here's my check.
Yep. Like
And-
Skyfall was here and Spectre was after they fall.
Well, and I don't even think he's in it
After the
for,
fall.
I don't even think he's in it for the money. I think he's just trying to appease the audience and not destroy the Bond name.
But
Because
it destroys the Bond name by phoning it in.
right.
That's true. Good call.
So that's why I'm saying if he goes on for another movie, like he was already like 1 foot in, 1 foot out with the last one. If he did another one, we would know that he's not interested
Correct.
whatsoever. So why waste all of that money, first of all, and destroy that name a little bit, tarnish it.
Good point. Good point. Now, Trey, what was your question?
My question is, does he have to be a certain age? Is Bond
Bond?
age? Like, is it like a standard 45 to 55 kind of thing? Can it be 20?
No, not
No, 20's, I think, too young. Well, to be in that position, I think, would be kind of unbelievable. And plus, that's not James Bond.
I feel like
I'm a big believer in the literary creation.
He has
Okay.
the experience too. So that's part of Bond. That's part of the characteristics that kind of keep him around. So if he doesn't have that life experience and everything, then it's not Bond.
Gotcha.
So he does need to have some, like maybe even mid-30s
Okay.
to mid-50s. That would be like, I mean, that's a more broad range for you. But beyond, like younger than that or older than that, I don't think it would work.
All right, so 35 plus. Got it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so now we come to who should take his place. If he doesn't want to do
Oh,
it,
you didn't even hit that softball I just threw up there.
I don't know if it's a softball. Who do you-
Why should it be this old? Because IMDb is taking away ages, and now we can't figure out who to cast in our movie. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud?
I think they should be 30, 40. That's kind of 30, 40.
30, 40 is what I said,
30s,
too.
40s is about what
Yep.
they should be. Plus,
Okay.
you want them to run for at least 3 or 4 movies. So,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
you got to do that. So who exactly would you pick to be your James Bond if you could pick someone?
Tom Hiddleston.
He's kind of the fan favorite right now. Tell me why you think Tom Hiddleston's the guy.
Not even, I mean, obviously he's a great actor and he's very versatile, but he's also able to, like, when you look at him, he looks like Bond. He presents himself like Bond. I kind of thought about Tom Hardy for a couple of minutes, and then I
So really, you're
looked at
stuck
him.
on Tom's. How about Tom Cruise?
Maybe. No. No. For anyone who knows me, I don't like Tom Cruise. His acting,
Did you say thank you? What's
there's
with the Cruise
very
hate?
few movies.
He's saving the world and he's running the whole time.
Top Gun is
Reacher's
like, I
gonna
can
be
handle
awesome.
that, but
What's that?
thank you. He's the worst. But
Jack Reacher's fantastic. I'm just Few Good Men, fantastic.
Hugerman is awesome.
right.
So you're saying all the
Similarly, like
movies
Julia
are good
Roberts.
I think better with my bat.
There's actually probably an argument for that.
There is.
Okay.
So Tom's. So anybody named Tom is good enough for her.
Tom, you may apply. But Tom Hardy, I thought about him for a minute. I looked at him, and I've seen him in his suit and everything, and I'm like, you know what? He just doesn't have the characteristics. He doesn't have the look of James Bond.
Be a dark James Bond.
He would, but he is not James Bond. You can look at every actor,
Mad James.
almost every actor who's played Bond, and they all have a very similar distinction about them.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Okay.
they don't have that, are they really Bond?
Benedict Cumberbatch?
But he's like, he's too known
I feel
as
like
like
he's too
Sherlock
nice.
at this point.
I think he would enunciate the hell out of it.
Yeah. And that was my question. That's my question is, does it have to be British? Because I said if you want to get someone that looks like Bond, you would go with like a Henry Cavill. Now, granted, he wasn't a great Superman, but he could be a great Bond.
He's not a great actor, though. Well, he's okay.
It depends on what he's in.
Idris Elba.
So, but if he didn't have to be British, then I said none other than Tom Bond.
What?
Ryan Eggold. Tom Bond.
Oh. Ron Eggold from The Blacklist? Now you're stuck on your own TV show.
Yeah.
No.
I just wanted to go with the Tom theory.
No,
I
let
said
me solve that for you. No.
Bradley Cooper would have been my Bond.
Bradley Cooper's good. Idris Elba's good, too. Idris Elba's always good. My pick was Tom. There you go. Tom Ellis from Lucifer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I can see that.
I'm addicted to that dude. Tom Arnold?
Any other Toms available that anyone would like to plug
Yeah,
for an
basically
opportunity for
anyone named
Bond?
Tom can apply. Thomas Jane. Thomas Jane can do it. He's great. Really? In case you didn't hear it, Tom Thumb, that's a little suggestion. Dun-dun-dun. Who's that? Tom Hiddleston, Tom Hiddleston's. Yeah, he could still be in it, though. I mean, if he got a break from his contract in between the movies or something.
It'd be an 8-month break, though.
I mean,
The whole point of Bond is that he can do anything. So
John Hamm, I like John Hamm. That's a good
idea.
Can I do the British accent? Can you get a...
right.
That's my British accent. It's
All right,
not
we
very
got to
good.
pick one because we only got 2 minutes
It's terrible.
No.
So, Johns and Toms, we can do that.
It could be Q, but
That'll be it. All right, well, I think our time is up. You can find, again, Remake This Movie Right and The Hollywood Outsider at thehollywoodoutsiders.com and remakethismovieright.com. And thanks, everybody, for listening. It's been fun. And what's next? 10,000? Okay, well,
All right.
never mind. I'm just going to hang up. Bye.
from the Blue Box Cafe, Aaron,
Amanda.
and Troy.
Troy.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Thank you.
Before we jump into the next show, we got a couple of quick things. The next show coming up is 10,000 Dawns. 10,000 Dawns is a show from Southgate Media Group that it's not Elijah. He is substituting. James Wilder, who was on the marathon last year, was writing a serialized book called 10,000 Dawns, a science fiction novel. And every episode as he put it out, he also made a podcast episode that we put out. And we now call that the Southgate Media Group Bookshelf because we've got a second one about to hit called, what's the name of that one? A Family in Time. That'll be coming out too by Charles Dickinson. But in James' stead, he wanted to do more this year, so he sent Elijah, who is also going to play the theme song, which is awesome. And are you doing a reading also?
Yeah, I was reading 2 stories actually.
2 stories. So we get a little culture here. And that'll be it for culture because then it's Jack Lil and I coming up soon. But before we do that, we got a couple of things. I want to thank the people that supported us on Kickstarter. They allowed us to get the mixer, which has changed the sound here 1,000%. We also got tripods and things and lighting that you don't see yet, but it's all awesome. So thank you so very much. Outside is a poster that was designed by Tatiana Sheehan. who is 17, and she did a great job. She did it for us, and we thought, you know what? That makes an awesome poster for the event. There's a T-shirt available from that if you go to our Facebook page, Southgate Media Group, or if you follow us on Twitter. We have tweeted out about this. We put it on there. You can get the T-shirt of that sprint for the event through tomorrow. So if you don't do it tomorrow, you don't get the shirt. No shirt for you. So I also want to point out two more things. We had a sponsor come in. We had a couple of sponsors come in, and I want to highlight them. Windy City Wondertainment. We've got it in the program. They do like cosplay that'll come to your party or your event. Definitely look into it. It is so much fun. They post a lot of fun pictures where they'll go to, like, you know, not just kids' birthday parties, but office events or charity events. And Captain America or Batman are walking around, and they look great. Yeah, hospitals. It's all cool. So if you want to book them, it's right here. Also, Edge Theater. Edge Theater, anyone that's a fan of Southgate Media Group has heard us talk about that. It's the theater that Molly is a part of. I'm also directing for them now and teaching. They do really fun, great, geeky shows. They teach like stage combat. And like for Molly at 9, she was fighting with a real sword there. It was awesome. And quarterstaff, and they do LARPing. They do all sorts of really fun, self-esteem building, geeky things. They also have an adult theater, not like the kind of Lil likes. And they have a show running. They're doing 1776. It is the musical. I'm not a musical fan, and I loved this. So if I liked it, you're going to love it. It's really cool. And I want to just read the copy they wrote. If you see one American Revolutionary War musical in Chicago this fall, see Hamilton. But if you see 2 American Revolutionary War musicals in Chicago, see 1776 by Edge Theater. They are extended. It got incredible reviews. They're extended. They're November 9th through 11th at Hamburger Mary's Attic in the city. It's 5400 North Clark Avenue. $22 for tickets. Get the tickets at edgeoforion.com. And I can't recommend it highly enough. We absolutely loved it. It's a cool twist on it. Really fun and great performances. Everybody would like it. And the food at Hamburger Mary's was rocking good, too. And I think that's it. Ready to turn it over to Elijah. If you want to support us, we do have a box for donations over here. It's next to Jacob. He is guarding it. We've hired only the best guards. And the box is right there. If you want to support Southgate Media Group, it's going to get us a GoPro to help improve things even further. You can also support us on Patreon. We have a Patreon page for Southgate Media Group. We have one for Nuff Said also that is going to be very active shortly. What else do we have, Martha? Yeah, okay, last bit of business. If you go to our website, you want to support us, but you're like, oh, I don't have any cash on me. And if you go to our website, click on the Amazon link. It takes you right to Amazon when you're going to buy something. When you're going to shop, it puts a cookie on your computer for that shopping session. Anything you buy during that session, we get a little commission for. It's not a lot. Doesn't cost you a dime more. But you know what? That not a lot really adds up if everybody in this room was using that link before they shopped on Amazon. So please, I urge you to do that. But you got to go to our website to do that. Very final thing on the tables is sign-up sheets for our email list. Sign up. We'll send you a link for the Amazon thing. We'll send you a thing about our events. We'll send you links to get 10,000 Dawns. And Elijah, I turn it over to you.
Oh, boy.
Yep, sounds good. Testing. I guess I should scoot closer. Do what? Mic that's louder. That works better for me. I like that. All right, really quick. As Rob had said, my name's Elijah. I'm actually from Elkhart. I drove all the way over here today, this morning, to help out James, who is in Indy right now, at a convention, actually doing readings from his book as well. So we got 2 readings of 10,000 Dawns going on right now. It's pretty rad. I've been interning for him for almost a year now, I think. He's an old friend and everything. So just, you know, kind of friends helping out friends. It's what we do. So this first part that I'm going to do is the theme song of 10,000 Dawns, written by another intern named Alex Christopher, who she's been interning for about the same amount of time that I have with James. And she wrote this song specifically for 10,000 Dawns. So I can't take any credit for what I'm about to sing or play right now. This is all her, all right? Wanna go on a space adventure, live in the galaxies. Wanna spend my whole life out there, use my time in the universe wisely. I wanna go and see the stars, be the first boy to ever live on Mars. I wanna be outside the Earth so I can see all of the planets and the galaxies in all of their majestic glory. And I know where I wanna be. And I heard you went on a space adventure without me. I heard you went with someone else. I just want to let you know that it's okay. I'd much rather go all by myself. Want to go on a space adventure, see the universe is right outside my door. Want to go and see the cosmos, want to leave here and explore. Want to use my time in the universe wisely, want to go to a different place. Because if you want to live your life right, you gotta learn to accept change. Want to go and see the sun, get in a rocket and leave like I'm on the run. The stars are the only place to be, far away where we have yet to see. And I heard you went on a space adventure without me. I heard you went with someone else. I just want to let you know that it's okay. I'd much rather go all by myself. It's a beautiful place. So is the rest of the galaxy, and I want you to know that I'm okay, and I want you to know that I'm happy. Want to go and see the sun, get in a rocket and leave like I'm on the run. The stars are the only place to be, far away where we have yet to see. And I heard you went on a space adventure without me. So yeah, that was Alex Christopher's song, Space Adventure. I will say she does it a lot better than I do. The rest of what I'm going to be doing is 2 readings from James Wilder's 10,000 Dawns. I'm just moving this back out this direction. Yeah, which one? This one, that one, any you like. This one. What about this one? How's this one working? Turn it on. That's probably going to help. Is it working now? It's on. Can you guys hear me? Sweet, sweet. All right. So the first one that I'm going to be reading is it's actually called High Times at the Black Hole Restaurant and Bar. All right. Pretty much all I got to say about it. Start off. Being a chef in the future is awful. Let's not even pretend this isn't the future. Look, people live in a spaceship and on Mars, and I run a flying establishment on the red rock called the Black Hole Restaurant and Bar. Literally, it flies. It hovers around. People have to use VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing ships, and jetpacks to get up here. It's the most impractical place to eat in the solar system. But I love it. And it's mine. But I'm getting away from my main point. Being a chef, future. Don't do it. Here's the thing. Let's say you want a burger. People at home can use a food printer to print out an exact molecular copy of the best burgers ever made. I should know. I cooked the 3rd most popular one on there. It was my final year of culinary school. I cooked a completely perfect burger. And a scan of it is in every household from here to the Hole. At least, I think they have it in the Hole. So try to compete with that burger. People have to get up out of their chairs, get dressed, and find a way to get to your establishment where you're going to probably cook a burger that is not the most third popular burger ever cooked. It's just not worth it for most people, so they eat at home. You want to know why people go out to eat? So they don't have to eat at home. Heck, most restaurants don't even cook anymore. They just print the food like most people and let people pay to put their butts on seats. If you're fancy, you'll get the exclusive rights to certain molecular maps of some dishes, not available to the public. And there will be a real reason to show up. But that's if you're lucky. Me, I know that people are here for the ambience. So using the ludicrous royalties from my third best burger ever, still split 70-30 with the culinary school, and I'm not even getting the big numbers. I hightailed it to Mars and bought an extremely dangerous flying platform from the government that was trying to get rid of because they didn't know what to do with it. You think this thing is called a black hole for no reason? Publicly, it's just a name. Secretly, this thing was part of a trend that has thankfully died off due to power things with singularity drives. Yeah, you heard me right. This platform has a tiny black hole in its heart, held in suspension and powering this thing till kingdom come. They Martians don't know how to turn it off. Centro isn't sure, and we even called the riggers over here, and they just whistled, patted me on the back, and wished me a lot of good luck with it. Basically, I'm the proud owner of a restaurant that could blow up Mars. No pressure, right? That pressure came one Tuesday evening when a guy with shifty eyes came into the building. I always hate people with shifty eyes. They look shifty. Now, I'm not one for stereotyping, but apparently I am because I don't trust people with shifty eyes. Hey, partner, I said. Honestly, I don't know why I said partner. This is Mars in the 25th century, not a Wild West saloon. How can I help you? The guy sat down, shifted his eyes around more, and then looked me in mine. I'll have a drink. Fair enough. Anything in particular, Padre? Scotch. No, a beer. No, both. But not like together. Coming right up, I said cheerily, but not too cheerily. I know how to bartend. I slid the guy his drinks, and he downed the scotch right off, then started nursing the beer. You want to know what I hate? You're going to tell me whatever I say, I thought. The government, he said, confirming my suspicions. Oh, yeah? I said, pretending I cared. Yeah. Can you believe people elected Zhang Han as president? Zhang Han, of all people. We go through decades of Central Party candidates, and we finally get a good Nai-Subaha guy in office. A real stand-up, fight-the-power sort of guy. What happens? Boom, dead. And big surprise, who comes into office but the Reconciliation Party? Who even votes reconcile anymore? They've never held the presidency before because they're a bunch of limp-wristed, limp-hearted, limp biscuit, I suggested. Limp biscuit bastards. He finished and took another swig of beer. Did you even know who Zhang Han was before the assassination? Yeah, she won the war on Titania with Admiral Carthage. That was big news. Everywhere. Literally everywhere. The guy paused. The news about Titania had been nonstop after it happened. Heck, it was on every child's textbook now. The greatest military victory in Central history. Of course they were going to talk about it. That's how you propaganda. You got me there, pal, he said, as though I'd somehow pulled an ace out of my sleeve and instead of saying something you wouldn't be able to finish Googling without someone making a comment about how you tried to. But I'll tell you what, this planet is bound for a revolution. You know how I know that? No, I don't. Please tell me. Because I'm going to start it. Right here, right now. There was a deep silence. I was cleaning the glass at that moment and wasn't sure if I should finish it. Could you pay your check first? I still cook burgers. I still cook everything. One thing we can get away with at the Black Hole is imperfect food. Having a flying restaurant far away from your crappy dome you can't leave without a breathing mask where you can lounge and watch magnificent vistas roll by beneath you affords us a bit of leeway. Every burger here is unique. Every salad hand-tossed. It's old-fashioned. Some might say pointless, but I love to cook. Legitimately, it's the thing I get the most pleasure from in life. Carefully timing each burger, making sure the meat is cooked just right. Watching the customers bite into it and seeing their reactions of pleasure at it being something outside of the perfect but predictable norm is my lifeblood. Oh, and before you ask, all our meat is back-grown. None of it's from a living animal. I mean, duh, we're not brutes. So as it turns out, this guy was one of those big overthrow the government types. You know, the kind in ancient movies that have newspapers pinned to their walls and pieces of yarn connecting things together. Nowadays, he just had a really cluttered tablet computer. But he had a gun, so point taken. He shoved me through the restaurant, my staff cowering and crying and calling the cops because they aren't idiots, and those are, in fact, all 100% appropriate reactions to the situation. Eventually, he led me to the door to the core of the platform. Open it, he said. I don't think that's a good idea, I told him. I'll blow your brains out. You raise an excellent point, sir, I said, opening the door. We entered a room with a giant circular catwalk surrounding a big metal orb suspended on wires and pillars, with tons of tubes going in and out of it. The guy laughed. Huh, so it's true. It's really true. The internet forums were right. You really do have a singularity powering this unit. He danced around in a circle. I waited patiently. They didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't. So a question, if I might. He looked surprised, so I continued. How exactly do you intend to start a revolution? He looked like he'd been waiting the whole time I'd been here to ask me that. So, according to the internet, there's this program called Hoshi. Hoshi, like the mascot of Mars, Hoshi. I had, of course, seen posters of Hoshi, the gear girl, everywhere. She usually had a sleeve rolled up and was flexing that arm, the words Martian strength often under it, sometimes Centro strength. There was a cartoon show about her and her adventures doing cheesy civic duty stuff and helping her elders and stuff. I may own every season of it, but don't judge me. Yes, like that. But the mascot came later. It started as this giant program, an AI they could pop into the government computers and have it run them. Wait, who's they exactly? You know, them, he said loudly. Okay, I said, not wanting to provoke him too much. The Hierophant, the pilgrimage, the ones waiting under the surface to push Mars to a new future. They will take Hoshi and raise her to be our queen. Okay, so this guy was a bit nutso, but whatever. So how does breaking into my restaurant help you with that? Well, obviously, I'm going to blow up the black hole containment field, so it burns this place up, causes an ecological disaster. That will wake people up, get them going. Look, I'll be real with you. I voted Naisubaha in the last election. I'm not exactly Mr. I love being ruled over by our colonial masters McGee. I want them out of power as much as the next guy who wants them out of power. But I'm also not going to drop a black hole on a planet. Look, pal, how about I help you out? I can walk over to that control panel and just lower the field for you. How about that? He looked at me, skeptically. How can I trust you? Well, I haven't tried to stop you yet, have I? Anyway, what's the worst I could do? The shields around the singularity are already up. I had a point, or so he thought. He nodded, and I went over to the control panel and carefully moved the dials with the precision of a chef flipping a burger. I shifted the force field so it formed an ovoid shape that encompassed our new pal here, and did so with such care that he didn't even feel the change in the air over him, or the hair standing up on his neck. Then I opened a panel on the singularity containment device for just a moment. Didn't even take long. By the time I looked back over her, my new pal had been sucked into the heart of the diner, along with a nice big chunk of the catwalk. Great. I have to walk all the way around the restaurant to get back to the kitchens and buy a new catwalk. What a day, right? Being a chef in the future sucks. I wouldn't recommend it. The other story that I'm going to be reading is called Kalinka's Bad Date. Quick synopsis on this one. Quick synopsis, there's two characters, Josh and Jae-Sung Ki. Jae-Sung Ki is on government surveillance for the time being due to one of his past girlfriends, and his friend Josh just set him up on a blind date. So that's just so you have a little bit of background before we start this one off. The pillow hit him in the back of the head with a dull thud, and Sung Ki moaned even though he barely felt it. Joshua sighed, picked up the pillow, and dropped it on him again. Come on, Sung Ki, stop acting like this. I'm not drinking. I'm not on drugs. I'm doing work and feeding myself. What more do you want, Josh? For you to get out of the house and stop acting like you're depressed. You realize I'm clinically depressed, right? Yeah, so have you taken your meds yet today? Sung Ki appeared up from under the pillow. There are clearly spies in this room and will not bow to international pressure. Josh cursed, and Sung Ki heard him rifling through his cabinets before finding the pills on the counter. He brought them over to Sung Ki with a glass of water. If you take these, I'll stop dropping pillows on you. Sung Ki narrowed his eyes and grabbed the pills in the glass. Sadist. I love you too. So why are you over here anyway? He swallowed the pills. I know for a fact you're not checking up on me. Joshua ruffled his short hair awkwardly. Well, no, I'd like you to do me a favor. Sanki looked up at him drearily. Right. So, look. I accidentally set you up on a blind date. I'm not going. Look, it'll be good for you. Things went bad with your last two girlfriends, sure, but you can't just keep brooding like this. Fung is dead, and I'll never see Geraldine again. Heck, if I try to. He jangled the ankle bracelet he had on. This will lure every cop on the planet I'm trying to run from, and they will converge on me like a successful analogy. So, hey, things just went bad. It's not like a planetary government decided to interfere with my last relationship. Actually, the people at the monitoring station are probably listening right now, so we better be clear as to how much we love our country. Josh pursed his lips and took Sanki's cup from his hands. Kevin and Yi-Suk at the monitoring station shook their heads. Come on, just go on the date, man, Kevin exclaimed. I already ship it, Yi-Suk muttered. Okay, sorry, understatement, but still, you're a young, mildly attractive man. You should be getting yourself out there, Josh continued. Sanki put the pillow over his head. I don't want to. Look, this woman is right up your alley. She's independent, a rimward. You like rimward girls, right? Sanki threw the pillow at Josh. Just because my last girlfriend was a rimward doesn't mean I'm attracted to all of them, you gallon of skimmed whole milk. Look, just give it a shot. You go on a date with her, I can go on a date with her friend. Her friend doesn't want to leave her alone for the night. Because she can't take care of herself or because she burned the hotel down? Just because it's rude to leave a friend alone when you're traveling together without finding something for them to do. Sanki weighed his options here. He gave up. Fine, whatever. You owe me. Yes, Josh, Kevin, and Yi-Suk said, pumping their fists in the air. Sanki went back to sleep. Jae Sanki had picked out his outfit carefully. He may be going on this day under duress, but he felt a sense of responsibility to not look like the total slob he was. For the first time in a month, he shaved. He took a long shower and scrubbed himself clean. He even got a haircut, getting his hair back to the short, practical look he'd been used to in the military. He dressed in a nice pair of khaki chinos, a black blazer, and a white dress shirt with the top button undone. No tie. He had a nice pair of penny loafers on his feet to boot. Really, he looked better than he'd looked in months. He smiled in the mirror before he left. It looked forced. Still, he arrived at table 12 at the Cafe Svetlana at 10 till 7 and waited patiently at the table. Even though he didn't want to be there, he felt a well of optimism growing in his heart, despite himself. What if he and this woman did really have some sort of connection? His heart still ached for Geraldine, but he knew she'd moved on long ago. He had been provided proof of this by his government handlers. His probation was nearly up, and he'd be unshackled, but he couldn't go back to her. She had someone else now, someone with more future prospects than him. He pulled at his collar. Maybe this woman would be someone wonderful. Josh was right. He couldn't spend his whole life moping, right? The door jangled. A woman stepped through the door, daintily clutching her clutch. Kalankata clutched the edge of his chair. Oh, for Christ's sake, really? The woman's jaw went slack. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. They stared at each other. Hi again, Chrome Teeth. Hi, Kalankata. I'm going to kill my friend Josh. Sounds fun. Maybe this date isn't a bust after all. Chrome Teeth wasn't just staring up at the ceiling. She was trying to figure out what chemicals were in the paint. Jem was, of course, being her usual self and was doing something over by the mirror. Chrome Teeth gritted the metal of her teeth together, made a sound like rubbing two pieces of wet sheet metal against each other. I need you to do something for me, Jem said. Depends on what it is. I need you to go on a date. Chrome Teeth rolled over to face her. You need me to what? I found a guy who has some codes I need to the 5th Ryu military storehouse. I've got a date with him, but he stipulated I needed to set up his friend with one of mine. Standard born wingman stuff. You're free tonight, so I thought you wouldn't mind. Chrome Teeth groaned and rolled around on the bed, which made uncomfortable noises due to the excessive weight of her small frame. So you'll do it? Fine, Chrome Teeth said, but you better get those codes, and smashed a pillow down over her head. She planned on enjoying having a hotel room to herself. Now she had to be social. It was horrible. The two sat awkwardly at the table. So, Sanki said, breaking the silence, I guess we should try to get to know each other. I guess, or we could just go home. I'd be okay with that. But I had to white-knuckle this whole night with you, so I'm afraid that's off the table. Wait. Do you actually white-knuckle, like, Your bones aren't white, they're metal. Chrome Teeth thought for a moment. Huh, I guess not. Regardless, we're having dinner. Aye, aye, Captain, though this does give away your cunning plan. Oh, your friend set you up on this date with me. Friend is such a strong term. So is date. Colin caught aside and reached down to his shoe. Chrome Teeth ducked her head under the table to see what he was doing. There was an anklet on his foot, and Colin Cotta was fiddling with it. He finished, and she pulled her head up. Your friend is on a date with Josh. Josh works at military plant number 4 in Ryu. Josh knows access codes. It's not hard to figure out. So you're going to play a little hero and try to stop us? I really don't care. The brutal honesty of that remark caught Chrome Teeth off guard. What do you mean you don't care? I mean, I don't care if you break into number 4 and steal a ton of stuff from it, or whatever you're doing. No patriotic duty? I thought you were a war hero or something. I know Guru Gara better than you do, and I take more pleasure than you in it getting robbed. Plus, I know if anything bad happened to Josh, your operation would be found out in an instant. The waiter came by and dropped off their drinks. Chrome Teeth had an elaborate drink with several layers of colored liquors. Colin Cotta had black coffee. So what you're telling me is we can, in fact, leave. Oh, no, see, if I go home, Josh will be there with your accomplice. And let me tell you, when you leave, I'm going straight home. If you're manipulating me, I'm going to at least annoy you. You drive a boring bargain. So what'd you do to your foot? I'm under government surveillance. Right now, they think we're having an awkward silence. If you're ready to talk more, I can fix it back up. She shrugged. Since we'll be here a while, he reached down again. Whatever happened to Jackbox? I thought you two were really close. You're not cheating, are you? Sanki looked impassive. Muscle in his face twitched. She got deported. That tied to your new jewelry? Yeah. Then I'll speak no more of it. Sanki nodded. So, this is a date. You should tell me about yourself. Sanki sipped his coffee and looked at her expectantly. Nuh-uh, Fizz Pop, you're going first. Fine. He set the coffee down and gestured heavily as he spoke. My name is Jae Sanki. I am technically a high school dropout. I won the Medal of Honor, but I don't like talking about it. I was engaged, but the war got in the way of that. I had a girlfriend, but that didn't work out either. I'm a former alcoholic, but I lost track of how long I've been sober because who really cares? The point is I'm sober now. I like puppies, pasta, long walks on the beach, and I've got major PTSD. What's up with you, Slick? She nodded, sticking her bottom lip out a little. Impressive. Nice quick synopsis there. I guess I owe you mine. Former child drug dealer, former blind person, and former haver of a massively degenerate disease. Lived for a few years in a full-body casing to keep me living. Got myself totally reconstructed so I wouldn't die, and thanks to the librarian, got me some upgrades along the way. Now I just enjoy life. She smiled, her winning and mildly threatening smile. I always love learning about how sociopaths got to be the way they are. What? Oh, come on. You're smarter than that. I'm not a sociopath. Sanki threw his hands up in the air. I just assumed. I enjoy hurting people. That's different. A good old-fashioned sadist, then. She nodded. Great. I'm highly reassured. Don't they tell you in school that you should always do what you love? I grew up in a communist society based around maximizing societal usefulness and welfare. So, no. Well, I never went to school, so it was just a guess. But seriously, Sanki continued, don't you think there's anything messed up about enjoying hurting people? You do realize that's wrong, right? Do you? Yes. Sarah leaned in over the table, her metal smile seeming somehow less physically menacing and more sinister. It looked like she was rubbing her tongue along the tips of her teeth. Then why stay? It's your choice to be here. You like talking to me, don't you? Is there something thrilling about it? I mean, I know exactly what I'm doing, Sanki. Let's not get any illusions. I bite people's fingers off and laugh at them about it. I saw something condoned in normal society, but you haven't left this table. You say you would go straight home, but Rio is a big city. Gargantuan, really. Tens of millions of people in layers of domes and buildings. You could find something to do till Josh finished his tragically manipulated date with my cohort. You chose to stay here with me. Sanki didn't look uncomfortable, which made Sarah a bit disappointed, but also intrigued. No, you're right. She raised an eyebrow. I am, eh? He looked her right where her eyes should have been. It certainly can't be for my own good. No, it really can't. I can't say it would be a healthy habit to be around such a corrupting influence as me. Maybe I just think you could do better. That's an even more unhealthy attitude. Sarah crossed her arms and looked him over. She seemed to come to some sort of decision. What? Sleep with me. What? You probably won't see me again, nor I you, but let's face it, you like my type. People who are dangerous in a way that's just plain unhealthy. You like the fact that you know how to sit with me, and that you can be so certain that I'm not going to, she gnashed her teeth, rip your throat out. You're getting awful Freudian. You want to see how Freudian I can get? Come back to my place. Song-Ki looked flabbergasted. I'm not sleeping with you. No, I mean you bite people's fingers off. You said yourself that's really messed up. You kill people. You kill people? He didn't meet her gaze. Look, here's what I'm saying. You want to come over, I'll be waiting. You don't, you can sit here and mull things over. Or bust up my friend's careful arrangement. She got up from the table and swirled her skirt a bit. If she had eyes, she would have winked. See you there, soldier boy. I'm not... Oh, whatever. Kevin and Yi-Suk looked at each other. Okay, I really need to know what happens. Oh my God, Kevin, that's private. Yi-Suk, we spend all day literally spying on people. We watch this guy shower from hidden cameras. This isn't the time to grow a conscience when something this juicy might go down. They looked at each other. This is an absolutely terrible pairing. It's a hypothetical one-night stand, Yi-Suk. Yeah, but like, it's the kind of thing they'll regret in the morning if they do, right? Like I said, juicy. Anyways, we don't have to spy. We don't have to spy. We just have to see if he goes to that address. They leaned in. Song-Ki walked in at 10 a.m., grumbling. Josh looked up from the couch where he was still nursing his hangover. Are you okay, man? Song-Ki replied. How are you? He enunciated. I'm great. Oh man, me and that rim chick, we really hit it off. I can't really remember much, but we had a lot to drink together. I think she really liked me. You get her contact info? Josh's face fell. I forgot. Song-Ki nodded and went over to the sink to take his meds. Thought so. Josh sat in silence for a bit, murmuring about what a real connection they had, before eventually asking, so how'd your date go? I don't want to talk about it. That bad, huh? I mean, Song-Ki looked up at the ceiling. How could he even describe it? I just figured because you got back at the time you have, Song-Ki made a vague gesture that really didn't signal anything, and went to his room and closed the door. Had it gone so bad that he'd gotten drunk and passed out on a park bench again? It wouldn't be the first time. Josh quickly forgot this line of thought, though, thinking about that rim girl. Man, Josh ruminated, she was perfect. Maybe we'll find each other again. Oh my God, he was so boring, Jem lamented. I got everything I wanted out of him without even trying. I just got him passed out drunk and looted through his room. Got a nice watch, actually. Jem showed Chrome Teeth her watch. Chrome Teeth was unimpressed. Okay, well, how did your date go? Chrome Teeth laughed. What's that supposed to mean? I had a good time. Jem gestured to her for her to continue. Details, now, she said harshly. Sorry, Gemstone. I don't kiss and tell. What the hell are you talking about? All you do is kiss and tell and kill people. And torture people. Jem rolled her eyes. And torture people. Chrome Teeth leaned back and flashed a grin. Some things are better left a mystery. Was it a good date? Was it a bad date? Who cares? Life's too short to worry about other people's business. Jem clearly was bothered by not knowing, which was the whole point. She slid a pillow under her head on the bed and moved on to the next day. Thank you. I don't actually know what time it is, so give me like 0.2 seconds. I'm 4 minutes past my mark, so I apologize to whoever is up next.
That was me!
Oh, shit! I'm gonna start running. So yeah, those were 2 readings from James Wilder's 10,000 Dawns. I'm pretty sure the book is available on, some of his books are available on Amazon. There are links other places. I don't know if this.
They're all read on podcast.
Yeah. Okay. So I was gonna say I don't know if you guys have. I didn't know if you guys had all of them on the Southgate Media podcast. Okay. All right. Awesome. So yeah, definitely give it a listen. James is a great guy, great writer. I've had a lot of time to get to know him. So I guess, Rob, if you want to come up and introduce the next clan, I'm out. You guys have a great day.
Great job, Elijah. Thank you so much. Elijah! Holy cow. All right, I actually have a prop before we jump into the next thing. This is the t-shirt I've been talking about. It is a limited edition t-shirt through tomorrow. You can order it. You got to follow the link on our Facebook page or that was tweeted out from @SMG Pods. Yes, it comes in a ton of colors, hoodies, baseball shirts. Get a phone case. Scott Casper can buy a phone case, finally. Not a flip phone case, sorry. They have notebooks, though, so you could get that. See? Something appropriate. Okay, so we're about to start the next one. There's a total lineup shift. Bam. Next up, we've got Elliot Serrano. Elliot, you want to come on up? And Elliot is going to do a show, and his partner that was going to be up here had car trouble, so feel free to, throw eggs. Yeah, I'm going to just pass it over, Elliot. Thank you very much. And it's going to be audience interaction, too, so get ready.
I have this problem. I'm very accustomed to just talking to the voices in my head. So you guys get to play the role of the voices outside my head. All right, yeah. You look very worried. Like the moment I said voices in my head, you turned to everyone else who's going, oh boy, it's one of those. Yeah. So anyway, my name's Elliot Serrano. For those of you who don't know me, I am a former features writer for the Chicago Red-Eye. I am a comic book writer, a geek journalist, as well as a blogger. You know, do they still call it blogging anymore? I mean, you know, there are things like it's bloggerati, but it's not even like bloggers. It's like online media, because you really can't tell the difference anymore between a blog and, let's say, the Chicago Tribune, who I used to work for, so they're going to be getting some shots today because they've done some interesting things these last few weeks. But not only that, I'm on the radio. You'll hear me Friday nights on the Pretty Late with Patty Vasquez on WGN Radio, 7:20 a.m. Hey, Patty, if you're watching, hi, Patty, how you doing? So anyway, I was asked to be on this podcast because I love coming here to the Blue Box Cafe. I'll often come here when this sort of thing is going on, when the other podcasters are on. And Robert is often, you know, he'll see me sneak in. I'll grab a sandwich or a coffee, and then I'll sneak out. And he's like, Elliot, why don't you ever want to like do one of these podcasts? And here's the thing. For all the stuff that I do, I really don't like seeking attention, if you can believe that. I'm what you call an extroverted introvert. I have to. Ambivert? Ooh, I like that. Ambivert. Break that down for me. How do we come to it? Is? Sure, blogging. Okay, blog about ambiverts. There are two things. This is a new term you just taught me. Ambivert, which I guess applies to extroverted introverts. I also heard, I heard this last night on Patty's show. It's called bipedal. Bipedal, when you have both two kinds of pets, both cats and dogs. So you're bipedal. I'm tri-curious. I would like, I'm thinking dogs, cats, and maybe a lizard? Nah, see, lizards, I'm going to tell you, I would be the worst lizard owner on the planet. First, I was a horrible fish owner my entire life, and I could probably never do lizards too because they're so high maintenance. I can't stay in a relationship that long. I don't know if I can handle a lizard. She said I was cold. Well, yeah, really. Come on. Everybody gets up to, this is not going to be the first nor the last time I'm ever going to be booed. So, but anyway, so this is a lot of fun. I like the Blue Box Cafe. I really like the things that are going on here with Southgate Media. It's a testament to really how versatile and how resilient the whole I call it geek culture. Although can you really call it geek culture anymore? I mean, it's just culture, right? It's basic culture. It's not a subculture. It's the mainstream. I mean, pop culture even, right? It's been subsumed by pop culture. So the whole thing, you're pod cultural. I'm quad cultural. I'm gonna throw in another. Yeah. See, she likes that idea. It's a four-way for. Okay, there are children in this room right now, so I need to really watch how the things I'm talking about here. But as we go along in this time that I have, and at any point, again, play the music if you want to play me off. I'll talk about a couple things. Yes, I'm a comic book writer. I have written a couple things for Dynamite Entertainment. I've written The Adventures of Grumpy Cat. I know the kids like that. You like Grumpy Cat? Yeah, kids. That's why I brought Grumpy Cat comics today. But if you want a Grumpy Cat comic from me, you have to be able to answer a trivia question. All right? I'm not just giving. You can't just stand there and look cute. Because I'm looking at you right now, and you have this look on your face. Well, you too, yeah. But you're sitting. She's standing. See? All right. Oh, okay. I'm giving you whatever you want. So, well, it will be trivia questions surrounding the kids stuff. Also, I also brought copies of my other book that just came out within the past month, which is Army of Darkness, Ash for President, which is quite topical considering today's, the recent election. Just so you know. Oh, wait, there are children in the room. Children. All right. Hey, okay, I see what's going on here. I see that we don't really care about the kids in the room. They're gonna go. All right. So, because here's the thing. I'm also on a podcast called Geek Counter Geek on the Radio Misfits Network. Sorry, I don't mean to bring up the competition. Awesome. But usually my co-host is also our producer, Keith Conrad. Couldn't make it today. He says his car battery gave out on the expressway. I heard the power coupling on the power converters were fried and the hyperdrive wasn't working. So that's how bad my infection is, you know. But anyway, so he usually has a rundown whenever we're going to do these sorts of things, and he sets me up and I knock him down, and he's kind of like the straight guy to my. I don't want to say not so straight because that'll give the wrong idea. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, you know. Yeah, thank you. But anyway, so I just had to I came up with some stuff. I knew things I wanted to talk about, but I had to come up with some stuff on the fly. And since the precedent has already been set, and this would be something that we would talk on Geek Counter Geek. An interesting article on the Indy 100, where the UK communications regular Ofcom interviewed more than 200 people across the UK on how offensive they find a vast array of rude, offensive words and insults. Now, we're talking about the British here, all right? Now, I know here in the United States, again, the current, you know, atmosphere, people are getting a little salty with each other. Go on Twitter, go on social media. If all I have to do is post a Hillary meme and, oh boy, it's like all of a sudden I'm hitting cockroaches with my shoe, you know, or post, you know, any sort of thing. Anyone in any sort of slant, you're going to have people coming at you on both sides. So it always I'm always amused when the British talk about being rude, because I'm very amused at how they always add extra letters to their words. You know, like a U, you spell color, C-O-L-O-U-R, you know. Demon, like is D-A-E-M-O-N. That's so quaint. You know, it's like they have extra letters. You just want to throw them out there. Now, be free. Have something to do. Get out there. Well, considering that, and knowing, does anybody else here read a lot of British writers like Terry Pratchett, Neil Gaiman? Warren Ellis is one of my favorites. Warren Ellis is my favorite. I always learn a new swear word from Warren. So, anyway, So people were asked their opinion on 150 words in total. These are folks in the UK. These included general swear words, words linked to race, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality, body parts, and health conditions. Good golly, everything is like free game. Thank you. Religious info. GAEME, right? Look at that. As well as certain hand gestures. Well, I know a few of those. So they were asked to rate words as mild, medium, strong, or strongest. This is what Ofcom found. Now, I'm going to avoid the really bad ones because, again, there are kids in the room. Although as I was going over this list, I was like, hold on a second. This doesn't jive for me. Let's start with the mild words. Bugger. All right? I didn't know bugger was supposed to be a bad word. Does it bugger? Bugger? I know there's an etymology to bugger, but like bugger all that. So if I'm saying bugger, is someone British going to go, ooh, really? How bad is that to say bugger? If it's mild. Not polite? Is it? It is the F word? Oh my. All right. I did not know that. You learned something new. Wow. And that's, okay, here's the thing. That's rated as mild. The Brits rate it as mild. Well, here. Okay, if you can't hear him off camera, off the mic, he's saying that in America, I mean, for folks who are watching on the live stream, it's like, okay, so Brits use bugger as much as Quentin Tarantino uses the F word here in the United States. So it's kind of after a while, you're like, whatever, he said that. Until your kindergartner comes to school one morning, goes, my mama said bugger all that. And then you're like, then you get a little note in, with the report card. Okay, another mild word, cow. How? Okay, he's nodding his head again. That cow. Okay, now I know in the context of in American, like if it's a you cow, it's like kind of insulting a woman and something, which is. But is it similar in the UK that way? Same thing. Okay, that's kind of mean. Crap. Crap, same thing? Or does it mean something else? Who cares? Okay. All right, now this is an insult, and I feel bad for my friends who are redheads. Ginger. Ginger? It's like, that's right there? Ginger. Yeah, ginger. Well, it amazes. But wait a minute. But doesn't Doctor Who say that all the time? Isn't he? He wants to be a ginger. But it's like, isn't that... All right. Git. I knew git. Sod off. I've heard that one. Yeah. Sod off. Yeah, Harry Potter says that. Right. Yeah, the foul-mouthed little... And a minger. Now, I've never heard minger. What is it? I hear it's spelled M-I-N-G-E-R for anybody watching online. If I'm offending you, my apologies. I don't, okay. So anyway, so those were the, and my favorite, which is borderline, arse. I love arse. Wait, do you have the definition of minger? Okay. What? Unpleasant person or thing? Oh, that would be me. So, I'm a minger. Minger. All right. Bloody minger. You get? Okay, sod off, you minger. See, the kids in the back, you could just, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys. See, because it's British slang. You can say it, and people will be like, oh, that's so cute. Just don't use the American stuff. It's like, okay, anybody used to watch that old the show Taxi? Remember Taxi? That classic show gave starts to a lot of folks like Andy Kaufman was on Taxi, Judd Hirsch, Tony Danza before he became Who's the Boss, Danny DeVito, right? Well, Marion Henner. There was an episode when Danny DeVito and another character, the Louis De Palma character, another character, were trading Italian gestures, swears back and forth. And I remember watching that episode and having an Italian friend saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe they did that on television." Because they did some really, really risque stuff. But because the general public didn't know it, no one complained. No one said anything. You watch that episode now, you'd be like, how did they get away with that? So kids in the back, these words, until everybody else learns them, you can use them. Well, it's funny. I was certified in early childhood development, and the one thing I've learned is that the greatest amount of learning that your kids will ever do in their whole life is from birth to almost 3 years of age. That's when their brains are sponges and they absorb everything. That's when you teach them the swear words. So, like bint. What's a bint? That's considered medium in offensiveness to people in the UK. B-I-N-T. Like mint, but with a B. All right, hold on. You are so anxious to look these up. Come here. Come on, come here. Where's she going? Come here. Here, sit down. Sit right here. You're one of the podcasters, okay.
Yeah, I'm on the Supernatural show.
Okay, okay, you have a supernatural talent for looking at vulgarity. So what is your? Okay, what were you shouted yet again at me? What were you gonna say?
Oh.
By the way, I love your hair.
Thank you. And bint is.
Okay, hold on. Remember the kids back there. All right, the little kids back there. I don't want to get too specific, because then they're going to be going to general.
Yeah. Bint is a derogatory term towards women and girls.
Oh no, don't use that. No. Maybe bint.
So that's like a certain C word.
Oh no, but that one's on the list too. No, what's that one? No. Cow. You meant cow, right? Cow. Charming. Charming is a C word. In charge. That's what. Because soon women will be. Okay. By the way, a slightly political aside note here. I don't know what your political leanings are right now, but when Hillary Clinton is elected president, you women get to be in charge for the next 4 years. See how you like it, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, when we're sitting in the back seat, all right, guys, and we're just going to sit there pet, poking at you the whole time, I swear at one point, all of the women in America are going to turn around and go, I will stop this nation right now. Ignore us? Like you always do? All right. There we go. A munter. A munter. I don't know what that is. They aren't. They are a munter. And that, like Eddie Munster. Or I remember the Munsters, right? Munsters were awesome. I love the Munsters. Okay, now we're going to get into the strong ones. And I got to really, really watch myself here. Because there's some here that, even to me, it's really obvious. And there's some that I just don't get. Yeah. Okay, I will give you a beer before I give you this list. Because then that would be contributing to the delinquency of a minor. In both cases, yes, right. I'm not, no. I've already got 2 restraining orders. Okay. Here's the one. Okay. Strong. This is a strong British word. Beaver. No, beavers are cute. A beaver? No, wait, hold on. Wait. Now, if it's the same connotation as I've heard it in the States, I can see it. But to me, when you're using like you, Bruce, you chipmunk, you woodchuck. I mean, that's the same. That's what you're basically calling otter. Okay, hold on. You are okay. Back to Miss Supernatural Podcaster, who's off camera and off mic now. You are really like adept at British swearing. Supernatural isn't even a British show. It's just two guys, two brothers who look nothing alike. One takes his shirt off from time to time, and they have the feels. That's how I've heard it described to me. All right. Okay. I'm afraid this one, it seems innocuous. Wait. Same? All right. That's what I was thinking. I'm wondering if the Brits invented using it that way and then we started using it. I can't see myself anymore. That's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. Beef curtains. What is that? You know what it means? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Because I like beef sandwiches. All right. What is? Okay, all right. Okay, I'm pulling it in. There's some blushing in the audience right now. I get it. Okay, seriously, people. Some of you are going, "Oh my God, I can't believe you said that." I don't even know what it. Yeah. I'm gonna plead total duh on that one. Thank you. Fanny is supposed to. I've heard Fanny. That one's bad too. Looks like a Fanny. Yeah. I've heard people call someone a knob. A knob. But see, that's the thing. That one is supposed to be very strong, right? And I can't say the strongest ones because even here they're really bad. So I just find it amusing. I find it amusing that I had to reference lunch meat to really offend people. So anyway, that's one of the things that I find really interesting. So thanks for your participation with that. All right. Now, your podcast has never quite gone in this direction. I'm all the British viewers, all two of them. Okay. So he took his headphones off. I gotta hear this guy. between the British cussing and Supernatural girl just jumping in there. We are. Excuse me, ignorant American. That's an oxymoron. Yeah. All right. So let's go. I'm gonna switch gears for a moment here and get into some of the goodies that I have. I brought some stuff with me here today. I'll start by making it up to the kids who I taught all these British swear words to, and the adults can help them. I have here a copy of. Actually, I have a few copies of The Adventures of Grumpy Cat and Pokey. I have the free comic book day edition here. I will give a copy, and I'll even autograph it for you if you'd like, to the person who can tell me, okay, Grumpy Cat and Pokey are based on, and this is pop culture here. I'm telling you, the people who have these cats have finally figured out how to get their cats to do something. You know, earn some money, help pay the rent already. These people have made so much money with Grumpy Cat and Pokey. Dynamite Entertainment publishes a book called Grumpy Cat and Pokey. I have contributed to the two series, both of which have now been collected in trade paperback, available at bookstores and on Scholastic. I am able to say that I have books that sell next to Harry Potter.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, I see you. I don't hear you. I mean, I hear you. I don't see you. Are you going to play shy?
Nah, I'm not shy.
No. You? I thought you were.
Welcome to the new Bat Cave.
I still can't see it.
Oh, my camera's on.
All I see is your profile picture.
I'm waving at you.
I can't see you. All I see is your profile picture. I don't know what's up. Do you have it enabled in Google Hangout or whatever? Do you have to have that? I don't know.
I don't know.
There you are. I see you now. Yeah, I'm in my cave too.
Very cool. I like it.
Supposedly Tyler was logging in, so any second now we should have Tyler.
Cool. I'm hungry for some pancakes.
Uh-oh.
Is he having trouble?
I don't know if he's on Skype because he's like, are you calling?
Oh. Oops. Yeah, this is my first podcast as a married woman.
Oh, that's right. Is it? Is it your first? There he is.
Hey!
Yeah, I had to get everything for Google Hangouts up and running. I'd never done it before, so I had to authorize everything, change my settings.
Oh, I thought we did it before.
No, I hadn't done this version before yet.
Hmm.
Oh, yay. It's interesting. Video podcasting.
All right. Yeah. All right. For anyone maybe listening, we are Before the Bat. We are a Gotham podcast, and since we have an hour, I figured if we run out of that, we can talk some of the other DC shows. But like Kelly was just saying, this is her first podcast as a married woman.
Hey, guys.
Woohoo! That's cool. Is that Kelly in the Kel Cave?
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's the license plate cave behind me.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. It's Fitzgerald. Oh, just like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., we can call you Fitz now.
That's right. That's me.
You should.
Well,
you
know,
should call
my
it Fitz.
for him is K9FTZ, so there you go.
It's kind of weird. It's interesting seeing you guys.
I was going to say, yeah, we usually record with no audio. I mean, with no video. This is even weird.
It is weird.
I like it, though.
Tyler, I can make you more mad. You were supposed to come and you didn't today. I had posters for you.
Ah. Yeah, you're right.
Four posters, each one from each Christopher Reeve Superman movie.
Oh, man. Dude, okay. I know it was Before the Bat, but people listen to this. I had to have a new furnace installed, and I told him that I was going to be out of town. The guy was supposed to do it in the spring, kept putting it off, and then all of a sudden I get a message on Tuesday he'd be here Saturday. Well, I see him this morning. I told him I was leaving to go to Pennsylvania. Doesn't say anything about needing to get in the house. We get about hour and a half, 2 hours into the trip, and then he's like, yeah, I need to get in the house. And my dad can't find his key or nothing, so we had to turn around and come back. Then to find out we have a leak in our propane tank for our heat.
Oh.
So they had to come out. They had to come out and look for it and try to fix that today.
Cool.
Yeah.
That cave has to have heat.
So, yeah. But okay, we're videoing, so I can't make faces or do stuff like I want to. Because people see me now.
It was crazy.
So Gotham, yes.
So what does everyone think of the new Poison Ivy?
You know what? Here's what I'm gonna say. This is what I've rationalized, because I read the most ridiculous theory where someone was trying to say that this is actually a version of Batman Beyond, that there'll be a Batman and then Bruce will take over the mantle from that person. And I was like, this is stupid. But I just think they should age up Bruce. I saw that. If they're going to age up Poison Ivy, let's age up Bruce.
If that guy can age everyone up, age up Bruce, age up Selena, I mean...
That's really the only two we need.
Let's get on with it already, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Poison Ivy thing is cool. It's weird the way they did it with aging her up. I almost would have preferred if Ivy Pepper wasn't Poison Ivy. It was just one of those things to throw us off. And then the real Poison Ivy showed up this season. That could have been cool because, yeah, that could have just been cool, period. But the whole Ivy Pepper thing, I don't know. Whatever. I'm just rolling with it. I just take it for what it is.
She needs to marry a doctor, then he could be Dr. Pepper.
Exactly. Now, I mean, like...
Wait. I know we're live, but... Welcome back, Kelly.
I just love the fact, like, I was like, okay, when that dude found her and everything, I was like, I'm sitting there like, please let him be a good guy. Please let him be a good guy. Because it seems like every comic book property where a female shows up who's attractive, it's always some, like, douche dude. Like, have you ever watched Supergirl, the movie? When the first two human earthling men she meet are two perverted truckers who want to take advantage of her. And I'm just like, seriously? That's what we get? So I was like, please let him be a nice guy. And he was, except to the plant. Thus he had to die.
It's not even female characters. I mean, that whole Superman, Supergirl series, like, gave truckers a bad name, because remember Superman 2 when he had no powers and that trucker started a fight with him?
Yep.
Okay, so Superman 2 with the trucker. I just thought of this the other day. I don't know why I didn't think about it. I was talking to this dude. He said, if you think about the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2, when he goes back to the diner to meet the trucker, that trucker would have no idea why he's there, because technically he was never there. Never fought the guy because he turned back time.
Right.
If you
wait,
based
what?
on the Richard. Okay, have you ever watched Superman 2?
Yeah. Okay, I was mixing up the other version and the Donner version.
Yeah, because we were debating the two cuts of Superman 2, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's right. That wouldn't make any sense.
So in the Donner cut, he's just a petty jerk going back for revenge. Okay.
Yeah, it makes Clark look bad because.
If I could turn back time.
Twice.
Oh, Tyler, that's your next project. Take him turning back, reversing the rotation of the Earth, and put the Cher song over it.
Okay, I can do that. I already edited Superman 1 and both versions of Superman 2 into one gigantic movie.
That's cool.
It was fun. It's fun. I have two different versions because I added a scene from Superman 3 and a scene from Superman 4 in it, just for fun. It's like a 4-hour movie. But back to Gotham.
Yes.
I'm thinking they aged Ivy just for the Vava Voom factor, you know, because at first we had Barbara.
Yes.
No. Now we got Ivy.
Can we just say that I actually like Barbara now a lot?
Yeah, I said all it took was a mental breakdown for you to like her.
I know. We were watching it, and I was like, wait a minute. When she sat there and did that, her and I can't remember her name, I'm blanking, did that like little attack on that dude.
Oh, Tabitha.
Yeah, I was like, sweet. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. That's dope. But it is what it is. But Barbara, yeah, she can definitely hang out now.
But speaking of Jim's exes, why is it Jim every time he leaves a woman or she leaves him and gets in a new relationship, the ex always comes back?
It's the curse of Jim Gordon. Like, I was like, seriously, when she showed up at the end, I was just like, seriously, that's how they're gonna do this now? I'm like, for real?
Yeah, she broke up with that boyfriend from the first episode, and now she's, the minute she breaks up with a guy, she's back.
I kind of think that Jim is going through kind of like Oliver Queen, making all these bad choices, and he eventually he'll have the epiphany that, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this, but for now he's having fun making the bad choices so they can all come back to haunt him, and he can have the man pain and man guilt for a while.
Oh yeah.
Look, can we just say that it seems like everyone who's died on Gotham somehow is getting returned, except for Miss Kringle. What's up with that?
Yeah, so far, she might be back.
Yeah, like Frankenstein Kringle.
Well, what about
like Pringles? Like more like who?
What about Oswald's mom? She hasn't come back yet. That needs to happen.
Yeah. Nah, she's not cool enough.
Oh, don't be dissing Oswald's mom.
But he needs his mom as the catalyst to make him more of the Penguin, just like his dad was a catalyst in his evolutionary self.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see his mom coming back, but you never know with this show. I mean, they're supposed to be bringing Jerome back.
Bring her back in The Walking Dead. That would be fun.
Oh, crossover.
Just have Barry show up and screw everything up.
That could be good.
Yeah, maybe we age up all the characters.
Or no, let's go even farther. Dr. Manhattan shows up, really messes with time and space, ages up all the characters, and then he claps his hands and throws Gotham and Supergirl into the same universe as Flash and Arrow. Boom.
Wow, that would be
rebirth.
That would be. I was gonna say that would be quite the rebirth.
You just got rebirth, bro. But like I said before, like I take Gotham for what it is. I enjoy it. It's not a perfect show. We can pick it apart. I would like to see more Batman. I mean, Batman-isms. I mean, I have my own idea. I wish they would go with Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
But right now I'm focusing on two things. One, get rid of Fish quick before I stop watching the show.
Before it goes bad.
Yeah, before it starts to smell again. Two, oh wait, with Fish, someone finally said something about what do penguins eat? Fish, love it. Two, don't screw up the Court of Owls. Give them the good owl masks. The creepy ones that are solid white, like in the comics. Enough of these masquerade-type masks, and let's see a real Talon.
Okay, my whole thing with Fish, Kelly, you'll appreciate this question. Why? I know Fish has powers and everything, so she's kind of a supervillain. Why is she dressing like a Klingon? or like a bad Aquaman villain? That's because it's Fish and it's Gotham. Brandon full pull bat left out.
Very soon.
I think, wouldn't it be funny if there was just a clothing store that was called Villains Anonymous? Like all the villains shop there for elaborate clothing. That's where Fish goes.
Way back in the day in the comics, like in the Flash comics, all the rogues, like there was a tailor they all went to get like their costumes and stuff.
Oh, we should bring that in. That's what we need.
Yeah, they should do that on the show.
You know what else is they should, I don't know, bring in, what's another character they can bring into Gotham that we see everywhere else? Oh yeah, Deathstroke. He should show up in Gotham. And then after him, they can bring in who else?
What, for Gotham?
Yeah.
Well, I want to know if that guy who aged up Ivy is Jason Woodrow, the Floronic Man, because that's who originally gave Ivy her powers. Although I think they said she's aged up, but she still doesn't have powers.
Yeah, and like I commented to you on Twitter, I was like, they better age up her mind before this is 13 going on 30, because that'll make it even more creepy.
I think I
She'll
saw
be thinking
some.
like a 12-year-old.
Yeah, because I think I saw somewhere online someone else was saying that. Yeah, that's creepy, and I think they said, "Oh yeah, no, her mind aged up too." So basically, they just, I mean, in no uncertain terms, they basically killed off the young Ivy and gave us a new character.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I mean, okay, if Gotham was smart, which they're kind of taking a chapter from, we'll say, the Berlanti-verse, because basically this outbreak of Indian Hills is the new metahumans to Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Is if you look at Arrow, Flash, and everything, a lot of their characters, they have two different incarnations of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're doing with Ivy. We have young Ivy Pepper, and now we have who's going to be Poison Ivy. Like, is she going to say Poison Ivy? Is she going to give herself Pamela Isley? What's she going to do now?
Yeah, I'm thinking she's going to call herself Pamela Isley, because I'm trying to. Was she having trouble remembering her name? Did she have some amnesia?
Probably. That's how they'll just. I mean, aging her character up and then basically wiping her brain. How about, I don't know, just introducing a second character that's actually the real Poison Ivy?
Yeah, they should have just brought her.
Ivy was just a fake.
Yeah, they should have brought her in as a separate character and just said, "Oh, I'm Pamela Isley," because the young one that wasn't even using the right name, so you easily could have did that.
Be like, "Boop, red herring. We threw you off."
Mm-hmm.
Surprise.
So what's your thought on Jim Gordon, Bounty Hunter?
I was surprised that did it take? I think we didn't see until the second episode this season that he actually has an apartment. It looked like he was living in that bar.
Yeah.
It was like morning, noon, and night. He was like in there with his new gal pal Valerie Vale.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, is she like Vicky Vale's older sister?
I'm thinking maybe an aunt or something.
And then, yeah, that would make more sense. Like, but who knows with Gotham?
But his apartment kind of looks like a bar too, you know.
True.
They're probably going to reveal that he has a drinking problem. You know, it's going to be bad. That's so bad that even Bullock's going to be like, "Whoa, Jim, you better slow down."
That is funny. If Bullock says, "Hey, you have a drinking problem. You have a drinking problem."
Yeah.
And how long do we have to put up with Barnes? I'm just like,
I know
he's run his course as a character. Like, I don't want like Commissioner Gordon. Bring in somebody else or something, but seriously, like, I feel like Barnes has run his course.
You can't kill this guy. I mean, how believable is it going to be that he keeps getting stabbed and shot and all this stuff, and he doesn't die?
He is a commish, you know.
And the Thing, it's clobbering time.
Gosh, if I would love it. He's like, "Let's clobber that," or "It's beating time." Would be hilarious.
Or if he even just
screw it up by one word.
Even just something like, if he called a situation grim.
Oh my gosh! Or if he's like, "It's not like you're wearing foam latex rubber costume; it's just a uniform. Get out there, Bullock."
Or oh no, just have him in his office on the phone. Someone walks in his office and at the end of a conversation, he's like, "Okay, yeah, okay, Reed, bye."
Who was that? Deputy Reed.
Just some doctor I know.
Oh my gosh, it'd be hilarious. But they're like, "How do you spell his name?" R-E-A-D. Reed.
Who spells their name R-E-A-D?
That's how they can get away with not ripping off Reed Richards. It's a different kind of Reed.
Or R-E.
There we go.
Or R-E-E. Or
I think as long as they don't do first and last name, you know, it's fine, because they can say, "Oh no, that wasn't who we were talking about."
Yeah, but this season of Gotham so far, it's interesting. Like, I don't know how I feel about the whole Mad City tagline, but what's up with Doppelganger Bruce? What do we think is going on with that?
I don't know. What do you think? Clone or evil twin brother?
Lincoln March. That's what I said. If they say his name is Lincoln March, If not, I'm just.
I will bet whoever he is, I will bet Yin's money right now that we get some situation where the court kidnaps Bruce and replaces.
Yes.
Puts the twin in there and to start trouble.
Yep. And then the twin gets aged up. The twin gets aged up and becomes Batman, and the original Bruce gets killed off.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, you can age up the real Bruce, and then you still have young Bruce. You know, David Mazouz still has a job, so you still have young Bruce, and you'll have an older Bruce.
They're like, how can we get Batman on this show? We make a clone of Bruce Wayne, and he gets aged up in the process. We'll call him the Heretic. No, we can't do that. That's something different. Okay, we'll just call him Bruce.
I mean, we still have all these freaks. We need someone, a good guy in a costume. Come on, Jim Gordon.
What you mean? Good old Azrael's not coming back?
Aww.
Give it time to bring everyone else back.
Do we want Jim Gordon in the bunny suit? Is that what we want?
No, I mean that was too high tech for this show. He needs to be like the Gray Ghost or something.
That's what I was just gonna say. I was like, I'm gonna say the Gray Ghost after Phil says no, not the bunny suit. That would be awesome, though.
Mm-hmm. Animated series reference, yes.
Simon Trent.
Oh, what was I gonna? I had something else I was thinking about.
I usually watch the episodes twice, and I didn't get to watch this one twice yet.
Yeah, I mean, neither did I.
So I'm trying to remember everything that happened.
I thought it was really weird how, Alfred got knocked out, and then kind of all of a sudden he's awake and he finds Bruce. Was that just not weird?
It's just Alfred's getting his butt kicked a lot to like the last, I don't know, last season. He's already
for somebody who's military trained and
yeah,
butt guy, he should get his butt kicked, and then for him to just find Bruce in the house, that's just weird.
It's Gotham.
I like how the mansion's huge, but they only hang out in one room. Exactly.
Yes. I think they've showed the kitchen once or twice, but yeah, it's always that room, and it's not even that big of a room.
It's just like it's the study. They're just like, you know what? We have this huge house. Let's just hang out in the study.
Yeah, because we haven't been in the cave that much either. No, but you know what I asked? I think it was either last episode or this one. I'm like, okay, with all the inmates that escaped from Arkham, is Eddie like the only person locked up in Arkham now? Is he in there by himself?
If he could solve that puzzle box, how could he not pick the lock?
Maybe he doesn't want to. Like I said, if he's the only one in there, maybe he feels like he's safer in there.
That's true.
It is true. He could get out.
Mm-hmm.
I would think he would want to get out and cause more mayhem, though.
Or he's plotting.
Yeah, he sits in there and plots. Comes up with a plan. No one can really get to him, I guess. Especially if all the other inmates escaped.
That's true. They're probably the ones that want to kill him.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I don't know. There's a lot. Like, the cool thing about the show is we have a lot of characters now, and I'd like to see more of the different characters. I don't need to follow just Gordon. Like, I find like a lot of the other characters more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So let's follow some of them around. No, it's not on this week, is it? It's next week that it's on.
No, I think is it? I don't remember.
I thought they said something. Hold on, I'm gonna look. This is the beautiful thing about the internet.
I know Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't on this week because of the vice presidential debates, but
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I know Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is off. I know last week Lucifer was off for the big Trump versus Hillary debate.
Gotham.
So I don't know.
Do you notice how Gotham changed up its theme song a little bit? You know, the whole 4 notes of a theme song they have? It's slightly different now.
Oh, I know what I wanted to ask Tyler. That guy Jim Gordon was hanging out the window. Do you think that was Man-Bat?
I don't know. All I know is like she's sitting there, and all of a sudden you see this dude with wings, and I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
He didn't
It's probably going to be like they'll probably bring Kurt Langstrom in or something, and he'll be testing it, and it's not full. The serum's not full or something, and then he'll have to test it on himself. So it was like wing bat, not man bat yet. And that's how that's how Bruce will get the idea. He'll be like, hey, that guy has bat wings. He's like a Batman. No, it says it's on this week, so maybe I'm wrong. But I thought it said it wasn't, but it says October 3rd.
Yep,
The Mad Hatter.
That's Monday. Oh yeah, that's right. We get the Mad Hatter.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Mad Hatter.
That's the guy who's on Walking Dead too.
So I say that because that was one thing I liked about the New 52 was the Mad Hatter. They gave him like the whole backstory of being like deformed and having a problem, and so I wouldn't mind seeing all that. I don't know. But what are your thoughts?
Have we hit everything?
I cannot remember everything because I was gonna watch it on the drive, but you know, stuff happens.
Oh, I know. I think I said this on the live tweet. Does anyone else think Oswald's going to pull a Batman Returns and run for mayor?
Absolutely.
I think it'd be awesome if, what do you call it? Oswald runs for mayor.
I said in the live tweet, I said, watch. He's going to say, I'm playing this stinking city like a harp from hell.
Which would have been awesome if he would have said that. So, I don't know, but it would be dope if he did. It would be cool if they did something more like Mayor Cobblepot, like they did in the comics, and just I don't know, something to shake it up.
Yeah, but can he run for mayor? I mean, I know they can't prove anything, but doesn't most of the city know he's like a mobster?
Well, we've had a few of those run before. But
yeah, but I mean,
the shot of him on the steps though with all the press, that reminded me of the Oliver Queen press conference right there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. People email us beforethebat@gmail.com. Who would be a worse mayor, Oswald Cobblepot or Oliver Queen?
There you go.
Who would be a worse mayor?
Problem is, Oliver Queen would have so many people coming out of the woodwork to blackmail him.
Oliver Queen doesn't have time to put his pants on.
That's true.
I guess we'll see this week because it's coming back. Arrow's coming back.
Yep.
I want to see Oliver Queen and Gordon just hang out together and see who has the deeper, gruffer voice.
Yeah, well, Oliver has the voice changer.
That's what Gordon needs. I'm Jim Gordon.
So
good times.
Is that all in this episode? Because I was going to say we still have a half hour since we don't get Tyler, since we don't get the opportunity usually with Kelly. I was going to say we could talk some Flash and Arrow and Supergirl and Kelly.
Yeah.
Kelly,
I have one question for Kelly.
Wait, what?
Have you watched BVS yet, Kelly?
No.
Last time we talked, you hadn't.
I have not yet. I have.
How have you not?
Well, marching band. I've
seen it in theaters 5 times.
Yeah, I'm barely watched Gotham the last 2 weeks, so watched the last 2 weeks myself. So
All right. Then I know the answer to this question is no. Have you watched the first season of Legends of Tomorrow yet?
nope.
Oh.
It's in my queue actually, so that is on my list to watch, and it's in my queue. So hopefully that I can get to soon. I finally got.
I want to throw up the fact that it's weird that.
Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
This week, Legends, Arrow, and Flash all drop on Netflix. Usually, when they come out on DVD, Blu-ray, they come to Netflix. But this week, they all drop. Like, it's weird. The shows get put on Netflix the same week as they premiere.
That's kind of cool.
Well, Supergirl and Legends don't come on this week. Just Flash and Arrow this week, and then I guess the other two premiere the week after.
Yeah, Supergirl's next week, which is weird, but whatever. Isn't Legends only going to be like 12 episodes?
Yeah, I don't think I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's a full 23 unless they extend it like they did Supergirl last season.
See, I wonder if they did 2 arcs, like 2 12-episode arcs. Like after the first 12, then mix it up again the second 12.
I don't know. But yeah, that's weird because the first season it didn't start till January, so now it's like if it's starting the same time as the rest of them, it's going to be done by Christmas or a little after.
January 5th. 13 episodes.
Yeah,
13
because
January.
I know they have to bring back iZombie, and they got Riverdale, and I think both of those start as like the next season. So I think Legends is only 13.
Yeah, they might need the room. Yeah, because they brought Supergirl over, Riverdale starting. Yeah, they might just be schedule room in the schedule wise.
I mean, how do we have room in the superhero schedule? You know, CW is the super network. You know,
It is,
Yeah.
and they should embrace it while they can.
yes, I agree.
Come on. I know. Bring Constantine back. Put it on Fridays.
There you go.
It would be good. I mean, they need to, because let's face it, that's the only day of the week they don't have an episode of something. Just make it a DC show Monday through Friday. That's why I kind of had hoped that Supergirl would have been on Fridays, so I could watch Gotham on Mondays and then have my full 5. But
Yeah, that's cool. That's weird that they're on like the same exact time too. The perfect situation would be Gotham. Well, no, Supergirl at 8 and Gotham at 9 o'clock, because I could see Gotham as a 9 o'clock show.
Yes.
I almost feel like it should.
Mhm.
It should be. But you know, networks being what they do.
Well, Lucifer's at 9 o'clock on Monday, so that's definitely a darker show than Gotham.
True.
Although it's good.
Yeah, that's the crossover we're gonna get. Lucifer's gonna leave LA and go to Gotham. Or he's been around forever, so he'll make an appearance on Gotham as like a flashback.
There you go.
You know, Fish sells her soul to Lucifer to try to stay alive, is what it is. That's what's gonna happen.
So, do we think Fish is gonna live, or is she fish food?
I don't know. Do you go to all the trouble of bringing her back just to kill her off again, like real quick? I mean, if she dies, it's probably going to be it'll be like the end of the season.
Yeah.
I don't think they even wanted to kill her off the first time. I think it was all contracts and stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna get interesting to see how. Okay, if you can't bring, save her, then who can?
What was that?
If Hugo Strange can't save her, then who can?
Oh yeah. Well, she could save herself. She just doesn't have. She can't use her power, but she can give up that power.
Well, she's never going to give up that power.
Oh no.
So it's going to be, who can she find that's smarter than Hugo Strange, or more demented than Hugo Strange?
But I mean, yeah, there's gonna have to be a cure because if they don't cure these people, all the freaks are gonna start dropping dead because using their powers.
Right. Well, GCPD would be happy.
Oh yeah, but I don't know story-wise how that would go over.
Exactly. That would end the season pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
How to keep the big bads around.
I wonder if Bruce's evil double has any powers.
That's a good question. And where did Bruce's evil double come from? Okay, is he actually his brother? Is he a clone? Is he someone who was mutated by Strange in order to, take over the whole Wayne Enterprises thing so that the court doesn't have any more problems?
Yeah, all good questions. Yeah, I don't know I can't wait to see where this evil Bruce double comes in. Oh, hey, Karen, what's up?
Hi.
Hey.
We're just talking Gotham.
I know. I heard you guys were talking about the doppelganger, the Brucelganger.
Yes.
Oh, look,
Go ahead.
It's Karen Lindsay, the better half of the Fandom Zone podcast, right after this episode.
Better half.
The prettier half, definitely.
Aw. I don't think he has powers. I think he was petri dished, though.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. He's either evil clone or twin brother.
I think spawned.
Yeah, I said I bet any money that the court tries to replace Bruce with him and pull some shenanigans.
See, that's the deal. If they do those like Patty Duke cousin things, I'm gonna.
Yeah, but it's Gotham. You know they're gonna do it.
I know. It's just like oh look, a double. Let's.
The minute I saw him on the season finale, I'm like, oh, they're gonna pull some the old switcheroo.
Yeah, I want it to be. I really, really want it to be the whole training for the Court of Owls thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's what I want more than anything else. Oh, it's Batman's here.
Jeez.
Maybe he can tell us what's happening.
What's up?
Is he the Batman we need?
Yes.
No, he's the Batman. He's the Batman we get.
He's the Batman we deserve.
Not even that. Just you got stuck with this Batman.
Oh, that's not right.
Tyler, it's Karen from the Fandom Zone podcast on right after our podcast.
Hi.
What's up? Hi.
I didn't mean to barge in. I'm just getting in a little early to make sure my mic works and everything.
This is a hangout.
My mixer went bye-bye.
See, it's me. Look.
I had to jerry rig. Oh, hi. I had to jerry rig everything. So.
We're cool because Rob was even saying earlier in the week. He's like, you can guest on the Fandom Zone. I'm like, I'm like, I'm not just barging into the Fandom Zone.
Well, we do have our podcasts are like, this. We're trying to. I tried to make our little data sheet for our podcast, and I'm like, oh, there's one already made. And I went into it, and Charles had done 5 minutes for this, 10 minutes for that.
Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay.
No,
here you go. Here's my idea. Just record it, edit into 30-minute sections, and release it throughout the week. Every day you get a new cast.
Well, no, everybody that we've asked has said, well, we like the length of the podcast because you guys cover everything. And that's great, but it's like today when we're doing the live show, it's going to be trying to get it all.
Yeah, I saw you were really scheduled for an hour and a half. I was like, oh, are they going to be able to fit it in?
Right. Now, the good news is one of those things is Luke Cage, which isn't time sensitive. So if we need to, we can just dump that.
Save it for last.
Oh my God, we know his secret identity now.
Is that still a superhero thing? I can't tell.
Well, Batman is.
Do superheroes still have secret identities?
Batman definitely.
Batman, Spider-Man, Superman. Yeah.
To Superman? No, that's a whole nother story. Because basically what I've come up with is they didn't want to do Superman's secret identity, so they killed off Clark Kent. Because they'll bring Superman back to life, spoilers, but Clark will be dead.
La 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 la. We'll find out in 2 weeks, I guess. Because we're gonna have
that spoiler still hasn't seen BVS yet.
But Karen, you're gonna have to tonight's practice. You guys are gonna have to rev back up next week. Flash and Arrow are back.
No kidding.
Yep.
But hey, Agents of Shield's off this week coming up because of the vice presidential debate. So that's one less one.
It doesn't matter because in like 4 weeks, as soon as everything's done, it's gonna be like everything is like an avalanche on top of us. So, and we're still gonna be covering Nick Cage. So
Luke Cage.
You know what I mean.
I would do a whole podcast on Nick Cage.
I was gonna say, right to Netflix, demand the Nick Cage series.
Oh my God! Could you imagine a Nick Cage reality series? I could have been Superman. I was almost Superman.
No, that's the special. Just take the whole Luke Cage series, but replace Luke Cage with Nick Cage.
With Nick Cage.
Sweet Christmas.
I want to see Nick Cage in Harlem. That's awesome.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick serious moment here.
No.
Something we've never, I don't think, talked about on the show. Bring it back to some Batman stuff here.
A special Batman episode.
What is your favorite Batman movie? Not what's the best, but which one has a place that's special to you? Not saying the best. Saying which one has like the most special place for you.
Probably the one I saw. The first one I saw when it first came out when I was 12 years old. The original Michael Keaton Batman movie.
The first Nolan one? No, not Nolan. The first Tim Burton one.
Yeah. So that's
same here. Yeah.
All right. So what about you, Kelly?
Me too. Same one. I saw it in the theater on a date. First Batman movie ever I saw.
Oh, so she got felled up and saw the movie. Okay, that's why it's your favorite.
Whoa. This just went to a whole new level.
I went with all my best friends in high school, so that was nice. But then I went with my husband to the first Nolan Batman movie, so that was good too. So I don't know. They were both good.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so mine is Batman Forever. And I say that because, as you know my story, my experience with Batman Returns was so bad that it almost stained Batman for me. But when Batman Forever came out, I was 10, my brother, so we got, it was all Batman and Robin on screen together. So it was, and my parents were like, okay, we'll give this one a shot because I'll fill you in. But basically, when Batman Returns came out, my mom tried to make us leave in the middle of it because she hated it so much. And I was too young to see Batman '89 in theaters. So Batman Forever kind of restored my films, just enough to enjoy it.
Oh, man.
Oh, please, come on. Batman Forever was... Wait, no. Sorry, you got me all mixed up. Batman Returns was better than Batman Forever. Come on.
Yes. I agree.
Film, I said, has a...
Uh-oh. Look, the internet gods have punished Tyler and they've kicked him off.
Ruh-roh.
How dare he? He took the Batman Returns name in vain, and the internet gods kicked him off.
No, you did.
Oh,
wow.
Princess Karen.
Woo-hoo. I like it.
Thank you.
Oh,
it goes nicely with my hair, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's princess of the fandom.
Oh, it would be even better if you could put stuff on Charles's head against his will.
I could probably. I think you
Oh,
can.
oh, sweet.
I feel like my headphones are Cyclops from the first X-Men movie.
Yep. And you'll be shooting. Okay. Yesterday on Twitter, Gail Simone and someone, I can't remember who, but someone, I don't want the pirate head. Someone, they were arguing about Cyclops' beams, whether they were lasers or whether they were something else. And I was like, okay, this is a waste of your time. Because Cyclops, they're heat rays, right? I mean,
yeah, it's optic blast. He's powered from the sun.
He's used them to burn. He's used them to cut, but he's also used them to like a concussive force too, I think. So my question is, yeah, like he can like blast through walls and stuff like that. So how did those glasses stay on his face?
Right.
It's something about the ruby quartz neutralizes the radiation, so his eyes don't it absorbs the radiation, so the eyes don't project.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is I wanted to see a scene in a movie where he jumped out the plane and hit his head, because that was the whole point. Was he jumped out of the plane to save his brother Alex? He hit his head, and that's why he doesn't have the ability to control it like Alex can. That's why he has to wear the glasses. Thank you, movies, for screwing that up.
Oh, they've royally screwed that whole timeline up. I mean, in the movies, Alex is the older brother. In the comic books, he's the younger brother.
Even using time travel, they couldn't have fixed it.
And Alex is so ashamed now. He jumped universes. Now he's like the new MacGyver.
don't get me started about the new MacGyver.
I refuse to watch it.
I put it
I
up. I haven't watched it yet.
That and Lethal Weapon, please. No, come up with new ideas.
Okay,
I'm
I
out.
agree. I watched the Lethal Weapon one out of curiosity. I don't know how I feel about it. It's kind of like, did anyone watch Scream, the TV series?
Nope.
No.
Okay, it's not a bad show, but it should be called like horror movie or something.
Right.
Like, I don't like using the mantle of Scream because I love those movies.
But it's
And I feel
different,
like-
right?
Yeah, I feel like they're ruining the legacy of Scream.
Right.
Just call it like slasher movie or
If it's a
slasher
new,
show.
if it's a different concept or even, branches off and it's different, then make it something else.
When it has no original characters
Come
or
on, yeah.
connective tissue other than the name, yeah, let's get something else up in here.
Right.
That's just for ratings. That's just to bring people in.
That's like, okay, so the new show Timeless, which a plug I'm doing a podcast about coming up.
Sweet.
The new show Timeless is created by the guys from The Blacklist and Sean Ryan from The Shield and Terriers and stuff. So let's just call Timeless Terriers Through Time. Right? See, that's stupid. It should be called Timeless because it's a new show and all that other stuff. It's just dumb.
We're just in the era of remakes and recycling old titles and ideas. It's
I know.
For nostalgia, I mean, come on. They brought back Surge and Pepsi and Clear Crystal Pepsi.
I know,
come on.
right? Okay, Surge I'm okay with
Yeah, Surge
because caffeine.
I mean, think about all the good stuff, we watched as kids, and now, when our kids get older, it's going to be like, what were their classics going to be? Just remakes.
Yeah, I mean, think about the new trend in things is make a sequel that's a reboot of the original. Okay? Examples. Jurassic World, The Force Awakens. Even the new movie Blair Witch is basically a remake of the Blair Witch Project, but it's still kind of a sequel. That's the thing, is you make a sequel that's just a remake, reboot.
Beauty and the Beast is coming out.
Let's not even get on the fact that Disney's big thing is now, hey, let's just take our animated films
And make them-
remake them live action.
Jungle Book, Beauty and the
Now they-
Beast.
What did they have? Little Mermaid down the pipeline? Dumbo?
Oh, God, please not.
I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Little Mermaid, Dumbo. They just announced The Lion King.
A live-action Lion King?
Well, here's another thing. Is it actual live action when you just use mocap CG? Because
No.
at least with Jungle Book, you had Mowgli, who was a real
Right.
person.
Right.
Lion
There's
King
no-
has no real people.
There's no people at all.
The only way you're going to stop this is to get, stop giving them money for these remakes, people. Because didn't Jungle Book actually make money?
Yes.
Not
Yes,
a
it
lot, but yeah, made a little. I didn't choose it in my movie league. We have like a fantasy football league for movies.
Nice.
With,
Okay, I like that idea.
With Troy and Aaron and all them from the Hollywood Outsider. We have a movie league, and I'm actually in 4th place, which is the highest I've ever been, which is awesome. I didn't pick the Jungle Book, though. I got that high by picking, a horror movie a few weeks ago that I was like, okay, that's not going to do anything, but it's got a low budget, so it didn't cost me that much to select it, because you go by the budget before it comes out. And I was like, oh, yes, I'm picking it. Pick. I put it in all my things. And it was the best performer against its budget that week. And it was like, I got like $2 million for each one I picked, plus what it made. So.
Tyler, that's what we need. We need like a comic book league. We each pick different titles and see which title sells the most every month.
Do they have one of those?
I'm in. Let's do this.
I've never heard of it. I've been trying to think of how to get some kind of comic book league started. That might be the way to go.
That movie league is something that already existed.
I like this idea.
Mm-hmm.
But to get one going, that wouldn't be hard to do, I don't think. Just, have an automated way to figure out the sales.
So how do you do it? It's just whoever makes the most money?
I don't know. It's through an aggregated
okay.
thing. But it's whoever makes the most money over the week, and then whoever's performance is the best against how much the budget was. And that one gets $2 million extra. So if you have that one 5 times, you get 5 times $2 million extra that week. So
you have to do math.
No, you don't. They just send you the thing, and you go, woohoo!
Yeah, but one of us, if we do a comic book one, someone's gonna have to figure out how to do this.
Yep. Oh, you should check and see if there is something like that.
Yeah. A spreadsheet to do it. Let it do the math.
I went through like 2 printings of that.
That would be awesome.
Arrow Rebirth came out, like it went through 2 printings.
I
remember seeing that they sold out. So I mean, there's got to be somewhere that you can find the numbers.
Oh, sure. There's lots of places.
Oh yeah.
I think even Newsarama does that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here's my problem. Okay, I have a real job, and I only work till 2:45 in the afternoon, and I swear all morning Wednesday, sometimes even Tuesday. I think a lot of it might come from like Great Britain or whatever, but I'm getting all kinds of spoilers for comic books, all day Tuesday, Wednesday morning. I'm like, I got a real job, I go to work before I get to the store.
And so you end up, clicking on clickbait all day and being late for work. Is that the deal or what?
Oh no, like I'll be on break and I'll just be like, oh, what's this? Or they don't even have to click it sometimes. Sometimes the spoiler's like in the headline.
I know. That's what bugs me. Although I don't like clickbait either. So I don't know where the half and half is, because I don't like that. You'll be surprised at who's in this movie. No, I don't like that either. So
yeah, or just like something you have to click. It's like, guess who's the new Iron Man, or
Right, exactly. That's the worst. I hate that.
Or like I was talking to one of my other co-hosts, and it's like, when they give you like a shocking headline like that, and it's total BS. Like it's like, like they might throw up a headline, Stan Lee is dying, and then you click on it, and it's like, well, aren't we all dying a little every day? And it's just like,
right.
Yeah.
Piece of crap.
Yeah. There was one that said, the most shocking pictures you'll ever see. Number 5 will have you falling on the floor. And I looked at number 5, and it was just a chick that looked like, what's her name from Lip Sync Battle. And I was like, okay, that doesn't have me falling out of my seat. It's some Indian woman from 50 years ago who looks like that chick from Lip Sync Battle. I don't get it. What's the deal?
What? I think that's another trick, because I've seen so many articles where I swear in the comments there's somebody saying, oh, I bought it all except for number 5, or oh wow, number 8 was crazy, or
yeah, I don't get it.
Well, I hate seeing like such and such character blank dies in this issue. Did DC really do that? Or blank, this is revealed. I'm like, didn't that come out this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I write a blog about something that like just happened, all I'll put is like spoilers. Don't read this until you like read this or see this.
Yeah, I always put spoilers, and I do a column now where I it's like a fandom zone, but a column for nice girls, and all I put is it's called Karen's pull list, which is, I know it's dumb, but so I just put the issue number. It's like a comic book issue number. That's all I put. I don't put any spoilers, nothing. So if people don't want to know what happened, they don't have to click on it. So that's it.
You know who has spoilery titles? That Damn Good Coffee and Hot.
I know, right?
Oh wait, he's not on yet. Never mind.
I know. He does. He has clickbait big time.
I know. That's where I get like half my like, CW, DC news, and I'm just like, wait, what? Like the last one when they revealed the Dominators were, spoiler alert, the Dominators were going to be the villain for the CW crossover. I was like, really?
Yeah, that worries me.
So
because...
no Crisis, huh? No Crisis in Mongol. That was my one. Was Mongol?
Not yet. I think at some point they're going to do Crisis, but I think that's going to be a big deal like down the road. But how are they going to do the Dominators? Because Supergirl was on CBS with a bigger budget, and Martian Manhunter did not look great the first time they showed him. So how are they going to do the Dominators with a smaller budget?
I'm thinking a combination. Combination of like CGI and rubber masks. I don't know. Although
here's how they'll do it. You ready?
Okay.
They'll do it like I suggested they do Mongol. You'll get a shot of the Dominator, and then they'll use some sort of alien technology to assume a human identity. Or they'll hang out and hide out and there'll be a fight later where they reveal their true self. I mean, because we got King Shark and Grodd.
I buy it. I buy it.
I'd buy that too.
You know why? Because part of the crossover is Arrow episode 100, and have you seen like all the headlines now? Talk about clickbait. Spoiler alert: they said Oliver's father is seen in Arrow episode 100. His mother, Deathstroke. So I'm thinking they're shapeshifters, or they have a way to appear human.
And I think that if that's going to be part of the Flashpoint storyline, I think they're using Oliver and Oliver's dad as Batman in the Flashpoint.
But I don't think Flashpoint's lasting that long. I don't think it's lasted more than like an episode or two of the Flash, and the crossover is episode 8. So I don't think it's lasting that long.
That's only 4 episodes in.
What, the crossover?
They said Flashpoint.
I thought it was episode 8 of all of them. Huh.
That's not that far in.
Yeah, but still, I thought they said Flashpoint was only going to be like an episode or 2. So.
Yeah.
Have they even said what the title is of the crossover?
They're not that far in with the titles.
Here comes Supergirl.
I like it.
Because that's probably what the plan's going to be. They're going to do 1 or 2 episodes of Flashpoint. When he tries to fix the timeline, that's going to bring Supergirl's universe in and as part of theirs, and then 2 or 3 episodes later, they're going to get the whole. Maybe the Dominators come over from Supergirl's universe.
That could be.
Well, someone else was saying maybe Oliver's parents, maybe Team Arrow goes to Earth 2 or something. Maybe it's his parents on Earth 2.
Just give him a flashback, and so when Oliver's it shows them, it's just him reminiscing. It's just maybe they're just in a flashback.
Yeah, episode 8 of this season is episode 100 of the whole series, and the title is TVA. So, no title. It goes all the way up to there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so, oh no.
But yeah, But yeah, like we were saying, Karen, I mean, I'm sick of all these clickbait sites and, you know, the people with the spoilery headlines like that damn good coffee and hot, you know?
Right.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. We were talking Gotham, now we're talking the Flash and Arrow crossover. And
hey, did we talk about the Superhero Fight Club 2.0?
Don't spoil it. I haven't watched it yet.
I hope everybody can hear me okay because, yeah, Karen's coming in through a little staticky.
Yeah, she was.
Fight Club stays at Fight Club.
So the bandwidth.
Okay.
It might not be that. It's because my mixer is dead. And I'm talking into
she was good for a while. Yeah, all of a sudden she just got like that. So
I'm sorry.
It's probably my fault.
Well, I know when me and Charlie were doing it this morning, his sounded like that first off, and they said he had to jump off, and they did some kind of buffering thing or put some kind of something on it.
All right, so I would love to know how we record all this.
Rob's recording everything. He told me, so
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you shouldn't have to worry. Yeah, he said he's recording everything. It'll go up. So.
Okay.
Well, do we want to do any last minute comments on Gotham since our hour's running out for us Gothamites?
Yeah, we're up. So okay. Waiting to see who the evil twin brother clone is.
Waiting to see how many people Ivy tries to seduce, and then it gets awkward when they find out she's actually a 12-year-old girl aged to be in her 20s.
Mm-hmm. Here's a hint on the Bruce thing. What is this?
Dateline Gotham.
Yeah.
And tune in next time to see if Alfred actually has a concussion.
Or Barnes.
Oh yeah, Barnes. Poor Barnes. We got to talk about that.
Oh please, they can't kill that guy off. He's like freaking indestructible.
He's the Thing.
That's right.
The Swamp Thing.
Solid. Rock solid.
Like he has a head made of rocks.
It's clebbering time.
He's the Shield, so there's that too. And the glitch.
All right, so are we jumping off? Because these two need as much time as they can get.
That's right.
We need all the help we can get.
All the time. Hour and a half. I don't know if it's going to be enough, Skags.
We might need 2 hours because we traditionally do 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was telling them that, Luke Cage isn't time sensitive, so if we start going long, we can always dump that.
Yeah, save Luke Cage for last. You can skip it.
Or if you were like, hey, can we fill up more time, Rob, to get that whole 4 days straight thing? You could just watch Luke Cage and just do a live commentary about it. There we go. That would take what, 12 hours worth right there about?
12 or 13, yeah.
So we could, if needed, we could just do live commentary as the shows play in the background. I mean, most of them will be on Netflix. So there you go, Rob.
Daredevil season 1 and 2, Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. There's your 4 days right there, almost.
Ooh.
2 days at least.
I do that with the Defenders, that's for sure. I can't wait for that.
All right.
Oh yeah, Defenders. All right, Gotham. All right, Kelly, Tyler, let's sign off. Yeah, we'll be back normal next week. But until then, same bat time, same bat channel.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
The Gotham Podcast. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Fandom Zone. Good night.
That's right.
Peace out.
We got a little entrance thing. Thanks, Bill. Hi, Charles.
Hello. You're still a little rough, but we'll see what we can do.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to sign out and sign back in?
You can try that. See if that works.
Okay.
Now that everybody's gone, maybe it's a bandwidth thing.
Okay, hold on.
All right. Here we are, the Fandom Zone. Organized as always.
Hello.
Much better.
Okay, good.
That's much better. Because before you were sounding like that, so.
All right.
Yeah, so here we are with my elaborate soundboard. See?
Yay.
So we'll make do. We'll make do.
Okay, good.
All right. So whenever you're ready, since I guess we can't record, so we might as well just jump right in, shall we?
Let's do.
Okay, so here we go. Episode 77 of the Fandom Zone podcast.
You look really familiar. I've seen you before, haven't I?
Barry.
Barry.
Barry Allen.
Right.
It's fine.
Sorry.
Some people are just meant to be in your life.
What am I gonna do with you?
Well, I can think of a few things. Might need a stretch first, huh?
You told me the dead don't want anything. Either I'm willing to do whatever is necessary, or I shouldn't be up there at all.
Which is exactly why I can't be. You can't kill murder. You can't get revenge on evil. You can only fight them where they live.
X-Men. Did that come through at all? I didn't even know if that came through. All right. Did that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to a very, very weird episode of the Fandom Zone podcast. Episode 77 for the week ending October 1st, 2016. We're already in October. What's up with that? And oh, by the way, hi, I'm Charles Skaggs of the Fandom Zone podcast, and with me as always is the ever incredible Karen Lindsay.
Hello.
With the sound mixing board that has apparently decided to have a stroke and explode, all explodey.
Yep. I have another one on the way. I got it for today, delivery today, and it has not arrived yet.
So apologies in advance if our sound effects are not quite up to our usual par, but we kind of cobbled together an emergency backup plan with my lovely phone app here. So we'll make do. I've got a lot of our favorites. So for those of you who've can't go through a single episode of the Phantom Zone without hearing Blaine, relax. He's here somewhere.
What is this bizarre segue that's happening right now? Can we maybe stay on point?
Awesome.
See, he's there. So we and by the way, we have a little feedback later.
Yep.
Because that has to happen. We have to do it. All right. So hello to everybody in YouTube land. I hope we haven't disappointed you. Here we are. And today we're going to talk about 4 shows. And somehow we're going to do this in an hour and a half. So we probably should get moving.
We should.
We should. So today we're going to talk about Fear the Walking Dead, episode 13 of the 2nd season, Gotham, episode 2 of the 3rd season, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., episode 2 of the 4th season, and the premiere of Marvel's Luke Cage, which I'm enjoying. I'm 2 episodes in, and I'm digging it. It's awful cool.
You're 2 episodes in?
2 episodes in.
Why you got to do that?
Because, you know me. That's how I roll.
I know.
That's how. But
I don't know how you got time to watch 2. It just started yesterday.
Well, I watched one yesterday, and I watched another one today. So there you go.
Right.
A lot of people have already finished the season.
Yeah, I know, but they don't have lives.
That's true. So
I have a life.
I have a life too, and yeah. And then I might add, you look great today.
I do?
You do. You look great today.
Well, thank you.
You got your hair all done up, and for the YouTubes, and see, I got my hair cut. I tried to rock. We're both rocking the Fandom Zone podcast T-shirts.
That's right.
So, all right. So before everybody starts wondering what the hell are they doing, let's get into this, shall we?
Yep.
All right. Episode 13 of the Fear of the Walking Dead, Date of Death, written by Brian Buckner, directed by Christoph Shrew. So, Karen, do we have an A, B, and C this week?
We certainly do.
Fantastic.
And my A story is another callback to something that you mentioned last week.
Yes.
Leroy Jenkins. At the end of Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins. is.
When they're yelling at him and they're about to say, "Oh, we're all dead," he says, "Well, at least I had chicken."
Very nice.
I put, "At least they had chicken."
That's good. That's great.
Like moths to a flame.
Mm-hmm.
Ending on a low note. Note being the word there.
Right.
And then culling ×2 question mark?
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and get into the first, the A part here.
Yeah, that's really the main story.
If my Google Doc will cooperate here, because I'm loving technology today. I just gotta say.
I'm not.
You're not?
Not in the least.
Okay.
Do you know what I had to do to get a microphone to work?
What did you have to do today?
Well, my real microphone doesn't plug into a computer. It's like a real microphone.
Okay, even better. I've just now lost you. I lost the video, so I'm trying to figure out what happened to that.
Okay, hold on. Oh, my video's still going, so.
Okay, well, at least you can hear me, and hopefully I'm coming through on the.
I can.
Okay.
And I can see you.
Okay, so let's get into this a little bit. All right, so at least they had chicken.
That's right.
Which is, of course, referring to Chris and the kind of the D-bags there that the guy he's hooked up with, that the guys that the tourists or whatever that somehow he's hooked up with.
That's right.
And Brandon and
Troy.
And who's the other one? I forget.
Starts with a J, I think. Josh.
Something like that.
Jacob.
Baby James.
James.
Yeah. So. All right. So let's see here. All right. So we're talking. Let's see. I'm blanking here. Okay. The Chris is. They're wanting to. They're basically wanting to leave for San Diego.
They've eaten all the chicken.
They've eaten all the chicken. They had a little sit down. Travis is trying to get through to Chris that, hey, look, we don't need these guys. We can ditch them, and just we can move on without them. But Chris isn't buying it. He wants to leave with these guys. Like you've got Travis like slapping the beer out of his hand, which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah, kind of.
And we've got that, and let's see here. That they start to leave. They start heading to decide they're going to head for San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they're on the road, and then suddenly, Baby James, who's been wounded, is not able to get into the there we go.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm still having technical difficulties. I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring up the video, and it's just not working.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to go without it. Okay. It's just kind of screwing me up. Because technology, because we had to do this differently. Now it's thrown off the whole routine. All right. So, okay. So I'm going to have to do this audio wise. So Chris is, like they're heading on the road. Baby James is wounded. He's not feeling well. They got him in the back of the pickup, and he's like, no, I can make it. I'm good. Everybody's cool. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. And then he's on the road, and then all of a sudden, like he starts crying out in pain. That's not happening. They have to stop, go back.
Yeah, he blacks out.
Exactly. And then they're trying to figure out what to do about him, about Baby James. They both want to, like the other two, I guess. I'm sorry. Travis gets a hold of Chris's gun and tries to hold off everybody else so they won't kill Baby James because he's trying to protect him. And then they staged this thing where Chris is supposedly bringing Travis some food.
Right.
Which, of course, does not go well. And
Did you not see that coming down?
oh my God,
Main Street?
anybody that had any kind of self-awareness should have seen that coming. Now, I don't know if just that. Now, maybe Travis just believes in his son that, oh no, he would never do anything like that, even though he's gone on a psycho killer rampage with a knife.
I'm thinking he wants to believe
Right.
that Chris wouldn't do that, but
yeah, it's kind of crazy. So anyway, so he brings in the.
Oh, Charles disappeared. Hi, everyone. Charles disappeared. So we're talking about Fear the Walking Dead, and I am going to fill the minutes before Charles comes back. Here, I'll do a conversation between Supergirl and Wonder Woman. Hi, Supergirl. Hi, Wonder Woman. I heard you made it to the CW. Yeah, but that's not as good as having my own movie. Yeah, no, I'm awesome. I'm awesome too. Yeah, you're awesome too. I heard you got Superman on your show. Yeah, but you got Superman in your movies. Yeah, they're not the same, though. They're different ones. Mine's more grown up. Yeah, mine's pretty cute, though. Yeah, yours is pretty cute. I'm all cougar on him. Yeah, I know. He's like a soap opera star. He's pretty cute. But they shaved his beard off. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, thanks. That's our little play. Where's Charles? Charles. I don't know. I don't know whether they have Southern accents or not. I raised my voice, and that's the accent I had. We can do this one now too.
There we go. Okay, I'm back.
So
Hooray.
here's Flash and the Arrow talking, and they are doing this. They're doing, "Hey Flash, I heard you're fast." I'm not that fast. Bow chicka bow wow.
Oh, don't you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Oh yeah.
I had to fill, so I did Wonder Woman and
I know.
Supergirl talking.
I'm sure that was awesome. I'm so
It was not awesome.
Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. I can see you again. So yay.
Oh, good.
All right. So let's try this again.
All right.
Somehow. Okay.
So
here
I
we-
said,
so,
could you
okay,
hear that coming down? Could you see that coming down Main Street?
Right.
We were not that far from that.
Okay. So I just kept talking, and that was basically where we left off.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Take two. Okay, so yes, so obviously we left off with baby James. Travis is trying to protect him from the others, and Chris ends up bringing in some breakfast for Travis. Obviously, anybody could see that coming a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, it's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. They get a hold. Chris gets his gun back. The other two step in and basically, pop baby James. He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole matter's kind of resolved at that point. Travis is kind of beside himself. He's like, couldn't believe that Chris would betray him like that. And then, of course, Chris ends up deciding, well, sorry, Dad. Hate to break it to you, but I'm off with these other guys still. Travis can't believe this.
Right.
So, so they end up parting ways. Chris ends up going with the other guys. They're heading to San Diego in the truck. Travis is apparently left alone by himself. He's like, okay, well, I guess I will head elsewhere. And of course, that's where we kind of pick up with him, where he ends up outside the hotel where Madison and Alicia are. Sees the lights at the end of last week's episode. And then everybody's reunited, and it feels so good.
That's right.
So.
Now, there are two things there where we get the little insight that Chris was bullied in school, and where Travis told him to fit in, and so this is his way of fitting in. You
Yes.
like my quotes?
Yes. Air quotes.
Yeah.
Fitting in.
Fitting in
with laser beams.
Right. So he actually learned this from Travis, and I'm guessing Travis is feeling guilty about that. And also, there's a bit of a mirror happening here with what I think is Travis blaming himself, and he walked to the water, and I think he might have been thinking about killing himself. Because he said something that kind of trailed off there about going to the water's edge, and then I saw the lights come on. So, and then, you know, after that, that's when you see the scene between Madison and her daughter.
Yeah. And they kind of basically, they finally have a good heart-to-heart. And they talk about, you know, that Madison ends up admitting that Alicia's father didn't, it wasn't an accident that he died. He actually deliberately killed himself. He even apparently left a note which was endearing, that I love you, but enough's enough.
Enough is enough. Yeah, that's ending on a low note. And by the way, I don't know that that was a good conversation. I mean,
well, it was, they needed to have something.
Of course they did. But the way she had it was like, okay, here's why I let you be yourself and why I never told you I loved you. And I'm like, okay, that is no excuse.
Right.
That should have been an excuse for you to band together as a family, to not, you know, let her stay on her own so that you could tend to your son more. I mean, I don't know. That's just, it really kind of made me not like her even a little bit more. She's becoming more and more one of my least favorite characters on the show.
Well, at the very least, Madison now has explained a reason why she's paying so much attention to Nick over Alicia. And that was kind of important. She's worried that Nick's going to end up like his father. You know, a little cuckoo.
Right.
So, and she's not worried about Alicia at all. So it's just like, she'll be fine.
Right. And Alicia said, well, I had to. And that was very telling, I thought, that, you know, Madison didn't realize that, you know, well, I thought you'd be fine. Well, the reason you thought she'd be fine is because she had to be fine. And, you know, what else could she do at that point? You left her alone.
Right.
That's all she could do, is be fine or not. So I was just so mad at her. I was. And also, here's the like Moscow flame thing. This is where I got really frustrated. I'm glad it turned out the way it did. There's these people at the gate, okay, and they have this huge hotel, and I understand the resources are limited, but what is there, like maybe 30 people there?
Yeah.
40, something like that.
Well, they kind of start letting him in at the end.
Yeah, right. I'm saying that's what I like how it resolved.
Yeah. Because at first it was just basically, well, sorry about you guys, but, you know, I know that guy, Travis, so I'm going to let him in.
That's what I'm saying. And another reason to just, like, be pissed off at Madison, where they just, like, they're taunting them. For one thing, they're standing there. Like, look at what we got. Ha ha. I'm sorry, we can't let you in. Ha ha. Like, you know, they're holding the ice cream out and they go, psych. And it's not very nice. And I'm thinking, you know, you could let them in maybe and come up with ways to do some farming or something in there. It struck me as like really sadistic to have people that are healthy outside the gates that could contribute to your little society, and to just kind of stand there and look at them. You know, why didn't they just go back into the hotel?
I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't understand about this show, but you know. Exactly.
So at least they let them in at the end. And I noticed that Alicia was like checking them to make sure they weren't bitten and all that stuff. So
Okay. All right. So should we talk to? Well, let's see. Ending on a low note, or do you want to?
that was the note.
That was the end on the low note. Okay. Well, calling times 2.
Yeah, ending on the low note was the dad's suicide note.
Okay.
And calling times 2, that was shooting James was 1. And calling times 2 was just the end of the episode. We see the other 2 boys at the gate.
Right.
And we do not see
Chris. Yeah. So that's interesting.
And that's why I put a question mark at the end of it.
So what happened to Chris? It's, you know, like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So did they call him off? I don't know whether they. Okay, so Chris is on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. now.
Yeah. He's basically Chris is now Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as Ghost Rider's brother, Gabe. So it's really interesting timing.
Right. So they could have killed him off.
Or they could have just wrote him out of the show temporarily.
Right.
And then he'll show up again after his Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stint is over.
Right. So that's why I wrote calling times 2, that they killed James.
Okay.
It was completely unnecessary. And then, of course, Chris is gone at the end.
Okay. Now, you've been kind of breaking up again, so that's not your fault. So why don't you go ahead and give your review or your rating, and then I'll give my rating while you reboot.
Okay. So I give it 8 idiot sons.
Nice. Very nice. All right. And I gave it 8 beer cans slapped to the ground, which was a complete waste of beer in the zombie apocalypse. Dude, there's now a limited supply of this, unless somebody's like out there in the zombie apocalypse brewing beer. So,
right.
Yeah.
A craft brewer or something.
Yeah, something. So, you know, not a cool move there, Trav.
No.
So waste of good. And I think that can was only half full, or was only half empty. So yeah.
Right. Okay.
Or half full. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. While Karen's doing that, I'll set up the next episode. We're going to talk about Gotham: Burn the Witch. Burn the Witch, of course. If you're a Radiohead fan, that sounds great because you know that's a great song off their current album. So I just thought it was a nice, clever, nod. And so we're gonna. This is written by Ken Woodruff and directed by Danny Cannon, the one of the showrunners of Gotham.
Yep.
And welcome back, Karen.
Hello.
Hello. Sound much better now.
Oh, good.
So I think we timed that. I think I filled that a little bit better. Yay. Okay. Or at least a little decently. All right. So I've given our written and directed by. So why don't we go ahead and get our A, B, and C?
Okay. Flipping the turntables and flipping them redux.
Right.
Stranger Things season 2.
Nice.
And Owl Deal with It.
Right. Very nice. Very
and
nice.
Then our bonus story is Green Around the Gills.
Okay. So flipping the turntables. What is that in reference to?
Okay, let me think.
You're the one who came up with this. Don't you know? Because I don't know.
I do.
I'm trying to guess where you're going with this.
I guess, is this where Bruce was taken? And she turns the tables on him. Hold on.
Oh, you mean, okay, so somebody turns the table on somebody else. Or was that Cobblepot, or...
I wrote this a couple days ago, so hold on.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So why don't we just, I'll start off the episode, and then we'll try to figure out what's going on here. We're really organized today, aren't we? Yes.
Well, I know what flipping them redux is, but that is not the big story.
Okay. So what's flipping them the redux?
Oh, that's where Lee shows up at the end of the episode alone.
Right.
But Gordon has already kissed someone else.
Yeah, because that's kind of one of the big developments for Boba Jim, as I like to call him. Now that he's bounty hunter, Jim Gordon, the bounty hunter. So we've got Gordon basically kind of getting closer and closer to Valerie Vale, and he kind of proposes an alliance as they try to find Fish Mooney. So they end up going to Barbara, of all people. But Barbara's ultimatum is that she wants Boba Jim, to give her a kiss.
Right.
In exchange, and basically that's it. I just want a kiss, and then you can go do whatever. Gordon's obviously a little resistant because Barbara is crazy, little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So he goes ahead and agrees. Barbara gives the location and tells Gordon of this weird dream where he had an accident, is losing his legs, and she's pushing him around in a giant carriage. I'm presuming a baby carriage.
I don't know. She's weird, man.
But apparently this is something that sounds like something straight out of a David Lynch movie. But.
Right. She says it all serious, and then when he turns around, she smiles, which is very weird.
Yeah. And she's got the crazy eyes going.
I know.
Yeah. So anyway. So Gordon ends up going back to the GCPD. Lucius Fox is there, shows Gordon the body of Peabody.
All shriveled and dead.
Exactly. And so they figure out that, okay, Fish killed her because Peabody couldn't fix her. And the only other person can do it is, of course, Hugo Strange.
Right.
Who we get the return of by B.D. Wong, who's great. Especially if you watched him on Mr. Robot recently. He's really good.
He is super good.
B.D. Wood. So let's see. So Gordon and Fox end up talking to Captain Barnes, as in, it's clobbering time, Barnes, about Fish's next move, and he reveals that Strange is being held in an abandoned mansion, which is conveniently being turned into a research facility out of Gotham City. So the question is, why is Hugo Strange in a research facility?
Right.
Right. I'm guessing some people behind the scenes made that move. Let's see here. Gordon. Okay. And that's somebody's breaking into our feed here, I think. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Not sure. Somebody seems to be doing. Oh, now it's gone. So maybe it got turned on by mistake. I don't know. All right. So this is a crazy format.
I know, right?
Can I just say that this is a crazy. I don't know how we're going to get through this. So the GCPD ends up surrounding this mansion. Cobblepot and Butch, meanwhile, are they're right outside, leading a mob to the mansion, planning on killing the monsters.
With pitchforks.
Yeah, exactly. They basically go all Young Frankenstein and are storming up to this place. The cops are like trying to hold them off. Barnes is trying to hold them off. Gordon sneaks inside while everything's going on. Ends up getting caught by the monsters, is brought to Fish, and he ends up dealing his and Bullock's life by helping her escape through the backside or whatever. And before the escape, Gordon calls Cobblepot, tells him about Mooney's location, and then he needs to send the people through the entrance to get her. Right.
But little does Fish know that Oswald is lying in wait.
Exactly. So this must be your flipping the turntables.
Where's the dun dun dun?
Oh yeah. Sorry, a little slow in the uptake.
That's all right.
All right. I'm playing. I'm second string sound effects guy. So
that's all right.
You got to give me a little break here.
No problem.
All right. We're trying to do the best we can.
Yeah. We're crippled in many ways today.
Exactly. Yeah, and as opposed to just our normal,
Weirdness.
difficulties, shall we say. All right. So so the mob's getting all frenzied. For some reason, Barnes, and this is what struck me as I was watching this episode, why isn't Barnes arresting Cobblepot for inciting a riot?
Right?
Isn't that a law maybe somewhere?
Okay.
Maybe not in Gotham, but I don't know. But,
Right. I was just going to say it's Gotham.
Right.
And he does have more important things to worry about. However,
or is it just because the cameras were there? Maybe he's trying to just kind of stand back and not. But it's like, why are you letting Oswald cause all this craziness?
it doesn't look good, though, that he's not trying to stop that angry mob.
Right.
That he's just standing there, not doing anything about it. However, I did not like seeing that he's back to, we talked about this, that Harvey gave him back the job and it might be too early.
Mm-hmm.
So he's standing there on the stairs with this angry mob, and as soon as they race in, he gets trampled.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, you couldn't stand to the side. You had to stand right in the middle of all those guys.
All right, everybody, come get me. Ah!
Yeah, I was kind of worried, and who knows what happened to him?
Who knows?
Because we didn't see anything after that, right?
No, we didn't. So yeah, it's just kind of weird, and ends up with Penguin and Fish confronting one another. He wants to know why she spared his life back when everybody escaped from the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And she explains that he was the best thing she's made by making him into the Penguin, and she couldn't destroy that for some reason. Right. And so obviously at this point it's like, okay, now I feel sorry for you. I will let you go, which is dumb move. But
do you really think he would have done that?
I don't know. I
don't think he would have done that to Professor Strange, to Doctor Strange, to whatever.
Professor Strange. Doctor Strange is the Marvel guy.
Right. But he's a doctor.
He's Benedict Cumberbatch. I know. It's Professor Doctor Strange. That's how we just. Now, granted, Professor Strange came first, but.
Right.
Yeah, that's how we separate the two. All right, so Stranger Things season 2. Let's talk about that.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much him. So Fish finds him.
Yeah.
In a little glass box.
Right.
Where he has written formulas all over the place.
Who gave him the whiteboard writing tool?
I don't know, because I think he's slowly going crazy in that room, right?
Well, wouldn't you? Yeah. I mean, he was always kind of unbalanced to begin with, but
yeah. At least he had a way to channel that before, and now he just doesn't. He's just writing on the walls in this room, and he has no place for it to go other than out on the walls. And he's looking weird. When Fish comes in, he's like, "What are you doing here? I don't know what you're doing here. Are you going to get me out? Don't do me."
Like he's all twitchy, like he hasn't had his morning cup of coffee or something, and he's all jittery and anxious.
Right. And one of the things I noticed is every time he runs into someone, he's saying, "She's going to kill me. She's going to kill me." And, what she says is, "I need you to help me live." And I'm thinking, why would she kill you? If she needs you to come up with just delay coming up with something, because she's not going to kill you until you find a way to help her stay alive. So
right.
You got the power in this right now.
One would hope. All right. So, okay, I'll deal with it.
Okay, that's the Court of Owls.
Mm-hmm. So basically, we have the older woman,
Catherine.
Yeah, we find out her name is Catherine,
or could be,
or at least, yeah, that's what she's calling herself. And she and Bruce, at the beginning of the episode, we kind of pick up after Bruce has been brought to her by the Talon. Bruce, of course, instantly recognizes her as this woman from the Wayne Enterprises events that he saw before. Catherine tells him that their organization, who she doesn't name, but we know as the Court of Owls, controls Wayne Enterprises. Bruce threatens to reveal to the government about their involvement and their exposure to the world, and if he dies.
Right.
So basically, Catherine's like, okay, well, go ahead and die.
Well, one of the things I liked was the way she said, "It doesn't matter to me." She says, "That would be unfortunate."
Yes. Yeah.
I love that.
For you, apparently.
Yeah.
So, so she's not afraid of what he's talking about. She tells him that he needs to stop investigating the Court of Owls and his parents' murders. For some reason, he agrees to this, and I'm not quite sure why.
Well, because she does mention in her little speech that it would be detrimental to him and the people he cares about.
Okay, so basically she threatens him with the lives of other people.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And
well, that makes sense, but
and that's why when he goes back.
So he agrees to this.
Yeah, when he goes back, Alfred said, "She didn't just threaten you, did she?" And he says, "No, I had to acquiesce." So.
Right. Okay. All right. And what's our bonus? Green around the gills.
That's Ivy.
Oh, of course. How could I forget?
Right.
Yes. Yes. So last we had young Poison Ivy, who gets touched by the guy who can age people, and then she ends up falling into the sewers. She comes out on some shoreline somewhere, crawls out. She still has her younger self's big sweater, the big striped sweater, the Tim Burton sweater.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, good thing. And apparently a good thing it's big and baggy because, she's a little bit taller now.
Right, that's what I meant. It's a good thing it's huge.
And a little bit more filled out. Oh, I'm sorry. My mind just kind of wandered there for a minute.
I'm sure it did.
Exactly. So she steps out as new actress Maggie Geha.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did it remind you of Splash?
Kind of. Yes, it did. It did.
I almost wrote a Splash reference there, but I couldn't come up with anything that was witty that would connect Splash to Poison Ivy.
The new Ivy makes a big splash on Gotham? Or?
Yeah, but...
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Too long.
Too long, okay. All right. Anyway.
So green. See,
green. Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it. Okay, so Ivy's unsure, is apparently, obviously understandably freaked out by her new, larger body. So she ends up getting found by this guy named Nick and taken to his house.
Poor Nick.
Yeah, poor Nick. So while she's there, she notices that Nick doesn't take care of his plants very well. And he kind of puts the moves on her.
A little bit.
And so basically she deals with that.
Now, he doesn't take care of his plants or his ex-wives.
Right.
Because she left all her clothes there.
Yeah, so that's way conveniently now she has a way to get clothes.
Right.
So and amazingly they fit her perfectly.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly
perfectly. Yeah, especially considering how curvy she is, shall we say.
Right, and she's not happy that he doesn't take care of his plants.
Yeah, so basically he's done. She kills him, right?
With the plant, yes.
With the plant, yeah. She bashes it over his head, and so she's not happy about that. And so she's kind of takes her first step out into the world as the new Poison Ivy.
In a slinky dress a la Jessica Rabbit-y.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently she's quickly adapting to being an adult all of a sudden.
That's right. And then we get two little scenes at the end. One, of course, was Lee stepping off the train in Gotham.
Right.
But it's after Gordon has kissed Valerie.
Now she hasn't seen it yet.
No.
So and I believe I talked about this last week that I thought it was this cliche that I felt was coming that they would get close, and then all of a sudden Lee would come back, and of course you get the triangle.
Yeah, but did you think it was going to be the second episode?
I didn't think it was going to be that soon. No.
No, me either. And I was like, dude, really?
I thought they at least give them like maybe 4 or 5 episodes, and then all of a sudden, because they seem to be like, okay, we just met, I know, but let's make out and go find fish. What's up with this?
Does this mean we're going to get angst for a few episodes? Because I don't want that.
Well, the third episode, of course, has to be Lee actually seeing them together. Right. So that's got to happen.
Yeah, this is not going to be
good. Or like Lee will confront Gordon. Gordon won't tell Valerie about it. Yeah, it's not good either way. Either way.
I'm face palming in case you're not watching.
Yeah, well, if you are watching us on YouTube, you can see the face palming. We're both just, why?
Why? This isn't CW. And then of course the other last scene is Alfred and Bruce were talking about learning how to dance, and we get a little dance scene.
Yeah, apparently Alfred's got some moves.
He does.
Sean Pertwee getting down, getting jiggy with it.
Well, a pirouette isn't exactly good.
I know. I'm just playing that up. But.
No, very cute. And I like he doesn't just know the moves in fighting, he knows how to dance as well, which I thought was really cute. And then all of a sudden they hear something at the window, and apparently his doppelganger has found them.
Yeah, and I thought that was rather sudden.
They are moving it along this season,
which is good. I mean, you're not getting drawn out stuff, but some things, seem probably could have used at least one more episode to feel a little more natural.
Yeah, but I'm okay with movement, so I'm hoping.
At least it's not boring.
Right? It's not. That's for sure.
Not. Whatever you say about Gotham, and there are plenty of things to say about Gotham, believe me, you can't say that it's boring.
No, not this season. And this also meant that Fish didn't dominate again.
Yes. So, more time for everybody else means less time for Fish. So, hooray. Woo!
Exactly.
And we're all happy.
Not too fishy. That's good.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what's your rating for this episode?
I gave it 8 baby carriages.
Very nice. Creepy baby carriages.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing we didn't get to see that dream sequence.
Yeah, right?
That would have been, although it would be kind of funny to see Baby Jim or Boba Jim in a baby carriage.
With circus music playing in the background.
Okay. I give this one 8.5 dying plants.
Very nice.
So, all right.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength this week.
Yeah. These seem to be like not horrible episodes, not like spectacular episodes, but decent episodes. So I think we're both in sync. I agree with you. All right. Moving on. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Second episode of the 4th season. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, that's how it goes. Meet the new boss. Yeah. Written by Drew Z. Greenberg of Buffy the Vampire Slayer fame. And directed by Vincent Misiano.
Yay.
And what is our A, B, and C, Karen?
We have A story, Ghosts in the Machine. You like that?
I do.
Okay. B story is Let the Chips Fall Where They May.
Mm-hmm.
And C story, Hitting the Head. The head, the director, the boss.
Well, I thought you were talking like the head in naval terms.
Yeah, I know, but it's a pun.
Yeah, I get it. I got the concept. Yes.
Okay.
I got it. Okay. Just anyway.
So,
all right. So,
which one do you consider the main story? Because they all kind of took up the same amount of space in the episode.
Well, technically, it's probably the Ghost in the Machine because we do get introduced to this group of ghosts. Now, this is the kind of like transparent figure that we saw kind of brush by May at the end of last week's episode, which is why she's affected in this week's episode.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out it's a woman named Lucy. And apparently she's not the only ghost. Apparently in this like abandoned facility somewhere, there are a bunch of ghosts. And they kind of, she kind of like starts bringing, like gathering everybody together, all the ghosts. They basically have like this big conference about what to do about their condition. And we find out during the course of the episode that the ghost condition has something to do with a book called The Dark Hold.
Or they think so.
Or they think so. But now this, of course, has to be the setup for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. crossing over a little bit with Doctor Strange, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the Dark Hold, for those who don't know, those who aren't Marvel Comics fans, the Dark Hold is this big mystical book that's usually used for no good.
It's
So
a grimoire.
It's a grimoire. It's a grimoire, yes. Yeah, you get a lot of your dark supernatural forces, your Satanish, or your Baron Mordo, or Dormammu, or all the heavy hitters of the Doctor Strange's Rogues Gallery, using this book for whatever nefarious purpose. So obviously this is going to be probably pretty important later on. And it's no coincidence that we have a supernatural character in the form of Ghost Rider. So I'm sure this will all converge. Because remember, it's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's all connected.
That's right.
As they keep telling us.
It was also in Marvel Zombies.
You're right. It was.
Mm-hmm.
Very well played. Oh, so somebody's looking up information.
No, I have it up, but I remember that it was in Marvel. I loved Marvel Zombies. It was awesome.
I like the first two. Then the concept got a little tired.
It was still great.
It was great. It was
Very
good.
fun.
It was weird. Yeah, it was. So these ghosts, the ghosts continue to wake up others. And the first ghost, Lucy, says they're trying to find the Darkhold and reverse what happened to them. But there's some dissension in the ranks, apparently.
Yep. So, now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I know I've asked you this before.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you know about Robbie?
About Robbie Reyes, not very much.
Okay.
I'm not a big Ghost Rider fan. I know general knowledge about Ghost Rider, but not a whole lot.
See, because I don't want to spoil his background, but they could definitely be connected to how Robbie is the Ghost Rider.
Okay, that's good. You can get that's fair. It doesn't spoil anything.
Okay, because these ghosts, how their lives were ended, could be connected to a member of Robbie's family.
Mm.
Can I just say that?
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Keeps it nice and vague.
Okay.
So if you want to learn more, there is this thing called the internet.
Right. Or my husband.
There you go. Just call up Karen's husband. It's very easy. Say, Sean, what's up with the Ghost Rider? I need to know.
That's right. He'll be happy to talk to you.
And then he'll say, "Who are you? What is this?"
No. You just mentioned Ghost Rider. He will talk to you. It doesn't matter.
Okay. And then Karen goes off to play Warcraft.
Yep. No.
Okay. No, not at all.
I would never. I haven't had to play it all this week, so.
Oh, there you go. You're breaking up again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You want me to hang up and come back?
If you want to, or I can just deal with it. Either way.
Okay. What would you rather?
You just sound like you're a Cyberman all of a sudden.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
All right, so we'll keep talking while Karen is recovering. So these ghosts, Mac and Fitz end up arriving at the facility to find more of these ghosts, who attempt to blow it up with them inside, because these ghosts are apparently a bunch of dicks.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, a little slow with that.
There we go.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right. So who shows up but Ghost Rider?
That's right, because he might be connected to them.
Because he might be. Yeah, probably connected to them in some way. Destroys one of the ghosts, and then Daisy Johnson, Quake, arrives to stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from taking him in.
Right. Because they're going to hang out together in LA for a little bit longer.
Right. Yeah. So this is obviously Daisy's first reunion since going fugitive with her former friends. Or current friends, or strange friends, however you want to phrase it.
They're current, but they're separated.
Her Facebook status is "It's complicated."
Right. Long distance friends.
Yeah. So Mac tries to talk to her, I believe. He's treating her hands because, from last week, we find out that Daisy's been over-abusing her powers, and it's affecting her physically. And then Daisy explains that the Ghost Rider isn't an Inhuman, but Mac says he's a killer.
Right.
Because Mac doesn't really like many people, apparently.
Yeah.
If you notice, he's like the first to go like, I don't like that guy.
He is, yes.
So Mac tries to get Daisy to come home with the team. He starts thinking about the medicine they could give her, and then realizes that, oh, guess what? Yo-Yo's probably been stealing it and giving it to Daisy.
His girl.
And then Mac gets all angry because he doesn't understand why Daisy's doing this. Fitz is even angrier, though.
Right.
And Daisy's like, says, I'm doing what I need to do, okay? But Mac says that it still affects the others, them, the team. Right. So obviously some friction here, and Daisy's kind of like torching some bridges.
Big time. Is it just me, or does Mac need another color T-shirt?
Well, maybe he's one of those people, and I can respect this, where he has like several of the same shirt, because Einstein was like this, because Einstein only had 3 suits because he didn't want to think about anything else. So maybe Mac's just like, I don't want to have to worry about deciding what I'm going to wear, so I want to just be able to grab what's out of the closet.
I guess.
I don't know.
I think he'd lighten up a little if he had maybe like a light green T-shirt or something. But he always wears like burgundy really dark burgundy T-shirts.
Maybe he needs like a bedazzled shirt with like unicorns on it and rainbows.
Sure, rainbows.
Rainbows, right. Yeah. Lighten him up a little.
The unicorn has to be dancing on the rainbow. You know what he needs?
What?
Is a shirt with a rainbow and Thor and Loki dancing on it.
Okay.
Did you get it, Rainbow Road?
Yeah. Or maybe he just needs to eat a Snickers.
That's right, and he'll turn into Betty White.
Very nice. Very nice. Well played.
Thank you.
All right. So is that about it for the ghosts? And
well, without me spoiling anything.
Yeah.
I like that I have spoilers that you don't know about.
Yeah, you're kind of up on me on this, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about it.
No?
No, because usually I'm the one who's like, oh, yeah, I've watched it. I've watched ahead, and I know what's going on.
Well, you could find out more about it if you wanted to, but
because of this thing called the internet. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Or comic books.
Yeah.
Either way.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I have my husband and the internet.
But that kind of requires effort. Maybe I could just call your husband.
I just sat down with my husband and asked him about it, and we talked about it, and I read a couple comics, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. And
now you're an expert.
Not an expert, but I know about his background.
You're fully informed.
Now, I don't know whether that's how they're going to go on the show or not, but it does look like it with the way. And the one thing also that we're missing about this is the box and Fitz and Simmons.
Yeah, what's in the box? What's in the box?
What's in the box? Pain.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's great.
Pinhead.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing how we just kind of diverted from.
Oh, no. Did he cut out again?
Can
we maybe stay on point?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You froze up for a minute.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, but that's all right. I heard what you did.
Hooray for technology.
Yeah. You play Blaine.
Yeah, I played Blaine. So
Yay.
yay. All right. So let's move on to Let the Chips Fall Where They May. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
So May not doing well in this episode. And it's a very unsettling, in my opinion, because May's usually like, she's the one who has her act together, unless it's involving her ex-husband.
Right.
Yeah.
Lash.
Lash.
Poor Lash. R.I.P.
Pouring one for Lash, one for my homies. Yeah. Okay. So May is becoming increasingly paranoid throughout this entire episode.
Now let me tell you one thing real quick.
Tell me one thing real quick.
That's the one thing I'm puzzled about is why the ghosts are affecting her. Because in the lore that I know,
Mm-hmm.
the ghosts wouldn't have any vendetta against her. They would. So I don't know what's affecting her. Whether there's some sort of a aura,
Maybe, or unless it's like there's got to be something about May that's making her affected, right?
Yeah, something has possessed her, or some sort of.
Well, she did have that. She did have that brush. Like she didn't have it anything until like the one ghost passed through her.
Right, and the reason the ghosts are tied to Robbie is because of something that is directly related to him, and that thing could not be affecting May because of how it's affecting him. So, does that make sense at all?
It does. It does.
Because it's specific to him.
Right.
So, whether it's just like a little piece of something got into May or her brain is affected or something, I don't know. That's the part that's rattling me about this. And I noticed that her muscle memory is still good. That's a good thing. She can still fight.
Unless you're Coulson, then it's really, really bad.
Right. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And unless you're the director.
Yeah.
Because apparently.
Yeah. Well, and we'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah, hitting the head.
Yeah, hitting the head. So real quick, so May ends up becoming suspicious of Coulson. Like he catches her like in the locker room. She's going through everybody's stuff.
Paranoid.
Yeah, exactly. Paranoia will destroy you.
I have to say that if you saw skulls over everyone's head, like superimposed on everyone's face, I'd be a little paranoid too, because I wouldn't know whether it was affecting me or whether something was going on around me, especially in that job.
Exactly.
So
anyway, so they enter the training room, and May attacks. May fights Coulson and all of her trainees. Coulson tries to tell May that, oh, guess what? You're not well, May. Just chill out, take a seat, eat a Snickers, whatever. But she's convinced that she's doing what has to be done.
May smash.
May smash. And this is when the director, who shows up, and May attacks him, but then all of a sudden he's displaying super strength and durability and takes her out. And then admits that, oh, by the way, I'm an inhuman. And this is where we get into hitting the head.
Right.
So, so this new director, who's only referred to as Jeffrey, but is very probably Jeffrey Mace, who is this character. He's actually a Golden Age character called the Patriot. And he was kind of retconned into when Captain America ended up in suspended animation, being frozen in the ice. He's one of the two replacements that apparently takes over as Captain America, because they try to keep the belief that Captain America was still alive when they're still fighting the Nazis,
right?
And the Axis powers. That so Captain America is still like operating in like the 1950s, even though the real Captain America, Steve Rogers, is tucked away in an ice cube somewhere. Right. So he's one of them. This other guy named William Naslin, who was the Spirit of 76, was the other.
Right.
So here, though, they're adapting him, and apparently for some reason now in the comics, Jeffrey Mace is just this regular schmo in a costume.
Right. But
didn't have any powers. this version, if he is in fact Jeffrey Mace, is an Inhuman because of course he is.
Of
because
course.
we're apparently still trying to make the Inhumans happen.
Which,
why we don't know.
Yeah. And I do have to say, they said his name was going to be Manly McManderson, and
Right.
Jeffrey.
Well, Mace. Mace is pretty manly. But
Mace is something that you spray in guys' faces when they're attacking you.
Well, no, it's also like a Hawkman mace.
A mace.
The mace that you beat people over the face with.
Okay, Jeffrey makes up for that manliness with unmanliness.
Unless
though.
you call him Jeff. Jeff Mace sounds more manly than Jeffrey Mace.
All right. I'm still going to call him Manly McManderson because
yeah.
Jeffrey Mace is just that doesn't live up to the Manly McManderson.
Or we could just call him Batman because the actor who plays him does the voice of Batman on the current DC animated movies.
That's true.
So yeah. And he was also in Life on Mars, the American version. So
Oh God, I love him in that so hard.
yeah, he was really good in that.
Yes, I agree.
Because that was a tough version to, after the great British version, to take that on and do an American spin on that. So I have to give him credit on that.
That was a really good adaptation, I thought, to be honest.
It was kind of underrated. I think a lot of people were just mad because it wasn't the British version. And
I liked it.
Didn't give it a fair shake. But
And I even liked the ending.
Yep. Yep. It's a little different. All right. So, yeah, we're kind of...
Yeah. Okay, you can cut it off there.
All right.
We didn't go that far off.
We were close. We were close. So anyway, the director ends up taking he's all working these guests that are there for a tour of the Shield facility.
They mentioned Peggy.
They do. Peggy Carter gets a shout out, and
Which just makes me mad. Really.
Well, me too. And I voiced this on Twitter. I don't know if you saw my tweet about it, but Coulson talks about Peggy had all these great adventures and he's kind of geeky fanboying. And I'm screaming at the TV, well, why aren't we seeing these adventures? Where is Agent Carter Season 3 ABC?
Right. If you're going to give her a shout out, why don't you just give her own show back?
Right.
Is that just, lip service to the people that wanted the show? Because if it is, that's just condescending.
Or work her into Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., something,
Right.
I know she's got her new show, the actress.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just frustrating.
It's almost...
But I'm screaming at the TV. I'm like, why is Agent Carter Season 3? Ah!
No, I want it.
I know.
I want it.
I think a lot of people do. So
she did. The actress did.
Yeah. Yeah.
The actress even said, I'd do both shows. I'm not ruling it out.
Right.
So.
Do like a summer series or something. I don't know. Like while the other show's on hiatus, do like 8 episodes of Agent Carter. How hard can that be?
I bet she would.
But I know the ratings weren't the greatest on Agent Carter, but still. Put it on this summer when you're just trying to burn airwaves anyway.
Do you know how many comments that got when people were mentioning?
Yeah.
It got so many comments. It's not even funny.
And all it did was just like kind of, there's this wound that has not healed yet. And it just kind of put a stick right into the wound and stirred it around.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just, if you want that sort of a reaction, mention Terriers on Twitter. Yeah. The show Terriers.
Right. Or Constantine.
That's right. It's like,
I'm just saying.
If you were to have mentioned Firefly a couple of years ago, that's the kind of reaction you would have gotten.
And I think that the Firefly ship has sailed.
Yes, I think so too.
And even Nathan Fillion is just like, okay, it's time to move on. It's been enough time now. We can move on. We're not the same characters anymore. So I think, as hard as it is to say, and Firefly got a great ending with the Serenity movie, so it's okay. It left in a good place.
It had a nice arc.
Exactly. So we got a good ending with it. We should be happy we got the ending we got.
Constantine, not so much.
Constantine, not so much, and that's another rant for another day.
That's right.
All right. So so the director is smoozing all these guests. Coulson voluntarily stepped down as director because he wanted Captain America to take over, but then Captain America goes AWOL after Civil War. Dope.
And they wanted a powered person to take over.
Yeah, yeah.
So I thought that was interesting that they wanted someone like an Inhuman or someone like that to take over.
Someone, an enhanced person at least.
Right.
But no. Yeah, didn't happen. Sorry, Coulson. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He is longing to have his job back.
Yeah, especially considering the guy that they got. So it's like, oh, I stepped down for you. Awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Although it gives me a chance to look at Jason O'Mara on TV. So.
So you're happy. You're good with it.
Mm-hmm. I am.
And then Phil Coulson's like, what am I, chopped liver? What's this?
Oh, I like Coulson too. I'm all right with him. Too.
Okay.
Clark Gregg, I'm all right with him.
All right. So they talk about May. The director says that Coulson can't be objective when it comes to May and Daisy. And then Meg ends up getting sent out on a straitjacket in a Quinjet with all the politicians, which seems like if they were trying to put on a good show for the politicians, why is May laying there in a straitjacket?
Right.
Did anyone else have a problem with that or wonder why that was happening? Because I didn't. I wanted to know.
You'd think.
All right. Okay. So I think that about does it. One more thing. What's the last thing you want to bring up?
Well, Robbie mentions that he thinks that there's something connecting the ghosts, the watchdogs, and the lab.
Right.
There's one thing connecting them all. And I think that's ironic.
Yeah, because, well, he says, well, I think it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay.
It's
so
him and maybe something else.
So, and Daisy's like, okay, well, let's hop in my Quake-mobile van. And,
the Mystery Machine.
The Mystery Machine. I still like Quake-mobile.
Yeah, I like Quake-mobile too.
But
his car is much better.
It's a van down by the river.
You got to move your pants around.
Yeah. Well, it's, Chris Farley, the reset, for those wondering.
If it were me, if I was Daisy, I would take his car.
Yes. I totally agree. Yeah. Okay. So what was your rating for this episode?
I gave it 8 straight jackets.
8 straight jackets. I gave this one 8 out of 10 copies of the Darkhold.
Who wants 8 copies of that? Pass.
Well, you keep one and then you flip the other 7 on eBay.
No.
Right?
No.
Okay.
No.
You
Send them to
Atlantis.
Atlantis.
Get them autographed and then you can jack up the price.
Send them to Atlantis, where they came from.
Ooh, look at you, little Miss Research. You're the research goddess.
Hey,
every time I kind of forget about that, you just do something that just reminds me like how awesome you are at the research.
There are things I know.
I know, but you knew that you didn't have to look that one up.
No, I didn't.
You're awesome.
It came from Atlantis before it sunk under the ocean.
Much respect.
Thank you.
I'm not worthy.
Come on.
You're awesome.
I know some Marvel stuff.
You got the skills. You got the mad skills.
That is old school Marvel, though. I mean, that's like way back.
Yeah, but still obscure enough to be impressive.
It's pretty obscure. It's one of those things.
How many people know that the Darkhold is from Atlantis?
Well,
anyone?
It's one of those things that like you see somewhere as a piece of trivia and you just keep it in your head.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's kind of cool that Atlantis was above ground.
Okay, we got 15 minutes left, unless we can run over because there was a kind of a half-hour gap between shows, right?
Yeah. Well, let's hurry.
Let's get moving just in case. So let's move on. Luke Cage, episode 1, the very first episode of Luke Cage on Netflix, Moment of Truth, written by Chio Hodari Coker. And directed by Paul McGeegan. I'm guessing it's McGeegan. He's for those who don't know, McGeegan's the guy who directed like the first couple of Sherlock episodes. Okay. So he's got some skills.
So he knows Benedict then.
Yep, he's tight. So there's your Doctor Strange Power Man crossover.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, person that is breaking in. How are you today? Oh, there they go. Nope, they're back. Okay, well, we're just while we finish up the Phantom Zone podcast. Let's. I'm loving this format. I'm loving it to death.
We still have a few minutes.
No, let's hurry up. Let's hurry up and get going. All right. So, moment of truth. What's our A, B, and C, Karen?
It's getting pretty hectic. Can you play that little thing?
Yeah. I've actually. Man.
That's right. Power Man.
Get it? Yep.
Yeah. And then Diamond is rattling, cottoning to throwing shades.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. And C?
Paying his rent.
Paying his rent. Okay, so it's getting pretty hectic. Excuse me.
I've got the power. But.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got the introduction to Luke Cage. I'm presuming that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, Luke Cage.
Okay. Luke. So we open. We open the shot of Lenox Avenue. We're in Harlem, Upper Manhattan, and we kind of catch up with Luke. But apparently, this is Luke before the events of Jessica Jones.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Do you?
Yes, I do, because he hasn't.
Well, his bar blew up.
He hasn't. No. This is before. Okay. This is him just out of prison.
Okay.
And that's why he ends up, hiding out in a barber shop. He doesn't have his confidence yet about the neighborhood.
Okay.
So that's the story. This is a story about him finding himself before the events of Jessica Jones.
Okay, because I got the feeling that when he took the bartender's outfit and decided to bartend, and the guy goes, "Do you know how to bartend?" And he goes, "Yeah, I know my way around." I wondered if that was because he owned the bar.
Well, no, I think it's just something maybe he picked up, or I don't know. It's a good question, but I thought.
Or was that a nod to saying?
I think it was just kind of a nod to Jessica Jones, like an ironic foreshadowing.
Okay.
Of Jessica Jones. That's the impression that I got. So, Luke, he's hiding out. He's basically sweeping the floor at a barber shop. Pop's barbershop, and Pop is played by Frankie Faison, and who's really good in this role. Who's kind of like a mentor to Luke, and he's got Pop has this clientele where there's they keep giving, there's a swear rule where if somebody swears, they have to put money in a swear jar and all that. And you kind of basically get a feel of this neighborhood. And Pops is kind of we find out is almost like a neutral place where everybody comes to get their hair done or whatever. And but Pop, it turns out, has been to prison as well.
Yeah.
So we kind of get this. He's aware of Luke's powers, as we see by the scene where he's lifting up a washing machine, and he actually makes a reference to calling him Power Man, which I thought was well played.
I love that Pop says, "I'll never get tired of you doing that." Great.
Yeah, exactly. So, but Pop thinks that Luke should be out there helping people. Helping these folks downtown, but Luke is just I don't want these powers. I don't want to be bothered with. They've ruined my life. And this is why I think it's set before Jessica Jones.
Okay.
Because he's much more comfortable with his powers in Jessica Jones. So I think, so it's interestingly, because they kind of pick up, in the comics, they start off with Luke in prison and do the origin, but we're kind of here we're kind of introduced to him after prison, after he has his powers. So it's kind of jumping ahead, which actually makes sense, because that way, we can actually see him using his powers as opposed to having to wait for it.
Okay.
So in addition to sweeping floors, Luke is moonlighting at this Cotton Club type restaurant or night spot called Harlem's Paradise, which is, of course, owned by Cornell Cottonmouth Stokes, who's played by Marshala Ali. And if not familiar with the name, the actor, he plays Remy Danton on House of Cards. He's a really good actor, among other things. But that's where I first noticed him, was on House of Cards. But yeah, he's really good in this, I thought. And Luke's like washing dishes in the back under the table. And the bartender,
not literally under the table.
Not literally under the table, but he's getting paid under the table. Yeah. So the bartender, as you mentioned, the bartender calls off sick, so Luke gets kind of drafted into the tending bar out front.
Well, the bartender is Darius. We have to mention that as well.
Oh yes, the bartender. No, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to keep the name straight. Which was the bartender's name? Do you remember?
Darius.
That's Darius. Okay. And then you had what's his name? The other guy. I'm trying to remember Chico. Yeah, Shamik and Chico.
Shamik, Chico, and Darius. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Darius was Pop's. I mean, kid, not.
No, I thought that was Chico. Chico was Pop's kid.
Was it? Well, he looks in the paper and it says Darius whatever.
Okay.
And he says this, so it could have Chico next to his face.
Right. Well. Yeah, and what happens is that these kids from the community, they end up like Shamik and Chico. They end up busting up one of Cottonmouth's arms deals during a trade-off, and with help from Dante, who works as a bartender. So I think it's not Darius, it's Dante. That's where I got confused.
Oh, Dante, sorry.
Dante, yeah, that's okay. So after shooting and leaving Dante for dead, they make off with the money.
Right.
And
not the best plan ever.
No, it's not the best plan. It sets off a whole huge chain of events as a result. And while Luke is tending bar, he ends up meeting a very interesting woman who we know as Misty Knight.
That's right.
Yeah, played by Simone Missick, and they kind of flirt with each other at the bar.
Could they have gotten anyone that looks more like Misty Knight?
Yeah. I mean, I was a little disappointed because Misty is younger, I thought, traditionally, and she actually ends up involved with Luke's partner Danny Rand, Iron Fist, in the comics.
Right, but she looks just like her.
Yeah, she does.
I mean,
and Simone Missick is a really good actress, I think. She's really good in the role. So they have this great immediate chemistry.
I love the banter.
Misty tries to explain herself like she's a auditor.
Right.
Yeah, but we know differently.
The banter at the bar was adorable because Luke kind of tries to pick her up.
Yeah. But he's real coy about it and smooth and just like.
But then he sticks his foot in his mouth too, because he's like, at first I thought you were one of Diamond's girls, and
right. But he does talk his
what?
But he does talk his way out of it.
Yeah, he does. It's just like everything he says, she has a banter back for it.
Yeah, it's no surprise to no one. He ends up taking her home for a little one-night stand. Oh yeah.
My porn music is better. Do you have Sweet Christmas?
I don't have Sweet Christmas. I'm just slapping this together. I thought I would try the different change.
No,
I was trying to change the pace for the porn music. We can go back to the original next week, but yeah. I just thought it sounded cool. Because I like the
yeah.
I was getting.
They did it that way anyway.
But yeah, so Luke's and then getting some sweet loving down by the fire with Misty Knight, and I just lost Karen. So, all right, well, let's just keep plugging away here. So Misty ends up having to sneak out before the morning when she's called to the scene of a weapons sale, and at the scene we also meet her partner, Detective Scarf, who's played by Frank Whaley. And in the process of the weapons deal that went bad, you had Cottonmouth's like little financial backer, chaperone, whatever, Diamondback, ends up sending in his right-hand man, Shades, to keep an eye on him. And well, what's this guy's Shades deal? Well, apparently, he's this guy that apparently he was in prison at the same time as Luke Cage, and during when Luke was having his little one night stand with Misty while he was asleep, then he ends up having it. I guess apparently Misty tells him that he had a nightmare saying Shades' name while he was asleep. So anyway. Anyway.
Anything?
So that's it. So
Okay.
you can hear me, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Just all right. Just
I
checking.
can hear you fine. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you for some reason, but
All right.
yeah, because technology. Hooray!
As soon as if my mixer had worked, we'd be all good.
Yeah, it would be. So anyway.
All right.
We're struggling. We're getting by. So okay, real quick. So I was talking about Diamondback and getting into the whole B story.
Yeah, I heard most of that.
Yeah,
I came back and I could hear you.
Yeah, so basically Luke ends up like Cottonmouth's men track Shamik down. They bring him back to Harlem's Paradise to find out where the stolen money is. Luke sees Shades there, and it interesting, and this is what I kind of love because it ends up feeling a lot like a Quentin Tarantino scene because you get that kind of revenge music.
Mm-hmm.
That whole dramatic Sting music that normally would be playing if I had my app up that didn't crash on me.
Uh-oh.
Like that.
Exactly.
So it gets all Quentin Tarantino for a moment every time he sees Shades. So obviously something went down and there's some bad blood there.
They gave a little flash of him in prison when he was dreaming where he
Right.
saw Shades beating up a guy. So
Right.
it's like he couldn't protect someone in prison against Shades, maybe.
Obviously we'll get more. I'm presuming we're going to see Luke in prison at some point during the season.
Right.
So so Luke sees Shades when they pass through the kitchen, starts freaking out that Shades recognized him, but he didn't.
Right.
Luke ends up going back home to do some, he starts freaking out about Shades a little bit. Cottonmouth meets with Shamik, and by meets with, I'm talking about he beats the crap out of him.
Yep.
Just
Now,
pummels him to pieces.
it wasn't subtle, but one of the things I loved about this scene was the crown.
Right. Yeah, they make, because there's a picture, Cottonmouth has a picture of Biggie Smalls wearing a crown behind him on the wall. And of course he has to step into frame so it looks like the crown is resting on Cottonmouth's head by the camera angle.
So great.
So obviously, there's no intentional metaphor there.
Well, it was, again, like I said, not subtle. And he even says everybody wants to be the king.
Right.
And just the way they put him in that scene was great. And every time he came up from a punch, he was right back in that crown.
Yeah.
And it was just so nicely done.
It was.
I thought it was great.
It was. So Luke calms himself down by looking at a photo of his wife, Reva. So who we find out on Jessica Jones was killed by Jessica Jones.
Right.
But Luke hasn't met Jessica yet.
Right.
So he leaves the apartment. He passes by this Genghis Khan's restaurant underneath.
Genghis Khan's.
Which I love the name, Genghis Khan's. It's well, yeah.
He says to his wife, by the way, I'm clear, I'm focused, I'm ready, baby.
Right, right. So he sees this councilwoman, Mariah, who is the cousin of Cottonmouth.
Played by Alfre Woodard.
Yeah, really. And so you get a nice actor the caliber of Alfre Woodard, which is very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So the councilwoman's men are harassing, hitting up all the neighborhood people for money and protection, basically doing a little protection racket money.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke ends up stepping in. He finally is even though Luke owes the people who own the Chinese restaurant money for his rent, he steps in, throws the goons around, and then by the end of it, his landlady, who he owes money to, remember, ends up hiring him for protection. And
Trying
Luke,
to.
He tries to. But Luke says, well, I'm not for hire, but you have my word, ma'am. I got you.
Yep. So
All
cool.
All cool. So, yeah.
And again, we get that scene where the guy is hitting him in the face, and we see that ripple
Right.
of the whole hand breaking down.
That was really cool. So, yeah.
I love that.
I thought it was great. So that's kind of like our first episode, our introduction. Anything else you think I missed? Okay.
No.
All right. So what was your rating for this first episode, Luke Cage?
I give it 8 nicely placed painted crowns.
Yep. I enjoyed this one a bit more. It's got a slow pace, but it's kind of like slow jazz. You just kind of groove into it, and it's got a great soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
and a
kind of
good
digging it.
intro.
Yeah.
To his character.
Yep. And things escalate next episode, which I won't get into. Karen shakes fist. But yeah. You know you're on YouTube, right? Just remind you. Okay. So I give this one 8.5 slow-mo broken hands because crush.
Right.
Yeah, that was painful as all get out.
It was.
So a great introduction, I thought, to Luke Cage. So can't wait to watch the rest of this season. All right. So before we have to wrap up, we have some feedback from Justina. So let's play that.
Hi, Karen and Charles. I got some questions this week. First on Gotham was the lady that told Bruce he needed to stop investigating part of the Court of Owls or someone else. Either way, I don't think that Bruce is going to be able to keep his inquisitive side in check for long, especially now that he has his doppelganger in his house. There's definitely going to be more questions. And I don't think he'll be able to help himself but to investigate. I love that even though Jim is not on the police force anymore, that he will still go out of his way to help Harvey, because regardless of what his job is at this moment, they are still partners in his mind. And Jim being outside of the law at the moment gives him a few advantages that Barnes does not have. So this episode was called Burn the Witch, which after seeing the mob that Oswald brought together to try to take Fish down, it became clear to me why the writers named it that.
And it's also a Radiohead
alternative,
song.
silly, funny title for this episode could be Fried the Fish. All in all, I give this episode 7 out of 10 consequences of not taking care of your plants. Then there's S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm really enjoying this Ghost Rider storyline, even though it was a little bit creepy in the beginning, which leads me to my question. I know that Ghost Rider judges people's souls and takes vengeance on those that have done bad things, but is it common in the comic books for him to go up against people that don't have a solid corporeal form, like we saw in this week's episode? Does Ghost Rider often go up against ghosts? I love that Daisy stepped in to help the team, but I'm also glad that she went back with Ghost Rider because I think that's an interesting storyline having them together. That scene where she's holding on to the top of the car was really, really cool, even though felt like I had to hand wave a bit because she had a fractured arm and was still able to hold on for that long. And then when she fell off the top and they showed a close-up of her, it seemed like she didn't have any blood anywhere, like she didn't scrape herself or anything when she fell off the car. But it was a cool scene, so I'm hand-waving it off. Ming-Na's performance as Agent May was fantastic.
It was cool.
Can't wait to see what happens with that storyline. And this episode gets 8 out of 10 overqualified tour guides. Have a super week. I am so glad that you are back for a 3rd season.
So are we. Thank you, Justina. And we had to get you in, so apologies again for the audio quality, but we're doing the best we can, Captain. She's breaking up.
She is breaking up.
I'm doing the best I can, Captain. So yeah.
My pitchfork.
Anyway, so all right, so real quick before we have to head out of here, Karen, where can they find you?
Can I just read it?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Okay, Twitter. On Twitter, we are at Fandom Zonecast. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/Fandom Zone Podcast. That's a /.
Mm-hmm.
Email, we are fandomzonecast@gmail.com. That's an @ right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. And on Twitter, personally, I'm at Aleveria, Aleveria, and in my bio, there's a link to my blog at which you can find all my other links.
Okay. And of course, I'm at Charles Skaggs on the Twitter machine. And at Charles Skaggs on the Instagram. And Google Plus for all you crazy kids on the Google Plus. Shout out to you, Karen. And Facebook, of course, Charles Skaggs. And my blog of geeky things, Damn Good Coffee and Hot, where I talk about all these comic book shows and more. And all kinds of sci-fi, Doctor Who, geeky stuff that hopefully you'll find interesting. So please check me out. You can find me by Charles Skaggs, Damn Good Coffee. Really easy on the interwebs.
That's right, where you do clickbait,
yeah,
apparently.
yeah, I do. And I'm not above it. I'm not above it. But I don't have ads, so I think I should get credit for that.
That's true.
So give me some credit. So right now we're up to 97 likes on Facebook. So for the Phantom Zone, so only 3 away. So please help us get to 100. Give us a few likes on Facebook. That'd be great. We'd appreciate it. And I guess that's about it. We pretty much got in 90 minutes, although some of it probably wasn't audible. So hopefully Rob, our editor, is able to record this and post it, because we can't record it. So we'll find out together.
That's right.
And it's a mystery.
Yeah. And
anyway. All right. So I guess that'll about do it for us in the Phantom Zone podcast. Thanks to Rob and everybody at Southgate Media for hosting us here as part of the 2nd annual podcast marathon. Bye, everyone. And we actually have closing music if I can get to it. Any day now.
It's under the wise.
Hooray, technology. Come on, help a brother out.
Why?
Why?
Young Justice.
Young Justice, I know. I'm trying to get to it. The app won't come up. It's any day now. Okay. Forget it. So there we go.
Forget it.
No, I know. I'm trying to get to it, but the app's not coming up. It's being all crashy. There you go.
How's that?
There we go.
Is it loud enough?
Yeah, it's good enough.
Ready?
We'll be better next week, I promise everybody.
Yeah.
Out.
We're out.
I'm having bad hair today, so please excuse me. Don't get ready for the camera. Number 30. Okay, I got some more. You've got a bunch of stuff. This is just amazing. Did you watch any cartoons? Any cartoons? Probably not, because that would have just been not in your realm at all.
Probably, my thing a little bit like Bugs Bunny.
Oh, Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, but those are these cartoons.
So if I started looking out like on G.I. Joe and Thundercats and things like that, you'd be like, yeah, let's move on to that.
Cartoons?
Oh, geez.
What about Bosom Buddies? Who started Bosom Buddies?
Yes.
Tom Hanks, and who's the other guy?
The other guy, that's his name.
Wasn't she on that? I can't remember. Ah, she's on that show too.
I love the theme song.
Oh, and you know who else is on there? Janet Boyd. Donna Douglas, yeah, Donna Dixon.
Donna Douglas.
Yeah, Donna Douglas.
This is fantastic. These guys are leaders. Jeez.
I got a bunch of different shows. Hunter? Yeah. See, that's a lot of these shows. If you get the TV show H&I, which is Girls in the County.
Oh, I love that channel.
Plays like all these TV shows.
Yeah.
I've watched Hill Street Blues like twice, the full series.
And they go the seasons in order.
Yes.
It makes all the difference. You're not coming in second season one.
They play it from
So Hill Street Blues is like on Netflix or something?
If it is, I'm not watching it on Netflix, I'm watching it on H&I. So, and I DVR and just watch it.
I know a lot of these things are like BTV. I know that if you're in BTV.
H&I is like BTV, it's like a cable version of BTV.
Because we actually have a podcast that's not the Criminal TV show.
Okay.
And they're keeping up with the episode that they talk about. That's the one that's being aired on BTV. So it's going in continuation. What's that?
Is this the one with the original?
Yes.
When did they start airing that?
Oh, I don't know. They're on season 2 now. That was it's been a while. I guess they play in conjunction with like Wonder Woman, Tony Carter's Wonder Woman, and then I can't remember what the other shows were. Charlie told me he's the host of Gamecast. Which one?
Elf.
Yes.
Elf.
Alien life.
Yes. So did he ever catch the cat?
Yes, he catches the cat.
He never caught the cat.
He never catches the cat?
That'd be a very special episode.
Yeah, I guess.
That's the end of the series. He catches the cat at the end of the series. We did Bosom Buddies, let's see.
I gotta ask everybody here. Dukes and Hazzard.
Yeah, Dukes and Hazzard.
Now, I think it's a great show, but do you have any reservations about it nowadays based on the flagging of the trail later?
Yes.
Yes, no?
We need to be up there trying and about everything. To me, it's water under the bridge.
Right.
If I was a kid growing, I think the society in the time that I grew up in, is that portion in the world. I didn't really look at that stuff, but if I was a kid today like Molly or somebody like that growing up in a different part of society, that might, in a different place in the world, I might look at it differently.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Because when I think about, myself growing up in the early 80s, you're more concerned about and aware of what's going on, the Cold War and everything else.
Right.
So we get to high school, it's like, what's going on, So to me, it was,
Right, we just didn't look at it being
Races. Yeah, it's right up front. It didn't have the same connotation as it does now. Right. Old sheriff from down south chasing, you know. Right, or today from the California. Yeah, it will be something completely different. I think the most famous thing I know is the Lazy Dude shorts.
That was definitely not scandalous at all. That was definitely something that
For TV, that was involved there.
but so I mean, okay, so speaking of the general league, if you had to pick the general league over the kids, which part of it? You definitely pick kids.
I would pick the general league.
The general league. There was a nod in the back. I'm not sure. Was that the general league? Okay. Okay. So, and you know what I've realized is that as I've gotten older, I wanted to have a kit for different reasons. Oh, we got a little more. Salad's down. So when I was a kid, I wanted a kit because he had hot pursuit mode and he can go hyper turbo mode and do all these crazy jumps and all this crazy.
You said that's a bit crazy jump.
Well, no, I know that, but just listen, hear me out. So I wanted a kit for all those reasons. But now that I'm older and I realize that as I'm going, like the toughest part of my day is actually going to work. I'd much rather have a car that can just drive itself, and that way I can just get busy. And that's the only reason why I want kit. You know, it's like I know that there's nowhere I can go around here that's going to go that I can go like 110, 120, 130 miles per hour. So just give me a car that drives itself. I'll just say, hey, take me here, and then I'll play with my car. Exactly. So it's like, so you know, it's like as you got older, then you realize, you know, you don't need the hypersuit mode or the car talking to me, because you know what I mean. If the car's talking to me, I was going to say something that's going to make me mad. I just get upset with the car. So it's like, I don't want to talk to them. Take me where I need to go. So what's left? Let's
I got a couple of other shows I was looking for. What about Taxi?
Or Taxi. Okay. I didn't watch that as much, but I appreciate it.
That was early 80s.
Yeah.
If we could do drama, what about 30 something? Yeah.
We get a nod from the audience. I didn't watch 30 something.
All right.
Now remember my age. That's true. 30 something didn't really hit my radar.
I just turned 40, so I've had a wide gap.
And everything's pre-played now, so even if you did watch it growing up,
so you're saying I'm going to go back and watch 30 something.
Only if you're into the family drama. Couples. The big figure kids. The original podcast.
Les Neston, Johnny Blackrout, Bonnie Anderson, of course. Actually, I used a reference to Les Neston the other day at work because we sit in vehicles. And I was remembering where he liked to have tape, you know, that was broken off his desk. People used to act like it was a rock. And so I was like making a reference to that, like, where it's like, well, you know, you can't just start talking to me across the cubicle wall, you know, because I got my office. But, you know, our cubicle walls are like, you know, like this. We're looking at each other and staring at each other all day. So. That's a good one. I love that theme song. Webster. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. And for some reason, I always relate that one to different strokes. Yeah, I don't know why, just because it kind of had a similar vibe to it. But for the people that created the show. What
about Moonlighting?
Moonlighting.
Oh, yeah. You remember Moonlighting? Door of the Stars? Jackie? Moonlighting?
So Bruce Willis, aka David Addison.
Sybil Shepherd?
Maddie Hayes. Maddie Hayes. Remember that? Does anybody? Yeah. And it was Like tech videos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Investigative.
Yeah, exactly.
TV's playing out. And you just come out with a new one?
What do they do when they say the magic word? Right, this is the one that had the opportunity to yell. So.
Always gotta be them.
Yeah, exactly. What else you got?
Well, I've got MacGyver. That was really 80s, and they're coming out with a new one.
They have it perfectly done to one.
Okay.
And they could keep this going for such a long time because they pick the younger gentlemen to play the lead role. It's just you're sitting there going, okay, but they keep progressing.
Who was the original MacGyver? I forget his name.
Oh, wow. Oh, now we're getting that.
Ted, do you know the original MacGyver?
Dean something.
Dean Anderson. Dean Anderson? Thank you.
And we actually talked about the remakes of everything that they're doing in the movies and TV shows. That actually came up on Richard Dean Anderson. There we go. We got clarification from that. And the question was, should we be remaking all of these different TV shows and movies? In my opinion, is that's what they want to do with the Joker. It's like, this bug me at all because I don't need to watch it. Because there's there was they redid Footloose, they redid Robocop, they redid all these other movies, and it's like it doesn't mean to me. I didn't watch them. So they're out there. Sure, go out and enjoy it. But I already got the enjoyment that I need from the originals. So that's my opinion.
One more show.
I think personally, they're not as violent. They were just violent. Whereas it wasn't. I and stuff with that. And I think a lot of the reboots are being done because parents and stuff are saying. I'm seeing that. So we have nothing to we're now like a guy or something like that. Not only do you have elemental science in there, but you don't have a lot of bullying, you have a lot of joking, and a lot of other things. And it shows the teamwork aspect of things. For some of your other shows, they don't show that. But they actually love that. 95% of today's shows don't. It's so and so and so and so because this, that, and the other. Wow. So I think that's a lot of why a lot of sometimes early 90s shows are getting these. I watched this and I think that I'm and then here's the and I love family guys and the guys and all this other stuff. And I was very, and he's not very interested in the science and the and all that other stuff. That's what I grew up with. So I thought, it's like, oh, look at this. I don't know
But yeah, I mean, further my opinion that it's just the fact that if they want to remake it, then so be it. Hopefully it's something cool to watch. I don't know if I ever will watch them. I don't know. I have no interest in watching the new Elgin one. I know they made Lethal Weapon into a TV series. And I love the movies. I just don't know if I'm going to be watching the TV show.
I don't either. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet. But they were my dad's favorites. Oh, yes. Sure. Yeah.
Was that the movie 21 Questions? That is nothing to do with the music. Oh, that's the only remake I did. But you actually watched it? No, I couldn't watch it. I had promised to send you Ghostbusters, that's a whole other topic. But that last one, Magnum PI. There's an old one that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can never grow a mustache like that. I can never. I just can't do it. But we like watching. We watch Blue Bloods. He's great at that. He's good at that. So it's seeing evolve through the years. How far is it? Yes. I think we should do trivia. We should try to do some 80s trivia. So we'll go over to the 80s trivia. We're the jump ship. That was 80s reboot overdrive. Co-host Laura. Did you want to get your social media? A little bit. I am on Twitter to follow people. Just to stalk people. Just talking about it. Okay. All right, so I take care of our 80s Reboot accounts on Twitter. We're at 80s Reboot. We have 80sreboot.tumblr, facebook.com/80s Reboot, and we're also going to blog, which is facebook.com/80srebootblog. Also, shoot us an email, 80sreboot@gmail.com. I'm on Twitter at Chicago Savage. Chicago Savage. So if you want to stop Laura, then go ahead and do that. And I know you're following the 80s Reboot Twitter, so exchanging tweets back and forth. Good stuff. All right, so now we're going to jump into some trivia. So let me set that up. Bob, how much time you got? Up to you, you tell me. 20 minutes. All right, fair enough. 20 minutes today. 20 minutes of trivia. So what I brought for is I have some sound clips. We don't put anything out yet. Actually, songs that were played from the 1980s movies. So what I'm not interested in you being able to yell out this specific song, who sung it, but what movie it was used in. You get bonus points if you can tell me what was going on in the movie at the time that the song was being used. So it could be a montage, it could be the opening clip from the movie, but really we just want to play it for a little bit and then we're going to see who recognizes the movie. These are fabulous prizes for people that actually guess. Some of these are based on the 80s stuff. A lot of it is not. So I've got just some mishmash of stuff that's sitting in my basement that they just need to get rid of because my wife got mad at me. She's really upset. So there'll be a mishmash of just a bunch of different stuff. And how are you picking? That would yell out, yeah. I'm just yell out. Okay, nice comment. What I do is I'll play the computer and then you tell me your race. So which one should I do? Let's start with something that I think, I don't know, we'll see how easy it is. These aren't too hard. Oh, no. What did he say? This guy was definitely something Susan. So maybe I started a little too hard. Anybody got a guess? Not Bishop Press. Actually, Andrew McCarthy, the person who studied Andrew McCarthy, Mannequin. Take it, no one's seen it. I've seen that. I thought you There's no running.
Right, so this crowd I had a little easier. Let's try this. See, you got it. Alright, so what's going on when that song came out? Do you remember what was going on in the movie?
What scene in the movie was that?
Oh, just, there we go.
My dad was in that parade.
Yes.
That was happening. They didn't show my camera.
Right behind you there, close.
Yeah, it's there.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, chicken.
No.
The next day, and we're another thing.
So you like the magnets?
You like the magnets?
You like the magnets?
Excellent.
Okay. All right, so let's go this one. Yeah. You remember what was going on when they were playing the song? You don't remember?
We got the montage where they're
When the ghosts get yeah, like all the ghosts all right, let's try this one. You remember what's going on in the movie when they played that song? No.
I don't know, but I'm
Well, she still gets the prize. So, yeah, she still got it right.
What was happening?
Oh, that was the scene where after he got permission to have the dance, and they were all prepping. So they were all working together to prep the dance hall.
It's been a while. Like since the 80s.
So what's going on in the movie at that time? Montana was really true to the getting out and all that stuff. He even got a tiger. Crazy montage. 80s montage goodness. What's going on in the movie? The volleyball scene. See, look, I'm clearing out the basement right here. I'm happy about that. One little piece at a time.
I won't answer her question.
Did you have that one? Yeah, I can do that. actually trying to remember myself what that scene was from. I think it may have been just Montage Swift. Was that the wallet? Yeah, there was a blue crate or black.
Because I would have like 0 cards on it. Just a railgun. That annoys me. Yeah, I would
just in case. Yeah, all right, so let's see. I think it's 200.
And they're also
Did you remember what was going on in the movie when that song? This is where it's like you know a lot of what's going on with the answers you don't want to admit.
yeah, it's fun. The creeps. Game WP, oh gee, I wonder how old they are. They have
yeah. So, but yeah, a lot of the video is based in.
They make that photograph is from translation. I don't like another else, but you know what makes it
Yeah, so what I thought was really that was the worst part of the movie, really? Yeah, that fist pump. Yeah.
The Goldbergs just did that.
No, that's I think a lot of people in here would like that.
Right.
All right, let's get another phone.
Yeah, why you wait to
Revenge of the Nerds.
What part of it is it? Like, oh, great. It's
coming back to the big
What part is it?
That was the part where they're fixing up the old house. They got the old house.
I don't know that part of the song, because that's the vacuuming.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so they got robots that's helping around.
Yes.
Actually, walking down the hall, he's walking down the hall, right, and he's really getting popular with people. But as the actual Michael J. Fox character, he's not Eagle. I didn't know that was the scene where he was actually I heard he was That's actually a song from 16 Candles. Yeah. So what was happening was in the dance, and she was just trying to talk to yeah, Jake. Yeah, Jake
Alien Cruisers Part 2!
That's what?
Flashback?
No. The movie's called Streets of Fire.
Okay, one more time. Somebody else like that. Like Iron Eagle 2.
That's in here. That's in here.
It wasn't me. You got it. Who said it? Who said it? Did you let me do it? Let me do it. What do you do?
Yes. Fighting the tournament right there. That's amazing.
Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
He's not here. Pick it up. He's not here. Pick it up.
I've actually got like 4 more. Is everybody okay? Just continue on here. We got it. All right. This was from Elgin. I think this is really good. Wow, who got that? Nice.
It's the first one of the first big where they all get together and dance, right?
No, it was actually a scene where I think she was into learner skill. Learn street dancing. And the title of the second one?
What?
The second movie wasn't even the title. Electric Boogaloo. I think that should be the name of the character.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that.
They have a lot of reporter new company. I think
Yes, every movie. Oh, good one. Watch Luke Cage.
This is going to be the fun one.
This is the big one?
No, this is the last one.
Oh, this is the end of a movie. This is
It actually is not.
the Incredible Hulk. Where you walk.
No. This is starting on this is you want to hear me? Go for it.
Oh, who's this? Is it Tanner?
No.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
Three Amigos.
Three Amigos.
I was thinking on my cowboy.
That's why they all sit around the campfire. And that is kind of awesome.
Get rid of all this stuff.
That was I've got one more song, and it's no more prizes stuff.
Well, he gets great people.
I wanted to do this one considering what month we're on.
That's a collector's item. It's worth tens of dollars.
So, on behalf of the community, and we appreciate you guys visiting the evenings with us, and have a good night. And we also appreciate you great, along with what we're going to do with
Awesome, that was great. I got everything wrong. So, okay, couple bits of business, and then Comic Bros Podcast is coming up next. And that was supposed to be 2 different shows, but it's being crammed into one, and then the rest of the night will be hot buttered evening of fun. So here's a couple of things. If you want the t-shirts, you saw the poster out front. Oh, hey, you guys, the podcast, make sure you sign the lot rules out front. You got a Sharpie. Excellent. The t-shirt for the event, this is it. It was designed by Tatiana Sheehan, you know, from Taekwondo. And it's really cool. And it comes in various colors. It comes in baseball tee. It comes in tank top. It comes in all sorts of stuff. And it's only available through tomorrow. After tomorrow, you don't get one. So, if you want one, you gotta go to our Facebook page, or you gotta go to our Twitter account at SMG Pods, or just look us up at Media Group on Facebook. Follow the link that we have posted. It's the only way you're getting this. But if you go Monday, no giddy for you leave. That's French. Okay, so a couple more things. Our Facebook or our website is somethingmediagroup.com. We will be posting the videos that were recorded, not only here, but also on the current YouTube marathon that's been going on while we're here. Which has different shows, not entirely, but a lot. We'll be posting the podcasts on there also. They'll be on iTunes, they'll be on YouTube, they'll be on our website, so you can really look on. Not necessarily that last show because licensed music I cannot read. Let's see, what else? Go see 1776 by Edge Theater out at Hamburger Mary's. It is November 9th through 11th. They supported us here. You support them. It's really a good show too. I saw it. And also, if you want to take the program, it's got the Edge Theater information in there. They do adult things like workshops on how to fight like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, how the lightsaber fight. That's awesome. And I also have some show logo on the information so you can grab one of those. If you're not on our email list, on your table are little cards that you can sign up for the email list, sign up. And you guys ready? That was with me. We have 2 hours, 5 minutes left, and the marathon is over. Hey, and you guys, so you know, you see all those guys, you're gonna make sure you send the poster out. All right? Awesome. Awesome. That's the worst microphone. Okay, so we're on the Comic Girls podcast, and yes, you can find me on Twitter at XOSX. This is Brian. You can find me on Twitter at Pure Rock Fury. And on the end over there is Chris. You can find me on Twitter at SkateXEdge. And we actually have a fourth person that he lives in Seattle. He's today. He's on Twitter at Damian Johnson. He's a bit of a Pacific Northwest blonde, so he's done a lot of stuff in this one. So, the comic roast, a lot of people think it has something to do with make fun of, we're going to roast comics, but that's not the case. It's just coffee connoisseurs, so you don't want to roast comic roast. We also have a Facebook page at facebook.com/roast because after we had started the podcast, we started a review website. Somebody else named it, so we got Review and Roast as a website. We review movies, books, video games, and our main podcast is Comic Roast. We also do on occasion we'll do one called Movie Roast. We also have Review and Roast Presents. It's kind of like our interview podcast where we have interviews with other people who are on like mostly single ones. We'll give me a easy power it's like some stories that they're really there's a show on Netflix called The Jams. We actually bring monsters, get the 2 creators of that, as well as if anyone here ever watches 30 Rock. We interviewed Chipper because he did his own web series called He Broke His Leg. So we got him on as well, and that's on that podcast. And then we have another one that the name just kind of stuck. It's called You May or May Not Like It. That's just miscellaneous. A lot of board games, a lot of rework from but back to the main podcast, we have briefly segments where we one is we review another one every day. So we're running through that now, and then we also do a segment called Over Under where we pick a topic and we do something that's overrated, underrated, we pick and discuss topics there as well. So as far as our number ones for this show, we're each going to run down our top 3 number ones of 2016 so far. And for myself, I'm going to start it off with my number 3, which was going to be, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Grizzly Shark, but it is as ridiculous as it sounds. It's basically, it follows a family who's out in the woods, and and they're being, I guess you could say, hunted by a grizzly shark. It's basically, if you remember the SNL skit from the 80s of Land Shark, it's basically that. And it's about as ridiculous and full of cartoon violence as you can imagine. By the name of it. I don't know where we are on the picture there, but awesome. But here's a panel from it, just to kind of give you a little. It's absolutely
Exactly. It makes no sense. It's not like this great writing or anything. It's just a ridiculous story, and I thought it was kind of hilarious. And I'm trying to pick things I know these guys weren't going to do because, we kind of want the same thing. So. Okay. Well, so that was mine. It was number 9 of this right here. So Brian's number 3 pick.
I think this one actually.
Oh, it's Doom Patrol number 1. This actually just came out a week or so ago. We just did this on our last podcast from last week, so I'll let him tell you a little bit about Doom Patrol.
My familiarity with Doom Patrol essentially is reading all the stuff online about Grant Morrison's run in the 90s and late 80s, and that started with vertical comics, which is DC comics. Out of the people on our show, Damien's most familiar with the Grant Morrison era of Doom Patrol. They're kind of a group of weird superheroes that were created in the 60s. They're called the Earth's Weirdest Superhero Team. Never really caught on, but then when Grant Morrison took over, he kind of introduced a lot of psychedelia and a lot of more artistic tones to the series, and it caught on with a more adult audience. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with the band My Chemical Romance, but the lead singer, Gerard Way, has started a new imprint on DC Comics called Young Animal. And the first book that just came out is Doom Patrol number 1, and his take is he wants to return to an era of Vertigo that kind of no longer exists, where they take characters from the DC canon and create more off-kilter stories with them. And then anyone that's not seen this, I highly recommend it if you like something that's very esoteric, very completely off the wall. It borderlines making no sense, but it's something that's so unique right now that I feel like it's something. If you're willing to stick with it for a while, it's something you're willing to give it a chance because it's really interesting.
And then he'd scream at me and call him a tag, and I'd be like,
just really,
well, if you've
really
ever seen the unfolding, you would understand.
Okay, so that's Doom Patrol. Now, Chris's number 3 pick for this is Criminal, and I'll let him talk about the history of it.
Criminal is done by the duo of Edwin River and Sean Phillips. They've actually been doing the comics together for quite some time. Criminal just came to an end with this last one-shot issue. What I like about him, Brian, we all like crime noir, but Brian and myself particularly worship Ed Brubaker. Brian actually worships him more than I do. With this story, I might think I really like dark themes, or not like this one's actually really quite depressing. The main character is a convict, and he's
no, I'm gonna put it over that forehead.
Yeah, here's the Deadly Hands of Criminals. I know the last 2 issues of Criminals were essentially a comic book comic. The comic book story and the issue kind of telegraphs what's happening in the actual story itself. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic that happens here. I don't want to spoil, but the character's named Steve Wallace. He's kind of the series, he's kind of the heavy of the series, and you find out some things about him towards the end. It's one that Brubaker's strength. He's able to really write, really realize characters. Criminal is like really good for that. It's one of the best series of comics.
My number two pick for my top number one reviewer is basically follows these four teenage girls on their paper route. And while they're on the route, they're getting into these routes. And after that, little
it's kind of weird because it gestates from the 1980s, and it ends up in modern times. So there's kind of like this weird thing when they look back at the 80s and 2016 perspective. One of the characters runs into the adult version of herself. It's kind of similar. If you like the show Stranger Things on Netflix, it's very similar. And the art's done by Cliff Chang, who's one of the better artists out there right now. He recently finished Wonder Woman with Brian Azzarello on DC Comics. And yeah, Brian came out as one of the best writers in comics, one of the most popular. So if you've ever read Saga, Ex Machina, Live, and he's responsible for all of those. Yeah, so that is Paper Girls on the page. Brian's second pick for this is another semi-recent one called The Shadow, which is an old character from Batman's Returns. Yeah, The Shadow actually predates Batman. I believe in 1931 when The Shadow first appeared. I believe in RBC Magazine, the old cult detective magazines, and just after the Great Depression started. It's a pretty simple concept. He's a wealthy socialite by day, business owner by day, and a eventually firefighter by night. There's really not a lot of complexity to the character, but if you like those serial style of movies like The Green Hornet and so on, he's a kind of a darker, more developed version of that. Very similar to Batman, except he's a little more prone to be engaged in violent activity against the world and so on. It's just a character I've always been curious about, and a character I finally decided to take the plunge on, and I've just completely fallen in love with it. It's like I said, the concept is very simple. It's essentially a 3-act story every time there's some kind of crime happening. He gets involved and finds a way to solve it somehow, and there's all kinds of weird B-movie trappings in the story, a lot of really off-the-wall characters and businesses and so on. So it's just it was my introduction to the character. He's created both Mage and Grendel. He's one of my favorite creators, so I was definitely interested.
My question, wait, you have HDMI on this? You do? Oh, look, big time?
Production. Remember that.
Right, that's the top, bottom right there. Is it the bottom one? Yep. I'm getting nothing. All right, should be going on now? Yeah. 6 seconds. Is that a point or something? That's an order of yes. No, that's how cool is that? Okay, it's all plugged in. So do you have to use one HDMI out? What? What are they trying to do?
Rob's really good at interrupting the podcast.
What did you know? When was the last podcast you did, Brandon?
Oh, we just did.
I know you did. You can hit some function buttons, either F4 or F8 on the top, right?
It's like Chromebook.
There is no F4 or F8. Chromebook, I didn't have to. All right. Never mind. Sorry. I'll be turning this over to resume your show. Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Another subject.
Real laptops.
Rob Southgate, please.
All right, so I guess that was our little halftime break. Moving right along, Chris's number 2 pick was, this is actually the second run of something that was real popular for us last year, was Lady Killer. I'll let him tell you a little more about it.
Take the other number and give you the one that's coming. Anyways, Lady Killer is about, takes place during the 6th season. Is about, the main character's name is Josie, and it basically is chronicles her daily activities of juggling her housewife duties and assassinating people.
Contract killer. That's Dexter, but she's, like a 50s housewife. She takes care of the kids, wears the dress.
She's drawn to do it. I love the art. The artist in this book is, he's great.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's straight out of the 60s. But it's a very good story on how she's able to juggle her home life with being a contract killer.
More or less, yes.
So, she's at one point killing someone pretty brutally, and then she's at home to feed her twin daughters in her life.
Okay, moving on to the last little stretch here for the best number ones of the year. My pick for number one, I guess, for 2016 is Department H, or Depth, if you can read it that way as well. This one basically chronicles, they have like an underwater lab. I don't know if you've ever seen the old cartoon Sea Lab thing, that's serious, okay? Now the one guy who's running the lab has been murdered. So his daughter comes down to kind of investigate and find out what's going on. And every issue that comes out, there's more and more revealed. There's seemingly somebody sabotaged the Sea Lab, I guess you could say. To me, this book is really well drawn. It's really well written. And it just kind of keeps you on your toes, and every time, it keeps drawing you into the next issues. This is something we actually did on the podcast a few months back, so if you want a little more in-depth review, you can go back and listen to that. I don't want to get into too much detail here, but we will move it along now.
Yeah, it's written and drawn by an artist from St. Louis named Matt Kint, who's also done a lot of indie stuff like Red Handed and Pistol Whip. He's done some stuff for Valiant and DC as well, but this is when he kind of shines, is when he's writing and drawing his own stuff. And actually, his wife Charlene colors this series. And if you're into the more like obscure, kind of obtuse artwork with the watercolor backgrounds, it's pretty evident. At least I feel like they work really well together as a team. And a lot of his stories have a more quirky, kind of awkward quality to it. I feel like this book does as well. So, it's also done Ryan Vanderhorst, another book I
And Brian's number one is another recent one that just came out last month, I believe, called The Black Murders. I'll let him tell you a little more about that.
Black Monday Murders is a modern-day murder mystery that's kind of tied to the market crash of 1929. It's rooted in real events, but it's got a lot of supernatural elements. So it's written by a guy named Jonathan Hickman. He's really well known, especially his creator-owned stuff, for being really high concept, a lot of deep philosophical ideas, but he always kind of stuffs in these fantasy worlds, whereas this time he's kind of taken a real-world concept, still has a lot of the deep philosophical elements, but he kind of injects a lot of weirdness within the cracks of the story, with a lot of kind of occult and horror trappings. And there's like this group of people who run the world economy that all worship this some kind of supernatural god called Mammon, which is basically the power that
controls the money supply of the world, and they are in charge of it, but they all have to sacrifice certain things in order to continue to hold sway over the economy. It's kind of interesting in how it ties into things that are kind of current events related, but it's done in a fantasy murder mystery comic book sort of way. It's Jonathan Hickman. I mean, I feel like he's done a lot of great work. This is his absolute best to date, I feel. So if you're interested in more like a 7 darker murder mystery, I highly recommend that.
I'd like to also say something. He's also one of the few writers that I feel that he writes for adults. He gears it towards adults, so it's not for kids. Not to say that it's gruesome or anything. It's just, how Brian said, it deals with depression and only older people would get that.
Do they have it compiled or is it still just individual?
It just came out.
Issue number 2 has just come out. And
Oh, so it's kind of like watching TV without all the binges.
right, and each issue is kind of a maxi-sized issue. Each one has been about 60 pages so far, which is about double what I
word heavy too.
And very much, yeah, it's a lot of dialogue, which is sort of not common in a lot of comics today. A lot of them seem to be art first, dialogue second. This is because he's really into, like I said, a lot of deep, like philosophical and kind of almost like quasi-political ideas. So yeah, plus there's a lot of graphic design elements in here. Him and the artist Tom Coker, they kind of almost make it seem like these events might actually be happening. I actually read this and Googled the names of the characters to see if they were actually real, because they seem like because their names in there you'll recognize, like Vanderbilt, Roosevelt, not Roosevelt, I'm sorry, like Rothschild, for example. None of the characters are real, but I actually thought they might be. So I'm like, is this real? Did this actually happen?
And what is this one called?
It's called the Black Monday Murders. The only reticence I have towards this book is the fact that his last series kind of ended with issue 3, and it wasn't supposed to. Yeah. So there's always this slight possibility he might not finish the story.
That's the only drawback to him. Other than that, he's fantastic.
But it's worth putting yourself out there.
Yeah, and I have a friend at work that recently bought it, and he's just raved about it to me all day. So
he definitely works for it.
Tell me who does that.
All right, and our last on the list of number ones is Chris's number 1, which was 4 kids walking to a bank. Another fairly recent one we did on the podcast, probably about 2-3 months ago. Right? Again, this was one of his picks, and I know he really liked it, so I'll let him tell you more about the story.
This one is great. What it says it's about 4 kids. One day, one of the girls, her father is talking to these, I guess, unsavory characters, I guess, so to speak. Well, she sees them in a restaurant, and she's wondering, okay, what is he doing with them? Because early on in the day, they were somehow antagonizing them, I believe. It's been a while since I read it, but the gist of the story is that you find out that her father used to run with this crew of guys, and they're trying to draw him back in.
And one of this panel here is actually just 3 of the characters talking, but there's this work balloon, I guess, or some kind of. The characters start the book playing Dungeons and Dragons, and if anyone's familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, there's a lot of character attributes: dexterity, intelligence, strength, defense, so on and so forth. This one kind of gives little descriptors of each character, like where their strengths lie and like what they're.
It's from the 4 kids' point of view, basically. It's like you're seeing it in their heads. It's how they're visualizing what's going on at that point.
Yeah, rather than having the characters have their attributes, it's the characters playing the game Dungeons and Dragons who have their attributes.
explained as the book is, which is a neat little feature there.
And this one is only adult.
This one's, I believe, more like dark teen.
Yeah, dark humor.
A lot of our picks tend to be adults because I mean, 3 of the 4 of us are over 40. And we wanted to do a show that kind of highlighted books that aren't quite as common, because a lot of podcasts we see that do comics that do DC, they do Marvel primarily. We wanted to kind of put the focus on books that maybe less people are aware of, try to build awareness for books that we really like.
And especially since like when we were children back in the 80s, this I've never seen anything like this in the comic shop. So nowadays you see a lot of dark comedy, dark humor, you know, there's quite a bit of crime noir, there's, you know, themes of religion, you know, a lot of characters you're starting to see are LGBT and
Yeah, I think we probably wouldn't have seen that more until the zines in the 90s, where you have a lot more of that alternative press stuff going on.
Right.
It's not mainstream comics.
Yeah, I think the writers have a little bit more freedom now
Yeah.
in what they do and what they say, you know, what they say.
And actually, to kind of plug Damien, who's not here, Damien used to work for fandom from about 95 to 2000. So he kind of he's in that world of more adult, more literary graphic novel type, where he was at the time. He's got actual friendships with people like Bob Peter, for example.
Who we've interviewed.
Yeah, we actually got the chance to interview through Damien. Yes. And if you're not familiar with Bob Fingerman, he does a series called Minimum Wage. It's kind of along the lines of like Louis, or slice of life, day-to-day type stories.
I really like this. Sorry.
So yeah, that's a small part of one of the segments that we do every week. One of the other main segments that we do every week is called Over Under. It's like I said before, we pick a topic and we go, okay, this is what I think is overrated about it, and this is what I think is underrated about it. You know, so we're gonna do the same thing now. We're gonna do it based on number ones that have come out this year, with, you know, our overrated number one and underrated number one. And so personally for me, this was something that, as a group, we were all kind of looking forward to this comic. And then when it came out, it was just such a dud, in my opinion, that I thought it was kind of overrated. I don't know if it's still doing well or not, but there was a series that came out called Rough Riders that was based around, you know, young Teddy Roosevelt and a little group of Amy Orton and all that, and their little crime fighting vigilante days before they all became, you know, politicians and whatnot. And we all had such high hopes for this book, and when we read it, it was such a letdown, in my opinion. I know, I don't know, I know these guys were kind of looking forward to it more than I was, but I really didn't care for it at all.
Yeah, it's actually written, it's put out by this newer company called Aftershock. They're kind of trying to follow the original, and it's written by Adam Bless, who's one of the creators of Elite Criminal Minds, which we thought was kind of neat. And I think he's also one of the creators of the show Supernatural. And he's done some comic work as well. He did some Suicide Squad stuff. Yeah, we kind of thought this would be interesting, like a hyper historical fantasy story. And it was essentially going to be characters from the late 1800s or the 1900s who affected actual history as an Avengers type superhero group. It just didn't really get off the ground the way we hoped, and none of us stuck with it. It may have gotten better. I don't really know, but I know the reviews were kind of in the bill for it as well, so I don't think we were alone in thinking we could have done better. It's beautifully drawn. I mean, if we had TVs, we would. People definitely, yeah, we were playing Damien because he may not even see this. He doesn't really see it. He's a really, really nice guy. And a great father. He's a There's also that.
But Yeah, and it kind of, because like, I heard a lot of stuff on Photoshop, and I thought it was really good, so that kind of proved this one out, and it was just made my pleasure.
It's very annoying.
This one was just such good stuff. Yeah, we did the one change, we weren't doing it in one shot, and we just missed it. No one chance for us. No 3 strikes from your you don't hook us in, you're just good. I actually don't have this list in front of me, so I'm gonna have to let these guys go ahead and do their own as far as overrated.
All right, well, my overrated pick for this year was actually another Aftershock book put out by Mark Waid, who is famous for writing Kingdom Come for DC Comics. He's also written Daredevil, and I believe he wrote Superman Earthrise as well. And he's done some pretty own stuff, some of it really popular. I believe he was the one that's done really well. This series was called Catholic Kid. And if there was one thing I noticed from reading this, is that Mark Waid absolutely loves superheroes, which is fine. But this one, just so many things about it were just funky. It felt like he just rushed the book out and put something out with Aftershock, which I appreciate the fact he's trying to support them, but for example, there was one main character is turning 45 years old, and they make all these jokes about how, oh my god, 45, I can't even stand up anymore. And I was just like, oh, I'm almost 45, he's almost 45, what are you trying to say here? It's just so many little things like that, some of the dialogue choices were weird. The book is fairly harmless. It's a fairly standard issue superhero story. And there's a couple of F-bombs in there, and they just felt I felt like they wanted to make sure they didn't really have justification for it. And the only way to tell right, it didn't feel like an Mark Waid story. It felt like an Mark Waid story, as if somebody else wrote it, he just kind of glanced over and said, yeah, let's go on. I didn't have a lot of high hopes for it, but it actually let me down more than I expected. I think I gave it a 3 out of 10. And I only gave it 3 because it's drawn fairly adequately, and it is technically on paper something that and it is stapled in the middle and folded in half. So I figured those things, they count for something, they matter, so I will give it a 3. But out of all the books Aftershock has done thus far, this has been the most disappointing. And the title is pretty awful.
Yeah. It's tired.
And there you can see the artwork is actually, it's communicative. You can sort of see it. So there are
Maybe you have an option. They might have
it's very.
You know what it looks like? It looks like in the late 80s, I believe it was, in the 90s, they tried those comic books. Now look what we have now. They were made specifically with fries and comics and they had that art like that. It was kind of the prototype of what you that's how you know but it was kind of like a homogenized version of it.
Yeah, this feels like it was drawn by well illustrated.
Yeah. I think that's just a tool you use to share your build with people. Probably right. Yeah, that's what it is.
And this is good. My overrated was Batman: The Last Crusade by Israel and Frank Miller.
Is this the Dark Knight Return of Batman?
This is the prequel to the Dark Knight, The Master Race. This was about 70 pages of Bruce Wayne basically talking to Alfred about how the Bears are doing, is it laundry done, what's for dinner.
Yeah, this was pretty.
Hey, Alfred was my back scratcher.
Very lackluster. There were a lot of villains thrown here. Not really of any major consequences, felt like. I don't understand how it ties to the Dark Knight story in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it really, well, I can't say it, but it's dumb.
It was disappointing, and I kind of feel like Dark Knight 3, I don't know if anyone's reading it, has been surprisingly really good. Yeah. This was not that great. If you're a Batman completist, I recommend getting it for that reason only. Other than that, I couldn't really inform anybody.
It's only 75 cents.
On paper, it's no paper, 2 stars. This one is about it blue, but it makes it a little more prestigious.
I couldn't even finish it. I couldn't even finish it.
Oh,
Where are you going?
I guess if you consider the biggest conversation was out there about when dinner's gonna be ready, sure.
It's technically supposed to be in Dark Knight Returns canon, which is out of actual continuity, but really the only times I can see it setting up when Batman is in it. Yeah. The Joker is in it.
Alfred's washing clothes.
It rains a lot. Killer Croc's in it for a minute. It's dark. It's dark. A lot of stuff happens at night.
See, I
know I read this, and I don't remember anything.
Yeah,
That's how very uneventful it was.
I've been.
I feel like I've already read it. Just hearing that.
Well, actually, if you ever listen to our show, we kind of derail on stuff like this a lot, so that's what I'm gonna do right now.
And if you listen to our show, I apologize. Because I tend to swear a lot in it.
Does anyone here read any of the DC Rebirth stuff that's out right now? Did anyone read the DC Rebirth Trinity that came out a week or two ago? Unless you want a dinner party with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, you probably don't need to see it. It's literally suit and tie, Wonder Woman brings a dead pig, and they have dinner. Super uneventful, but yeah, pretty much. We do a lot of podcasts on the Rebirth stuff too, with Mike, who's another person who's not here today. But
Have you heard of this show?
that's a whole other story. So, flipping this over, instead of overrated, now we got underrated, and what I like to do, or I feel like we all like to do as a group, is we like to support a lot of local creators. So when I was at CC this year, I picked up, the first thing I grabbed when I walked past the booth was this book called The Admiral Defenders, which came out by a company called Seek Comics, S-I-H-K, and they're actually based in Chicago, which is kind of neat because the book itself takes place in Chicago, the character and all that is, you know. Yes, that's actually our hero, which actually we haven't met him yet. The book starts out with Raj, who is he's a computer science guy, computer analyst, and he does yoga. But a lot of the book is him going around through Chicago and getting harassed, trying to find himself. He wants to move on with his career and all this stuff. I'm not going to say too much about it, but I really did enjoy this book. And then he has a couple of I want to say flashbacks, like when he's meditating, doing yoga, he has these visions of the Admiral Defenders and kind of their little almost another realm. And the end of the book is where you see he becomes.
I
don't believe they have a second issue out yet. I know they kind of start off with a small thing, but if you can't hide it, I highly recommend it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's stereotypical.
Yes, I couldn't tell, so I didn't want to respond.
You just said that Raj is a computer scientist and okay, that's
But they're stereotyping themselves.
Well, I wonder if the creator was just basically very about himself.
criticize
I'm just saying.
Hey, my underrated pick for this year is actually a book by Fred Van Lente on Dark Horse. It's called We Are Detective, and the title is very much on the nose. It's at its core, it's a Raymond Chandler style detective story. It's a murder mystery. There's the kind of lone wolf detective. In this case, the character is a cop who generally was pretty bad at his job. And then suddenly, he became really great at his job, almost overnight. And he can break down a crime scene, just by looking at him, he can come up with all kinds of theories that turn out to be correct. And his partner care much for him, then she gets tasked with following him around. Turns out this is kind of a hybrid crime detective story with a H.P. Lovecraft style alien story where the character is not actually a human, he's an alien from outer space, and as you can see here, where he's explaining what the different senses are to his race from another planet. There are a lot, the whole thing is the humans think they have 5 senses. In reality, we have 3, just 2 of them are combined to kind of make 1 sense. His race has 7 individual senses. And there's something where there's like these Cthulhu-style villains who are trying to break through his realm into our world, and he is here to stop them. It's a super weird book, super well written, really well done. My only prior knowledge of Friday on Wednesday was from Archer and Armstrong with Valiant, which was okay. But this, again, you get to see the creator really do something that they 100% are responsible for, and this is where their strengths lie. We get to see something that they don't have any kind of committee informing them. So, yeah, Weird Detective on Dark Horse.
Actually, just read the second one yesterday. It's just as weird as the first.
Really? Okay. Is it getting better, or is it just?
You know, it's actually, I should have read it when it came out. I think I'm probably an issue behind at this point, but I think I waited too long between the two to remember what was going on. But I'm in the middle of so many different stories, it's kind of hard to keep track of.
That's why I was asking before, I'm like, is it compiled yet? Because I keep better if I can stream them.
I just saw today that issue 5 is out, so I'm assuming the trade will probably be following probably before Christmas. My favorite thing about the character is anytime any of his colleagues ask him how all of a sudden he became super intelligent, he just replies, he's Canadian. That's the only way he can think of to explain the complete change in his ability to basically solve stuff. It's super weird. It's really, really good.
Okay, and now Chris can go ahead with his underrated, which this is another one he did just a couple of weeks ago called Killer Be Killed. I'll let him explain the story a little for you.
Killer Be Killed is written again by Edwin Baker and drawn by Sean Phillips. Like I said before, these guys have been working together for, I don't know, how long now? Good over a decade.
Yeah, probably since the early 2000s.
Brian is really the one that turned me on to Edwin Baker, so I actually went back in his catalog and read Incognito, Fatal, Fade Out, which is, no, that's recent though. But Edward Baker is very much a master at crime noir, and he's definitely another writer that I feel he gears towards the adult audience. I would definitely recommend this to anyone that's over 21. Well, yeah, what? I agree. When this was coming out, I knew it was going to be another crime noir, and I was kind of hesitant about it. I was like, okay, I'm like, what else can you possibly do? And I read number 1 and I finished it, and I was like, well, like, I feel pretty stupid because this is really good.
Essentially, if you like movies like Dog Day Afternoon, Serpico, any of the kind of dark and gritty cop dramas from the 70s, and even some from the 80s, that kind of informs that Brubaker style. He's really, like I said, he's really good at writing 3-dimensional characters. He's also really good at writing violent stories in a non-gratuitous manner, which is one of the reasons why I'm such a humongous fan. Because some comic creators kind of lean too much on the gratuitousness, and I feel like Ed Brubaker is really good at applying it. And Sean Phillips, in my opinion, is probably the best artist in comics today. He's got this weird hybrid of cartooning where he really captures features really well.
Yeah, this main character in this story is pretty self-loathing.
Yeah, Another thing I really like about the singles as far as this, there's a guy named Devin Faraci who has a website called Birth, Movies, Death, and he writes an essay at the end of every issue about a specific movie. In the first issue, he writes this lengthy essay about the deeper meanings of the movie Death Wish, which is something I never would have thought to even look for, because Death Wish seems like a pretty standard issue vigilante story. But he goes into this deep thing about the time period and the way the culture was moving in the early 70s as due to the Vietnam War, and just really interesting stuff. This guy's a terrific writer, and there's actually a lengthier version of this same essay on their website. So for that reason alone, I can recommend this book. It's at Brubaker.
Yeah, Edmund does that just basically well in every one of his single issues. The Fade Out, he had an essay in every one of them. The Fade Out is another one that came out a couple months ago. Finished up, what, last year? No, this year.
Finished up earlier this year.
Finished up earlier this year. This was a post World War II Hollywood
crime drama.
But the main character in Kill He Kills, like I said, is very self-loathing. He's depressed. He tries to kill himself and fails. And
Well, doesn't make sense. He fails. He saved more or less by an entity that basically says, "I saved your life, so now you own my life." Basically, which is where you get the title "Kill He Kills."
So he has to breathe. He has to kill someone every night, right?
You know what? I don't know if he didn't get that far in the first book, but how's that in the second part?
Pretty frequently. So in the second book, when he decides, he's like, who should I be killing? Who should I be killing? He's like, I gotta kill someone that actually deserves it.
Like, he didn't exactly believe it was something he had to do. He's like, did I dream this? Is this something that really happened? And then starts to realize that it was real.
And like in the second issue, he's kind of like, who do I go after? And he starts thinking back to his childhood, and he remembers like a conversation he had with one of his childhood friends. And he's thinking back to it, and when the friend says something to him, he's like, oh my God, I didn't realize that he was actually being abused by his older brother. So he goes and finds him.
Don't need to read that now. Spoiler alert, right?
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
I'm just trying to give examples. Like,
I
didn't tell you.
Criminal by Brubaker. That is outstanding. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the same vein. This is a little bit less. This is more from the
Yeah, 414.
anti-hero. Well, I guess that kind
That's
of.
actually not too bad.
Ignore that book.
If it says that Brubaker, just pick it up.
Yeah.
Just get it.
Pretty much.
It's kind of a movie for him. Like, his name's on a Fruit Loops box. I just buy it.
Good to know.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna start that line tomorrow. So, well, that's a little, I guess, quick version of the two segments, two of the main segments we do on the main show. Like I said, we also have movie roasts, which we actually haven't done in a while, but we'll get back to it. We do the Review and Roast Present series, which is our interview series. We, got quite a few of those interviews on there, so feel free to check those out. And we also have the You May or May Not Like It, which is where we do a lot of the DC Rebirth stuff. So if you are reading any of that and want to know what we think, you can download those. You can find all these at comicroast.com. You can find a lot of them at reviewandroast.com, which is our review site where we have movies, TV shows, comics, board games, video games, pretty much everything we can get our hands on between the two of us to review. And I'm assuming everyone here likes free stuff.
Yay!
Yeah. So I got a bunch of water bottles in there with our logos and stuff, so go out and get those in a minute, and then you guys can help out with us. Other than that, I think this guy's got a stack of business cards. If anybody wants to get in touch, maybe come on the show or be interviewed or have us on, whatever the case may be. Talk to him about that. And again, you can find me on Twitter at XSourceNet. You can find him at Pure Rock Fury. You can find Chris at SkateXEdge, or you can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/reviewandroast.
Thank you, guys. That was awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad we've been trying to get them out here for what, like 2 years? Yeah, so finally. And now we're disappointed. No, I'm kidding. No, it was awesome. So they were disappointed in you. We really want to get TV because I read so many comics. I'm sitting there watching someone. So much I can say about this. Talk to your yeah, so we would definitely got to do that. Okay, I love business speaking to your social media. Make sure you guys sign the poster out front. And thank you guys again. It was awesome. Thank you. You guys are having yeah. Give my wall. I know, I got that for it. Okay, so a couple bits of business. First of all a lot of you talking about Tatiana Sheehan, who made a poster. She's in the house. So, Tatiana, thank you for being over. She did the design of the poster, and she did the t-shirt design. If you want to order one, you got to go to Twitter, or Facebook, or Southgate Media Group, or at SMG Pods. We have the link up there. It goes off tomorrow at midnight. So, like I'm going to say up till midnight. It goes off sometime, probably Monday morning. It'll be gone. But we were just talking about it. There may be another version available without the podcast marathon logo on there at some point in the future. So it's a really cool shirt. But no, you know what? I wanted to because I want Tatiana to get some sales. So, but if you want the exclusive marathon one, you got to buy it by tomorrow. Let's see, what else? You can follow us on Twitter at SMG Pod. You can follow us. Are you guys leaving? No. Okay, good. Yeah, awesome. You can also follow us on Instagram and Pinterest and like everyone. I'm stuck. Yeah. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. It's going to turn into almost a regular live for Blue Box now because it's me, a Lil, Chris, Brandon's going to jump over. We have an hour and 15 minutes. Let's bust. And the lights are going up. Coming up next, right now, League of Geeks. We're doing a very short version of that. We got a bunch of these little shows that we do that we're going to kind of cram like 15 minutes here, there, bam, bam, bam. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, at least for us, you guys are going to hate it. What else? Oh, if you want to support us, we have a box for donations right there by Jacob. He's guarding us. He always didn't steal anything, so look out. He's tough. He'll take shake. All right, enough of that. We have the donation box right there. If you want to support us, we're actually trying to give you a GoPro with that. So there you go. Please do that. And if you want to sign up for our email list, it's on your table. There's sheets. Just sign on it. We'll put you on that email list and let you know about events and specials and things we got coming. There's lots.
I know I'm funky.
Hello.
No, it's because people give each other urgent. You can give people packs.
You like to do that?
But yeah, they would not do that because people do that.
I have the double stuff. Check.
Or if you could
All right, well, this is your
stock
show.
one, it's like what's like
With a Z, by the way. Okay, just like a little
it's recording naked. Yep. So they have a challenge on it, and then it doesn't even have
I need these movies. You need a bigger camera for this. Wide lens. Yeah. Pound for pound, the biggest show on the internet. Just so you guys know, the last episode we go. Hit the button.
You guys are stealing my shtick. I'm supposed to be the big fat geek.
You are the big fat geek, yes. Come on up here. I was going to watch you on that because we all have that as well. So, Brandon, you look like my little child. He's a pudgy geek. There you go. I'll give you that. All right, so we're going to talk over a little. All right. Welcome to the League of Geeks, 31 Days of Horror for Halloween. I'm going to just introduce what we normally do here. This is a short version of our show. What we normally do is, well, this is the second year. For Halloween, we review 31 horror movies for 31 days. Not all of them are considered your classic horror, your technical horror, or even good. Or some horror. Some is horrible. Some are horrible. But we review them, we talk about them, we give our little synopsis on them, and we give a little review. So tonight, we're reviewing Jaws. Boom, I wore the shirt. And my name is Lil Canita. With me is Rob Southgate.
I'm Chris Hahn.
And usually what I would do is put in a little
bumper here about our rating system. It's a 0 to 0 rating system. It's 3 tiers. 0 if the movie's terrific, it's Oscar-worthy, phenomenal. Even again, we gotta stipulate these are horror movies, so some are,
This isn't a horror genre.
Well, we'll talk about it. We'll get there. Sidekick is if the movie's okay, and then 0 is if the movie you never want to go see it again.
Right.
So today we're reviewing Jaws, and I usually give a synopsis, so I'm not going to do that. Because who hasn't seen Jaws? Well, anybody here? Well, we'll talk about that.
There's a shark in the water.
Somebody hasn't seen Jaws?
You've never seen Jaws?
Well, I know you have. You're like 15 years old. That's the reason why I picked the movie.
But he has seen Electric Movie.
Right.
I've seen it. No, it's that one that you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
You saw Iron Eagle.
Iron Eagle. With Louis Gossett Jr. They take them out to the. All right. So Jaws. So my first question is, before we get into our reviews, you two, because you guys have before seen this movie, you saw it in theaters, I'm sure.
I will know I did.
I didn't see it in theaters when it came out. I was a little too young for that. I've seen it in theaters. I've seen it in an aqua cinema floating in water. I have seen it just about everywhere. I've seen it on a train. I've seen it on a plane. I've seen it on a boat.
You saw it with a goat?
I've seen it with a goat.
Yes. So, do you guys consider, because I've heard this in many ways, because this movie is won Oscars, this movie has great cinematography, this movie has a great story, so people don't consider it horror or thriller, but it comes in those categories. I've seen it in those categories listed, and I've seen it out. So what do you, Rob, I'm going to start with you. Do you consider this a horror movie?
I think that's accurate, because yeah, I would put it under horror, but the truth about that is it terrifies people. I don't find it scary, but I consider it a horror movie. But I know there are people, even now, that will not go in the water because of that movie. People that won't take a bath. There's no shark in your bathtub, you. There's no shark in your bathtub. I know it's you. Yeah, so, no. And a little, I wish, a little seriously.
I've been here a long time, so you know.
Sprinkle no shark in your shower.
All right, so you consider horror, Chris?
Absolutely, I would, but I don't think it can be categorized in all of that because it's a horror film, but it's a great piece of cinematography.
It's a great
possibility, and the lengths that they went through to make this movie is, Oscar worthy in what they did to the at the time. We're talking 1975. There were no underwater cameras like that. There were no mechanical sharks. Spoiler, sharks thing. As we were talking about earlier.
That didn't work.
That didn't work. Bruce.
All right, I'm turning the tables on the host. Will, do you consider it horror?
All right, this is the first time I've actually watched this movie from beginning to end. I never
say what?
I'm a big dude, and I don't like swimming in the ocean. I'm afraid of
It's
I'm
great.
afraid of sharks, and I didn't want to.
When you see
I
it.
didn't want to see it. Well, all right. I went swimming with sea turtles in Hawaii when they told me there were sharks that eat these sea turtles I got on a boat. Because guess what? I'm a big dude. I'm a meal for a week.
Oh yeah.
So I never wanted to see this because of that. Because I didn't want to be afraid of the water. I was really so.
But it sounds like you already were. If you were getting out under sea turtles.
I'm afraid of nature. Like I don't know camping. I don't do any of that stuff. That's not. No, my camping is maybe stay at a Holiday Express. That's camping.
Okay. You saw how we
You got a Red Roof Inn?
I don't do that.
I was so upset. It only had a 42-inch TV. That is roughing it.
Exactly. Like, I don't do that. But I do consider this a horror movie. And here's the craziest thing. I think this might be this is, to me, it feels like the beginning of the 80s slasher genre. I think all those 80s movies stole Jaws. All they did was, we're going to put Michael Myers as Jaws, because what do they do just like in Jaws? You get the music, you get the tone, you get this.
Carpenter stole.
Silent Killer. Yeah. Faceless,
Jason, the Friday the 13th movie, it's very similar if you follow the movie. And I'm not saying that Jaws is slasher. I mean, it's just not. It's
no, but it's kind of a prototype.
But exactly, it was that what they stole. Like everybody's like, oh, Psycho's the epitome. I'm like, it is and it's not, because I look at Jaws because of the tone it brought from beginning to end. Psycho had a twist and everything. There was no twist here. It was just a silent.
Hold on. It's a shark. It's going to eat us. It eats lots of people. At the end, we kill it.
We blow it.
We blow it.
Yep. Spoiler.
Take the water, sharks in the water.
Yep.
He obviously doesn't die because they were.
No, he does die. He doesn't die.
I don't know.
You see the body in the air?
Yeah,
that's great.
He's dead at the end.
It's another shark. They call him Jaws because he's got jaws.
And he wasn't on Moonraker?
Oh, Jaws from Moonraker. Yeah.
Is Jaws the best shark?
Is it the best shark?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
I love that speech that shark jumps out.
Those are good. What about Jabberwocky?
They're not good, they're just good to laugh at.
Oh.
There's one that's out now, the one with Shallows.
The one with
that I hear is
it's pretty good. It's pretty suspenseful.
Yeah, but it's in Jaws. Jaws is an icon, and Jaws is one of those movies. Like every time I watch it, I enjoy it every single time.
So my wife is a huge nut. She has it like seriously still on VHS.
Hey, you're throwing.
Besides that,
she's a lovely woman.
She loves Jaws. It's one of her favorite.
Yeah, Jaws and Goonies.
We went to Tivoli and saw it on the 30th or 25th.
You didn't have to go that far.
Right, but they had it at the big theater and all that stuff. Jaws was one of those movies that you waited in line like Star Wars to go see. I remember when it came out, I was only 9. We went to it by mistake. Literally, something happened. My neighbors took us out, and I think we went to a White Sox game, and they changed the time. We didn't know, so they're like, we need to do something with these kids. We went
Let's scare the crap out of
Oh
them.
yeah, they went to like, it's just this movie Jaws. It's about fish, and I lost it because I'm not.
Hey, my twin 5-year-olds were watching it yesterday. And then when the shark came out, because I have a son named Alex, when he killed Alex, my kid went ballistic. He's like, turn it off, you can't watch it. Turn it off, you can't already watch it. And I'm like, Alex, you gotta be careful. That kid was floating out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Why am I going by myself? Like,
what happens when you don't listen to your parents?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the way they bring up, you never really see the shark. You see hints of it. You see a fan. You see, the kid get eaten. You see Chrissy Brink. It's Chrissy Brink right now. One of the girls that
should have been like 4.
Well, she, they, get her at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then you see the shark for the first time.
When he drags her across the screen,
it just drags her. Unbelievable. I mean, the way he diffuses seeing the shark, and you're just like, oh my gosh.
Amazing.
There's this thing, and Brody's sitting there going, his reaction.
So a couple years ago, I checked out the book.
Raise your hand. I don't know.
A couple years ago, I read the book, and Peter Benchley is based on a Peter Benchley book, but it's not. Actually, the book was written because of the movie. It's not an adaptation, but he wrote the movie. I believe the script was written first, and then he wrote the book. And if you read the book, it's got some different elements to it. The movie's a better piece of work than the book.
But actually, the original piece of fiction was written off the group of sharks attacks in the Jersey Shore in like 1819, early 1900s.
Yeah, the book, this book was.
Right, but I'm saying
it was based on an original story, yeah.
But then it's like in the movie when what's his face? Quint was talking about the which is a true story,
which is the great part of the movie when he's talking about the Indianapolis and all the sailors that were killed and eaten by sharks.
And it was a funny twist of the moment because they were all laughing, showing scars, and it kind of got a little weird. And I'm like, you guys are only out at sea 2 days. I mean, or a day.
We've only been here for 13 hours. And we're
you guys are drinking hot buttered cock. But I did like that. I did like that tone shift. And all of a sudden, like, he got super serious and told this story. And I knew the story, you know, I'd known the history of the story. And then just listening to him tell it, like, it was great. Pretty great.
I'm not going to say that the movie coming out, the USS Indianapolis movie, looks great with Nick Cage. It looks okay, but it does not look. I was really hopeful, like, they're going to do it. And I saw the trailer and I'm like, yeah, they kind of did it.
You know, that's kind of
I'm actually more interested in Avalanche Sharks, where the sharks go through the snow, because snow is water but frozen, so sharks can swim in it.
It makes sense.
Absolutely not.
Don't makes sense nowhere ever.
So I'm guessing the panel here is in Visions of Heroes.
Hero!
How they've spoken about.
I did a superhero for myself.
It's amazing when I touched on it a little bit, just a second, like Robert Shaw. They did this on the water. It wasn't like they soundstage. It wasn't like they did it at the Universal lot. They were on actual water.
Right.
He was seasick the entire time. If you look at him, he's whiter than Rob, which is really white. And he was
almost clear like Larry Bird.
Did he win the Oscar for that? I don't know if he won or not. But he was,
did he win the Oscar? Is anyone alive yet?
People who were alive back then?
Yeah.
Please. But I mean, he was amazing.
It's amazing.
He was amazing.
Richard Dreyfuss is great in it. And the whole thing is
one for best sound, best editing, best music, and another John Williams score, of course, nominated for best picture, but yeah, no, he did not win.
75 was.
They won for us. You get an honorary.
An Oscar.
A Robster, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, again, a movie I never watched all the way through.
It would be Oscar with a Z.
It's Oscar, yeah.
Oscar.
I think the movie holds up today. I think the effects, the sharks, and very small points looked fake.
Yeah.
But it even made me jump at a few points.
Even the fakeness though, it almost works to its advantage because you kind of get reminded to watch a movie because it's pretty intense at points where you're like, oh no, when he's hitting that road and the water's like pouring in. I needed that shark to look a little fake at that moment. That's too
I
much.
see when they go overhead, they show the sharks swimming.
Oh,
and
that's
just
the
like, wait, there's this boat and there's this huge shark.
Huge shark.
I'm like, you're in trouble seeing that.
And it had some of the classic horror movie tropes where people are making dumb choices.
Oh, dumb choices after dumb choices.
Yeah, like even in the beginning when they're like, you can't shut down the beach, you're giving the sheriff run around shutting down the beach. No, this was a boat accident. Like,
yeah,
how was this a boat accident?
Yeah, right.
This person has been clearly involved in that. Like, you see body, like that autopsy scene grossed me out. Like, he split it up a plane, and I'm like, I don't get grossed out. I wasn't
When you watch them on the beach and you see that hand, you're like, oh, gross. It almost runs down my food.
Well, and the guys are going out like in little like rowboats that catches bait.
Yeah, right.
Sure. The guys like there's 10 guys in a rowboat with shotguns. Yeah, you're a big I mean, that part where they find the guys both dribbling out there in the water. Number one, this is 1975. They couldn't find themselves in the water.
Right.
But they find this boat, and then the whole thing with the head and the whole.
Yep.
That's almost more scary than actually seeing the shark. I think that was
terrifying.
He made that. I think he obviously did that intentionally, but he like took the point away from being the shark and where he defeats that and said, "This is what the shark can do. You don't even see him."
Yeah,
the after effect makes
that's
it
great.
Yeah.
So hero,
I think hero.
So we got
Superhero.
It's one of the best movies of all time. It's in the list of best movies ever.
I think it is. I think the reason why I want to do is some of the younger generation Edward's out there. Who's just not here. But they can't watch the
actors.
And I'm one of those who has not watched these movies either. And that's why I wanted to watch. That's why I think it's one of you guys. Because I knew you two would have been like, you're wearing a shirt.
Well, I was wearing the shirt because I was wearing the shirt. So, I mean, it's not like, oh, I'm doing Jaws tonight. No.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
All right. We're wrapping. All right. Well, thank you guys for listening. That's it for tonight's review. I guess we're done.
No kidding. Wow. All right. Is that it?
We're done.
All right.
You guys want to get your social media?
Yeah. Follow me at Art Southgate or follow us at SMG Pods.
BlueBoxCafe.com, Blue Box Cafe, Blue Box 176 on social media.
And until tomorrow night, keep it creepy.
All right, so what's our next show? These are gonna be short ones, not as short as Martha would like.
Video game.
Pop culture countdown.
In 1 hour.
Brandon,
We're in the home stretch.
come join us, Brandon. He needs a seat, a microphone, here.
You can sit on my lap, so.
I don't feel that way about you,
Daddy's foot.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to come up there now.
Oh, you want to go up here?
That's not the worst thing you've heard today, Brandon, so.
Come join us. Bring your own. Are you sitting at 2 stools?
No.
I don't see it.
I've got one.
You gotta bring your own chair, I think.
BYOC.
Oh, I took the one stool and put it over.
Oh, yeah, great.
Thanks a lot. Wasting our time.
You ruined the last hour of the show.
That was my fault.
The whole marathon is shot because of you.
That's right. Is there an episode of Always Sunny, Move the Stool?
Probably.
No, that was the picture of that show, it's clear.
Okay. All right. Welcome to Live at the Blue Box. We are in hour 43 of the podcast marathon. We have less than an hour to go. So awesomeness. We have a lineup that has changed here. We're doing pop culture countdown. Usually Martha's on it. No Martha tonight. Playing part of Martha is Brandon.
Hello.
Hi, Brandon. And you are playing part of Martha. You didn't have your microphone out.
You gotta answer the
That
question.
is so similar.
If you answer the question 30 seconds later, then it's perfect.
Yes, we're talking about something from the last show. Anytime now.
All six are talking about Charles. Yes. He's like,
So let's introduce ourselves, and I'll tell you what the topic is. You on the end.
I am Chris Fowl, co-owner of Blue Box Cafe, and co-host of many shows on Southern Computer.
Yes.
I'm Brandon Carlson. I am the co-host of Pokecast Go and YouTube Celebrity from Highway Game. Very minor YouTube celebrity.
And the dormant, we know games.
Yes.
Dormant, but you never know. And you,
I am a little pizza. I do a podcast called the League of Geeks podcast. That's Geeks with a Z.
Because enough said.
Enough said.
And
I'm speaking geeks.
And I'm Rob Southgate. I'm on all those shows too. So let's do this thing. We are doing pop culture countdown. And for those of you that don't know how this show works, basically we come with 5 things usually, and it really turns into like 40. And then we try to break it down to the top 3. Or there's going to be a fish fight.
Yeah,
Tonight's topic is best Super Nintendo games. First of all, the SNES had like 7,000 games. Second of all, how are we going to come to the top 3? This is going to be rough.
I don't know if it's going to be as rough as you think, because I think the Super Nintendo had some gems that were way perfect games.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll go in order, do one at a time. Who wants to start?
We go 5, 4, 3.
I'm not taking the easy one.
Wait, is anyone taking notes? First usually takes notes.
2 hours.
I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
Hey, anyone, Bueller?
We need paper and pen.
Paper pen.
We're so prepared. It's only been 13 and a half hours.
I felt like
You're right on this, yeah. Oh, wait, before we do that, go to 1776. Okay.
It was a great year. A lot happened.
All right, Chris.
I'm taking a look at
We also like audience participation, so feel free to yell at us and tell me I'm right.
I mean, links to the past is open. This is not a time.
No, that's it.
Past
No, the past was NES, wasn't it?
No, Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo.
It's Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2,
Link's
Adventure of Link, and then Link's Adventure, and then Super Nintendo was Legend of Zelda, Link's the Past.
Yes. We just finished playing it on Highway Game.
All right.
I just bought it, but I don't have Super Nintendo yet.
All right. So Link to the Past, that's your first one?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I had it on my list.
Listen,
How
many of you think you
We're gonna try to pick 5. It's gonna be a train wreck, I'm just telling you right now.
Wait,
you know, I'm gonna pick one
no,
that is, I'm not gonna say it's a perfect game, but it's a
They're not
touchstone.
even gonna bring up the
Super
best
Star Wars.
franchise. That'd be awesome.
So
over the other two?
Well, it's one of the top.
I'm just putting it in the car. Super Star Wars, awesome.
Like the first,
game.
like the
It was a lot of fun, and at that time, there were no Star Wars games for home consoles that were worth a crap. And this was like,
I don't know if
wow. Game one. No, it wasn't good, not like this.
It's definitely not.
No, that would be this will. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go with Super Castlevania 4.
Oh, yes. Ooh, that one. Ooh.
Castlevania 4.
4 is.
Took everything that was great about Castlevania's 1, 2, and 3 and made it into the perfect Castlevania. The perfect side-scrolling 2D platform Castlevania.
Yeah, that's a hell of a game.
I just, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I need to make it. I mean, you go through a few generations of consoles, and it holds up.
That gets only the 64. That's when it falls off.
Castlevania 64 is one of the worst games ever made. Next to Superman 64.
No, it's terrible.
We don't even want to talk about the Celtics receipt yet.
No, you. No, I'm waiting.
What'd you say?
It's Brandon's. Brandon's done it.
Arguably the best side-scrolling beat-em-up game ever, Turtles in Time.
Turtles in Time is a very good game.
Oh, yes.
Not gonna make mine.
Really?
Great game, not gonna make mine. It's a great game.
It is a great game.
Not making mine.
It made mine.
I could play that game over and over and over again.
The Super Star Wars.
You never ever get tired of it.
Yeah, so
Right? Pass it, and you.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's gonna be a lot.
How can you not? I'm gonna take the easy ones because of that. I'm gonna say Mario Kart.
No.
Super Nintendo? No.
No.
Yeah, I
Not
don't
the
know.
name.
No.
I think Super Mario Kart is a good game. I think it was the
Doesn't
first.
make its deal.
It was the
until-
first one that opened up the genre. And I think Mario Kart for the Nintendo 64
Oh, sure.
was where it broke through. And I think because of how it gave the horizon view, how it did so much more.
They did the camera.
Yeah, I
When
think
the 64 came out, it did the floating camera behind it instead of
Yeah.
the fixed.
And it nailed the controls, too.
it really
The
did.
controls on the Super Nintendo for a version of that were.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not great. But on the 64,
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Okay.
All right. Me? Uh-oh. I'm drawing a blank.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Super Mario World.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was trying to, I'm like, what was the Mario one?
That game, I mean, I still play it. I played it the other night. Like, it
Is
is.
that what you
It's excellent.
I did know on the Wii, console, I thought Wii broke, and then now I have no Wii.
Kind of
But,
personal,
okay, yes.
I didn't want to dig into that here.
But the fact that they opened it up, Mario riding Yoshi, just that whole thing, I mean, it made the game so much fun. They hid the world, all the extra stuff with it. Him flying with the cape, I mean, like that.
So
To me, the second best Mario game, because Mario 3, I think, was like the epitome of the side
All those side scrollers, you're right.
Not to mention the Star World, the extra levels of Tubular Groovy, all of those, and then after you get done with those, it completely changes the game again.
Yeah.
Some of the mechanics, all of the visuals.
That is the game I was trying to think of. I'm like, it wasn't 3, because 3 was on the NES. It was Super Mario World.
Now,
And that was the packet. So, I mean, like, how do you.
I know, how do you top
can't
that?
get a better packet.
you could go one further and say Super Mario All-Stars plus Super Mario. You get all 4 of the original games plus World.
And the Japanese Mario 2.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So, you know what, put that as one package.
Right.
Because it really is.
Oh, yeah.
Now I gotta go after that?
Yeah.
Somebody throw another one?
Please, I'm drawing a blank. I had so many.
I've got it. Really
Yeah.
Mega Man X.
I never played Mega Man.
Oh,
Great game.
Sorry.
But not my top one.
Phenomenal game, Mike.
I love it.
Are you
love it.
sure?
And it's one of the most expensive Super Nintendo games you can try to find.
Is it?
Actually, it's 3.
It's 3, that's right, it's 3.
Yes.
All the Mega Man X games, though, are crazy.
If you find that complete box X3, it is thousands of dollars. Sealed. Thousands.
You know, this is not gonna make anyone else's list, But if we go, I also made stupid criteria for this. This stupid game probably ate up a year of my life. Dr. Mario. The Dr. Mario on Super Nintendo, just endless. I don't know. I think it makes it for me. Now, was that on NES? That was on Super NES. I had it on Super. Yeah. Do I think it's the best? No. But I'm thinking back, like, what did I play? Every time I sat down, it was almost like my job. I had to play that, and then I could go on to play the next thing, which was Super Mario World.
All right. Chris?
You gotta throw like a Street Fighter or something. I think the Street Fighter 2 was pretty good.
Were there fighting games on it that were that good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were good.
Mortal Kombat was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was better on Genesis.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but that's from a vision. I mean, at the time, it was what it was.
It's on my other account.
Yeah.
You know, and then they got Shinobi on
What was that?
What was the one before?
Because they have 5 hard points.
Master System? No,
The original Shinobi on the Master
System.
Yeah.
LR100.
I mean, I thought that the 2 fighter games like that were good. I thought Street Fighter was a wonderful game.
So it's easy Super Street Fighter?
The Street Fighter 2.
Super. Oh, yeah. That was a
See, like Street Fighter, people who don't know, Street Fighter 2 was made on 15 different times.
There
was like Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2. Like they took Street Fighter 2 and made its own its own, autonomous Street Fighter realm. I like it. It's not in my top 5.
Yeah, I would say going along puzzle games. Best puzzle game, one of the best puzzle games ever made, Tetris Attack.
I didn't have Tetris. Oh, wait, is that the one where it
You
changes
had panels and you had to switch it back and forth.
Better than Dr. Mario.
Yes.
That was a great game.
Yeah. It's actually called Pounded Pond in Japan. It had nothing to do with Tetris, and it had nothing to do with any of the Yoshi stuff that was in it.
Interesting. That was a hell of a game.
It was.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite puzzle games.
I'm throwing out there another game that I think is one of the top side-scrolling platformers is Super Metroid.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's in my
Super Metroid, like they took the Metroid game, the original, and you know that game is a phenomenal game. It's a hard game. Super Metroid.
I never played Metroid until it was a GameCube version.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
they remade it, which is amazing. Why I never played it.
Yeah.
But I know from talking to other people when I said we're going to be doing this, that game came up. But I haven't played it. I can't honestly say yes, that deserves it. It's weird too because I'm telling you, I had a huge library of Super Nintendo games. Because I kept finding them used and they were cheap at that point because all the digital stuff was coming out. And people are dumping this, and I'm like, great. I mean, I bought tons and like a market cartridge, you know, tons. Looks like when I bought the GameCube, I spent $10 and I got 15 games and the GameCube.
Oh wow.
Yep. And there's only 2 collectors in it. The rest of them are like, whoa! A sealed version of Resident Evil 4 was in there. Ooh, sealed.
Yeah.
Might's not sealed anymore right now.
Not a couple $100.
I might have a sealed one.
If you have a sealed one, you probably sell for a couple $100.
Uh-oh.
I
gotta leave.
Well, I told you I'll put it over.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, I'm coming over.
RPGs. You can't talk about RPGs, best RPGs ever, without talking about either Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy, or Final Fantasy 3.
Yes.
Final Fantasy 6.
Yes, that was the game. I didn't remember which version. Was it 3 on there?
3 on the Super Nintendo.
There's 6 right. Yeah. Final Fantasy 3 was huge for me. Like, that was one of the first games I played to completion going, this is just incredible.
Now, which one was better in your opinion, Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy 3? Because Chrono Trigger tops it in my opinion. That was the start of the active time battle system.
I didn't play Chrono Trigger.
Oh, you're missing out.
I played Chrono Cross. Is that the later one?
Yes, technically
it was good, but I didn't. It doesn't fall into my top games.
Yeah.
Like Star Tropics, remember that one?
Yeah.
I played that one to the end too. That was a Nintendo game, I believe. That wasn't Super.
No, I don't. The RPG games, I love them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be my top 5.
I get Final Fantasy 3.
Final Fantasy.
Absolutely.
We get to the PlayStation 2, or we're talking Final Fantasy 7.
Oh, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
one of the best games I think ever, almost ever.
Yeah.
When we went to see was Metroid, yes?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes, okay.
Oh, yes.
Let's see, so-
I got one more to throw out there.
Do it.
Star Fox.
Yes.
Star Fox for the Super Nintendo. Why? Because it was the first one that used that 3D polygon system of flying.
That's true.
That wasn't on the 64, was there a Star
Well,
Fox?
there was a Star Fox.
64, which in my opinion is way better.
It is better.
That's the one I love.
But this one, I think, really changed the shooter games.
I agree with that.
That's why I'm throwing it out there. I'm not saying it's.
But I didn't think it was.
Might not be top 5.
Look out, Fox! I love it.
Yeah, those noises.
Yep.
So what do we got?
Well, we all did Link, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Link is a lot.
We all did Mario World.
Yep.
And then we have 2 and 3 did you do Final Fantasy?
I did Final
Final
Fantasy.
Fantasy? Or that?
Where I'm sure it was better, so.
So what are
Well, Metroid we did 3. And then Final Fantasy had 2, Castlevania had 2. Turtles in Time.
Wait, Castlevania only had 2.
4? I thought so, yeah.
Super Castlevania.
Yeah, maybe. Uh-oh, Brandon.
In terms of the best games on the system,
The way one played.
Castlevania is up there, but it's not in my top.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go with 3 on Castlevania. So we
All
got
right, so what's your tiebreaker one?
the tiebreaker ones are Castlevania 4 and Metroid.
So what's better, Castlevania 4?
35%.
Metroid.
Metroid.
Is it? I can, if you guys have all played Metroid and you're voting that way, I can let that.
I'm going Castlevania because I get it. I love those games up.
But I think we gotta have.
I like the
those types of
horror
games.
genre game that Castlevania was.
I just want to play the heck out of Castlevania.
So Castlevania is 3.
Yeah.
Let's go, I'm switching that.
Wow, this wasn't nearly as tough as I thought. With
We
so
talked about we
many
have
games.
5,000 games.
I know, to get to the top 3, usually we battle it out. So what are our top 3? Because as of today, October 1st, 2016,
Link to the Past.
tomorrow.
Link to the Past is number 1. Mario World's number 2, and Castlevania 4 is number 3.
I'm down with it. You guys good with it? Okay. All right. Look at it, stalemate.
With the Metroid Final
Those are all 3
Fantasy.
out of game?
I'm a real boy.
I am a real one. Anybody else out there know Super Nintendo game one for us?
Anyone? You?
Did you miss one?
They're good to do.
Which one?
Do?
Contra 3 was good. Alien World.
Oh, yeah.
But Contra 3 was better on it.
I don't think Contra 3 was better than
It wasn't better than NES.
No, not that any of those.
The NES version was a lot.
I did love Contra.
Yeah, I did too.
Like, I can't wait for Nintendo to make a mini SNES and throw Contra 3.
Oh, how long? Let's get that.
You know what? When this thing sells like,
It's gotta sell.
20 million units.
They'll do it on
Super
Super
Nintendo.
Nintendo. And they'll also do a Nintendo 2 with some of the other titles.
I'll wait for the 3.
The Dreamcast one.
I know that. The Dreamcast is one of the most underrated systems.
I agree. I love it.
No,
I
the
love
Dreamcast
it.
is great. Sega messed it up with getting rid of the third. Not getting rid of it. Making third-party publishers mad at them.
Right.
It's sad.
Yep.
So nobody wanted to make it. EA didn't make any games.
But the games on that were superior. It was
So
amazing.
it's
Yeah.
Yeah. Still amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. That's football learners. I don't like it.
Right. All right. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it for Pop Culture Countdown. We come to it. The end. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blue Box. On to the next show. All right.
Let's see, 42 minutes left.
42 minutes left. Okay. Let's do. You want to do Stranger Things? You want to do Binge-worthy?
Yeah, let's do it.
Seen it? Welcome to Live from the Blue Box. We are now going to do Binge-worthy. This is kind of a repeat of what we've done already, but we thought it'd be a fun one to do with a different lineup. The way we do Binge-worthy, for those of you that don't know, we binge a show. And then we talk about it. And then at the end, we tell you whether it's fully binge-worthy. I always get this wrong. Whether it's fully binge-worthy, like binge the whole thing, space it out. So like
take a breath.
yeah, take a watch a couple episodes and then like regroup. True Detective is an example of that.
True Detective, we're looking in your general.
So there's binge-worthy, there's Space It Out, there's there's worth the watch, and then don't bother unless it's all the time. So,
And then
we're
we
gonna
might watch
Stranger
it
Things.
instead.
All right, before we get started, can we ask, who has seen Stranger Things?
I'm
in the middle of it.
Oh. Okay, no spoilers.
So I can't spoil.
I refuse to watch it.
What?
Why do you refuse to watch it?
I have yet to start it.
Mom, get it.
I've been trying to. I've been watching
Hey,
it.
go home tonight.
Well, I've been doing X-Files. Like, I've been trying to get through all that.
You need to see this.
Yeah.
You need to see
Well, we're
this.
getting away. Okay, so Stranger Things. It's the Duffer Brothers. The Duffer Brothers made this film, or this show. They shopped it around all over the place. It's one of these legendary, like it went to, what was it, 14 places or 26 places?
Just put his name on the ballot.
Everybody turned it down. Now, here's the thing, when they say that, don't for a minute assume that it was the same property over and over and over. They kept reworking it, they kept changing things, tweaking things. But whoever the last couple were that turned them down are idiots. Because when it hit Netflix, even the trailer, you're like, there's magic here. It's about, for those of you that don't know, it's about 4 kids, and then one goes missing, and then it's 4 kids because another kid comes in, and there's weird stuff going on, and Winona Ryder in it, and a great cop in it. And D&D references, and
if you love the 80s,
I remember the 80s.
then this show's for you because it's a lot of that.
But it's not like the Goldbergs where it's like, oh, we're doing a funny version of the 80s. This is the 80s.
It's like an 80s version of the X-Files.
But it's actually like take place in the 80s.
But it doesn't seem cheesy or anything. It doesn't seem cheesy like, like the Goldbergs, which I love the Goldbergs. It's like it was actually made in 80s. Right?
Yeah. To everything from the graphics to the music to the
Yes, it's not that it is HD. So you're not getting the VCR track line.
Out of everybody up here, this is the most accurate to me because I would have been that age that year.
Yes.
I watch it, it is so spot on to the experience I had with my dork friends and the way we talk to each other.
To what you still do now.
And then I started a podcast network, I said with more dork friends. And we did this thing.
I don't blame you. Sorry. Like, you advised me on it.
It's so good. Let's play LARP. The LARP thing?
Oh, no, LARP.
Yeah, we're gonna get the LARP.
So the Duffer Brothers, they literally pay homage to every 80s director.
Yes.
It's got Carpenter, it's got Spielberg, it's got
the title sets
I don't know
is
it's King.
it's Stephen King, the King property. It was the same font actually they used for all those King books in the 80s. And then that's what the font is. Yeah, 40 years. They do. They hit all of them. And when we did this originally, we were trying to play all of them. It's really, it's like watching a Spielberg movie made in '83. It really is. And with all writers in it.
With Carpenter.
Yes, and Jerry
Carpenter everywhere.
Yes. It's the right directors they're referencing here to. It's amazing. The music's good in it. Everything's good in it.
I don't think I have one complaint about it. Like I know it's not perfect because sometimes many things are perfect, but I watch it and it's not like I go and I'm like, oh well, I don't like this or that.
Right.
Like I think all the children are genuine.
The acting by the kids, and once again, I'm like helping teach kids acting. So I'm real picky about it. I'm not like, oh, you're cute, that's great. I'm more like, you suck, you need to work on it. I'm not real pleasant about it at times. I am the worst. I don't like it. But I am the worst. These kids are real actors. That to me is a big deal. They act. The girl, oh my gosh, 11, and all the kids, amazing. The other thing I loved in it, so the one kid has whatever that degenerative or whatever it is. Yeah, his teeth are, he's got baby teeth as like a 12-year-old. And they make reference to it because kids are picking on him. He's like, look, I have this. It's not my fault, my teeth didn't grow in. I love that they added that element to it rather than saying, you know, this kid has a mouth. We don't really want to. No, the kid's the right kid. They used it to their advantage, and he's fantastic in this show. My favorite character. He's great.
Oh, yeah. Matthew McConaughey doesn't agree with it.
You know what though? I believe it was great.
He's great.
I know. It's crazy. Like, there's so much. There's so much. I know a lot of guys where I talk to a lot of like say what else right is. Because that wasn't terrific.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that. That's what people are saying. I heard.
No, she's great.
I thought she did a great job. He's like, how else are you going to add? When your kid is missing.
Your kid is missing, and strange crap is going on. Her phone is exploding when she picks it up.
And everybody's just like, oh,
she already did it.
That's when she gets the new phone and the cord doesn't go very far, she pulls it and it stops. Instead of trying to get like a bigger cord, she has to move everything over to go through.
We were watching it with Molly, and we're telling her like, that's how it was.
Yeah.
Like you had a limit to the length of, like if you had a friend that had one of those super long cords, it was like, oh, your family rich? Like crazy. You know?
And the thing
you don't know.
The thing with
I was 4 years old, 19.
So when they did the thing with the Clash and the brother, with the brother and the Clash plane, that was so dead on accurate.
Yes.
Because nobody had heard of that one. They were just English band.
And like it was like, this is new and this is so cool.
Right.
It's like we had that friend or that brother or whatever that did that for us.
And they made the mixtape.
Yes. And that exact, like playing the Clash, you felt like, this is so, I remember seeing on TV the Sex Pistols, and this is like right when they first happened, and it's called like Contraband. Right. And I was like, I've seen the greatest thing I've ever seen. And it had that same feeling. I probably had that feeling hearing the Clash that first time where it's like, what am I hearing? Finally.
Well, the great part about that is that's like their third album. I mean, they've done London Calling way before they did Train and Dane. And,
right.
Should I stay or should I go? But that's when they were getting popular over here. So they were already like on the underground scene, but then they became popular with that. Here, that was the start of it, but that was so different than the whole from the bad.
It was just coming out of the disco era.
Well, you got the bad 70s and that soft rock and then the disco, and then it was before they did the new wave. This was a
pretty new wave.
This was punk.
This is like before even like alternatives would be like REM, because 84 I think is when we first started hearing REM.
Right.
And REM was a total like underground band. Like we were going to be able to run some records like they had REM. The Contraband again, you know, and then a few years later, they're like the biggest band in the world. And you hear about everything. My parents were learning REM at this point. That was like,
they were number one. They were number one. Like the old band boys. So like you went to Rolling Stone magazine, looked at the back of it at the top. And they were the number one college band. They would go to colleges and sell out magazines. Not that one either, sir. By the way, but they would be number one because you could go. Nobody had ever heard of them. They wouldn't be on the radio. You go to Iowa City, and there would be 14,000 people seeing them play.
Right, because they
come Hawkeyes, but they
colleges.
But then you would never see them at Rosemont.
Right.
You never see them in Chicago because it wasn't a college scene.
Well, Clash played Broadway after this. You know, it was like nobody had heard of them. Then they're playing Broadway and selling out. It's like, oh, there's a classic Clash on Broadway album, you know? But that moment in '83, hearing the Clash, what had to be.
And the time was because we did Deutschland '83, which was almost like the complete opposite musically, but it was when that English invasion came, but you got Duran Duran and all of that stuff.
All that stuff bleeding over just as the new wave stuff leading into all.
As we were looking from the pump that came before and in between. It was really very interesting to see.
Yep.
I was just in the Sesame Street, 83.
How about, okay, and then we were talking about the kids acting. How about Caleb who played Lucas? Caleb McLaughlin.
Oh, yeah.
We did the thing where he did the Rambo, where he did the whole thing. That was fantastic.
That was so great.
Yeah. The bad thing is, I was thinking Ruby from Revenge of the Nerds. If he did it because he just happened to be black with a bandana. I was like, let's do this. I'm like,
Even like, and Martha's not in the room. But even, oh, you are, I can see you. Even, Martha, what was the name of the character? The girl, Fred, who's only in it for like 2 episodes. Barb was amazing.
She was.
She's in it for like 2 episodes. Yeah. Barb was amazing. Now, I got a question. Did you guys think Barb was going to show up at the end? I thought she was going to.
Don't spoil it.
No, I'm just saying. I thought it's not a spoiler because you saw that she dies, right, or disappears.
I was hoping she did.
They leave it open-ended, so that's not spoiling anything. She is not a part of the story, other than that scene. But made it out of
Twitter made her part of the story.
Yes. Other than she was Joan Cusack in the movie.
She was.
You saw her
She
like
just needed to head for the nectar, the neck brace, trying to get the water. That's what she needed. 16 candles.
I know. I've seen 16 yet.
I wasn't even alive yet, so I wasn't even a twinkle in my mom's eye.
I saw it in the ears.
It's like the original Legacy set.
Right. I did not see that in the ears.
What?
That goes in 7.
It's the original.
Sad.
Will Brennan was dead before you were born, wasn't he?
Sad. Was he? No, he was still alive.
Not much.
I don't know the internet.
When he died. 75,
She's like Pavlov's dog.
I think he
He
did
celebrity.
Future Role, but it really died when he first. No, he was in Future Role. He did a cameo in the beginning when they show him.
So, what else do we want to say about Stranger Things? Because we're going to move on.
It plays all of everything that it's got. Suspense, the horror, the drama, and the comedy. It does such an amazing job of blending all of it together and making something that I have not seen on television or anywhere else.
Right.
And did everything so well. And the music.
I think the reason why is because, you know, we live in an era where the traditional miniseries is gone.
Right.
I don't see those often.
Now they're Netflix.
Now it's Netflix.
Right.
And this initially was not planned as a sequel. They left some things open-ended.
They certainly did.
But they
But
pretty well.
If it ended here, you would say this was the best series.
Right. They told, I don't need everything to be ramped up. They told a great story, and we know, and we're suspended. I think that's why. It's because they went out and told their story as a whole and not tried to build something on top of it.
Right.
Which is at this point in this time, like I love the Marvel universe, but I think Marvel has ruined it for everyone else because everyone else wants to follow that dynamic and build out
the universe. Yeah.
Right.
You don't need that, and that's why I think Stranger Things is perfect. Because you're right, it blended everything. Oh yeah, it gave you an X-Files sciencey vibe. It gave you some horror elements. It gave you some suspense. It gave you some comedy. It gave you
nostalgia. It gave you horror. It's all there.
Especially now, like our 2016, 2015, like the 80s has come back hard.
Oh yeah.
And everything is everybody. It's the 80s.
Right.
Everybody wants to go back. The clothing, the music, the style, everything is going back to that. And it hit perfect. Perfect.
Hey, Chris, our wardrobe's going to be back.
And it was believable. It wasn't like the fake 80s. It wasn't like the, I remember the less.
It wasn't John Hughes. I love John Hughes.
Right.
I love John Hughes. But John Hughes in the car.
But his was accurate, but from a very skewed view. Because it was very, he kind of nailed it North Shore Chicago.
Right.
Like, dead out. We grew up, this is what I grew up in, this is what we grew up in. It was straight out, but this kind of got the whole part of it.
Yeah.
This one,
it was all there.
The stuff happened with the fights, with, everything.
Everybody's house.
Yeah. And the D&D part was great, like, we only played for 12 hours. That was like a
Your friends are going, what? It's been 12 hours. What? another hour?
It's like
Exactly.
it's just,
Yeah, it was awesome, awesome. So, all right, so binge worthy. We already know what it's going to be. What do you say? Whatever's hot is binge it out. Binge it out.
Yeah, like my team.
Binge it out. Binge it out. That's it. Everybody agree? Binge it out. That's it. If you haven't watched it, go. Yeah, no. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. If you're at episode 7, get your butt home and finish it up tonight. I expect a report tomorrow. Okay? Who changed it? Yeah.
No, I don't hold on.
No. It's only got like 4 episodes left. Finish it, and then finish it, and then you cage. Got it?
Don't leave, don't shower, you know, use your bells.
Use a little example.
That's what I do. I sit on my recliner. I got a couple burgers there.
Got his hot buttered coffee, hot buttered a little,
a big water bottle full of Coke, because you know.
and an empty cup for something else. So there you go.
What's up, quick?
I swear.
Yeah, she said yes. She married me.
We don't know, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, that's it. Thank you for listening to Binge Worthy. Thank you guys. It was awesome. We got time for one more show. We're at the end of the marathon. This one's going to take a moment of preparation because we have literally done everything on the list except one of our signature things, which is a game show. I'm going to do a fast game show. These killers are going to be dead by the end. So what I need is 3 podcasters up here. You work it out amongst yourselves. I'm grabbing the no, Jenny's been on. I want something different. I don't want the kids. Oh, Jenny's been here all the time? Jenny can be on. Beat the podcast. Jenny can be on. Jenny's been here the whole time. She's